Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Her Excellency Sheikh Hind bint Hamad Al Thani, Chief Executive Officer and Vice Chairperson of Qatar Foundation, Excellencies, dignitaries, symposium participants from both Qatar and abroad, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to this first international symposium on comparative education entitled Ghazali on Education, Contemporary Practical Applications from an Enduring Legacy. We will start the proceedings of this symposium with the recitation of the Holy Quran, and I would like to invite Sheikh Hassan Jama, Imam at the Education City Mosque, to please begin with the recitation of the Holy Quran. Sheikh Hassan Jama, falyatfaddal mashkura.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. اقرأ باسم ربك الذي خلق، خلق الإنسان من علق. اقرأ وربك الأكرم الذي علم بالقلم، علم الإنسان ما لم يعلم. كلا إن الإنسان ليطغى أن رآه استغنى. كلا إن الإنسان ليطغى أن رآه استغنى. إن إلى ربك الرجعى. أرأيت الذي ينهى عبدا إذا صلى. أرأيت إن كان على الهدى أو أمر بالتقوى. أرأيت إن كذب وتولى. ألم يعلم بأن الله يرى. كلا لئن لم ينته لنسفعا بالناصية، ناصية كاذبة خاطئة. فليدع ناديه. سندع الزبانية. كلا لا تطعه واسجد واقترب. صدق الله العظيم.
Jazakallahu khairan for this blessed recitation, Sheikh Hassan Jama. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this symposium sees itself as the first in a series of future annual symposia focusing on comparative perspectives on education. The choice of Imam al-Ghazali for the first symposium is particularly fitting, as his intellectual and educational legacy stands out in Islamic civilization. The main question that the symposium will be responding to is how can Ghazali help us to address the contemporary issues and challenges humanity and the Muslim world face today in the field of education. With this, I would like to invite to the podium Her Excellency Sheikh Hind bint Hamad Al Thani, Chief Executive Officer and Vice Chairperson of Qatar Foundation, to graciously inaugurate the symposium with her opening remarks.
ضيوفنا الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسرني ويسعدني في فاتحة هذا اللقاء المبارك أن أرحب بكم. إن اجتماعكم هذا يمثل لحظة تأمل ومراجعة فكرية نسعى من خلالها إلى الرجوع لتراثنا العلمي الزاخر، حيث كانت أمتنا الإسلامية في مقدمة الأمم، حاملة لواء الحضارة والعلم والثقافة والفنون. يأتي اختيارنا للمفكر الإسلامي الكبير أبي حامد الغزالي انطلاقاً من أن أفكاره لا زالت تلهم الأجيال، ويرجع إليه الفضل في استنباط الكثير من النظريات في مجال التربية. وهناك أوجه تشابه كثيرة بين عصرنا والعصر السلجوقي الذي عاش فيه الغزالي في القرن ال11 الميلادي، حيث طغت المادة وانتشرت النظريات وتشعبت فتضاربت الأفكار. ومن المعلوم أنه لا يوجد تعليم خالي من مقاصد من ورائه، حيث اشتهرت مقولته: أيها الولد، العلم بلا عمل جنون، والعمل بغير علم لا يكون. تلخص هذه المقولة ما ينبغي أن يكون عليه المنهج التعليمي الصحيح، وهو الموازنة بين العلم كوسيلة والعمل كهدف، وهو ما فشلت فيه المناهج الدراسية الحديثة، حيث قطعت الصلة الوثيقة بين العلم وثمرته التي هي الأخلاق النبيلة وتوظيف العلم فيما ينفع الناس ويمكث في الأرض. إن التعليم الجيد لا يقدم فقط ما يرغب فيها الطالب أو ولي الأمر أو حتى الدولة، وإنما يوجه هؤلاء جميعاً إلى ما ينبغي أن يكون محل اهتمامهم، وذلك بتقديمه رؤية كاملة للإنسان في جميع مجالاته الدينية والوطنية والفردية، ليعلم الطالب كيفية الوفاء بالتزاماته تجاه خالقه، ثم تجاه نفسه واتجاه أخيه الإنسان. أيها الحضور الكريم، لقد جاءت هزة غزة لتوقظ ضمير الأمة وتفتح أعينها جاحظة لتجد نفسها أكثر تقارباً وتماسكاً من أي وقت مضى، وهي فرصة ينبغي أن ننتهزها للعودة إلى الجذور الحضارية للأمة المتمثلة في الدين ولغة القرآن وتراثها الغني الثري الذي تركه لها علماء ربانيون من جميع البلدان والأعراق الإسلامية، وعلى رأسهم حجة الإسلام الغزالي. وهو ما يهدف إليه هذا اللقاء المبارك الذي أرجو أن تكلل جهوده بالنجاح، متسائلين في الختام مع شاعر اليمن الكبير المدرس البردوني: تساؤل عارف، وتساءلوا من نحن، ما تاريخنا، وتعلموا منه طموحه وعلموا. أشكركم والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Jazakallahu khairan. Very much obliged, Your Excellency, for sharing your thoughts with us this morning. I would now like to request Dr. Rajab Shanturk, the Dean of the College of Islamic Studies, to come to the podium and present his keynote address. And we also welcome our live stream audience joining us from around the world. Dr. Rajab.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulina wa habibina wa sayyidina tabibi kulubina wa shafi dhunubina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa ashabihi wa atba'ihi wa ikhwanihi min al-anbiya'i wal mursalin ajma'in. Rabbana atina min ladunka rahmatan wa hi lana min amrina rashada. Allahumma ansur man nasara ad-din faj'alna minhum wa khzul man khazala ad-din wa la taj'alna minhum. Excellencies, we have many important guests with us. We are very much honored, with your presence. Distinguished guests, dear colleagues, friends, and students, and also audience who are listening to us online at the moment. I thank you very much for your presence with us, honoring us, and sharing your ideas with us. May Allah make this meeting fruitful and also beginning of annual annual symposiums on comparative education in CIS, inshallah ta'ala. We recently launched our MA in comparative education and also teaching certificate program. We are working on it, inshallah. And if everything goes well, we would like to launch them at fall 2024. But if he cannot complete the process of approval and other things, the following year, inshallah ta'ala, I want to speak cautiously about these things. After this initial remarks, I'd like to make my presentation about Al-Ghazali's multiplex epistemology and its implications for contemporary education. So I will explain what's multiplex epistemology, and also Ghazali's theory of knowledge, and because these are the premises on which Ghazali's education theory is built. Then I will talk about what does his multiplex epistemology imply today in contemporary education. As you all know, Ghazali's intellectual life is a quest for yaqeen in knowledge, certainty in knowledge. And he went through many stages of intellectual crisis, existential crisis. So he became like a skeptic, but eventually he reached to yaqeen. So for Ghazali, certain knowledge is that in which the thing known is made so manifest that no doubt clings to it, nor can the mind even suppose such a possibility. But we need to know that at the top, knowledge about God, ma'rifatullah. This is the top priority for him. And then knowledge in his creation. How can we know with certainty? How can we reach certainty in ma'rifatullah, and then in ma'rifatun nafs and other things? He questions sense data, al-hissiyat, and self-evident truth, ad-daruriyat. Then primary truth, al-awwaliyat, and realized the limitations of sense perception, limitations of reason. So he wrote, there may be, beyond the perception of reason, another judge. So reason cannot be the ultimate judge. We need another judge. The mere fact of the non-appearance of that further perception does not prove the impossibility of its existence. During that time, I was a skeptic, in fact. At length, God Most High cured me of that sickness. My soul regained its health and equilibrium, and once again I accepted the self-evident data of reason, awwaliyat, ad-daruriyat, because without awwaliyat, daruriyat, and bedihiyat, you cannot think. Your thinking gets paralyzed, and relied on them with safety and certainty. But that was not achieved by constructing a proof or putting together an argument. On the contrary, it was the effect of a light which God Most High cast into my breast. And that light is the key to most knowledge. Whoever thinks that the unveiling of truth depends on precisely formulated proofs has indeed narrowed down the broad mercy of God. So here we see his understanding of multiple layers of knowledge. He does not reject or abandon knowledge through reason, knowledge through sense perception, but he draws attention to their limits. And he also brings in this spiritual epistemological dimension in addition to the rational and empirical dimension. This is what I call multiplex understanding. So Al-Ghazali's understanding of knowledge is interconnected with his conception of reality and also human being. According to Al-Ghazali, the human being is constituted by body, mind, and soul. Or in Arabic, jasad, dhihin, and ruh. Because the translation of mind is so much debated. So mind, I translate as dimag or dhihin. So there is wujud maddi in alam shahada, it's our bodies. Then we have dhihin or dimag. This is the intermediary between alam al-ghayb and alam al-shahada. Then we have soul, which belongs to alam al-ghayb, the metaphysical world. So this in human existence is symmetrical or in parallel with the existence of the world. So we have in the world alam al-mulk and malakut and lahut. So 3 levels. I don't accept the double categories, metaphysical and physical, because this idea of metaphysical and physical puts God also in the category of metaphysical existence. But how can you put God in the same category with his creation? You have to separate him from his creation, because he is not part of the metaphysical world. He's above it. He's the creator of it. So that's why I accept this 3 levels. And this is what I call multiplex ontology. Traditionally in Arabic, this is called maratib al-wujud. Maratib al-wujud. So this idea of maratib al-wujud for the universe, and also maratib al-wujud al-insani, multiplex human ontology, is important, because Ghazali's multiplex or multi-layered epistemology is built on this, because there is knowledge we gain through our body, hissiyat, and then through our mind, and also spiritual knowledge. So he recognizes the legitimacy of all these different types of knowledge. This is very much different than the Western approach, which is reductionist. So in the West, you are either rationalist or empiricist or mystic, religious. They cannot bring them together. But multiplex epistemology sees this as a false dichotomy, as a pseudo-binary. So this multiplex perspective frees us from these false dichotomies and pseudo-binaries. It gives us a holistic, comprehensive perspective, al-idrak al-kulli. So he wrote, he who is proponent of mere blind imitation and of setting aside the intellect, setting aside the intellect entirely, is ignorant. And he who is satisfied with the intellect alone, without the light of the Quran and the Sunnah, is deluded. Take care that you be not in either of these groups, but be one who unites the 2 sources. So from his perspective, there are different types of knowledge. There is empirical knowledge, rational knowledge, reported knowledge, and then the spiritual knowledge. So empirical knowledge is called hissiyat. Rational knowledge is called aqliyat. And the reported knowledge is called naqliyat. So all of them complement each other, and they should be used in their proper domains. If you don't use them in their proper domain, this is what I call epistemologic or methodologic transgression or trespassing. So empiric knowledge has its own proper domain. But if you try to use empiric knowledge and apply it to alam al-ghayb, this is methodologic transgression, epistemologic trespassing. And the same way, you use like naqli knowledge to study like scientific study in the lab. This is also misuse of it. So each one has its limits. So empirical knowledge, rational knowledge, and reported knowledge and spiritual knowledge, these are not mutually exclusive as it's perceived today, but they complement each other. But there's a difference not only in the ways, in the domains they are properly used, but also whether they are binding or not. So hissiyat, aqliyat, naqliyat, these are objective sources of knowledge, and they are binding. So you can make an argument in the public sphere, in the public domain, based on hissiyat, aqliyat, and naqliyat, but kashfiyat, like dreams, ilham, etc., these are subjective. We accept that they are like legitimate source of knowledge, but you cannot make arguments based on your dream in the public sphere, or you cannot write a paper, based on dream. You cannot use it as a proof because it is subjective and not binding. It's your private knowledge. And according to Ghazali, there are two levels of existence. There are things that exist independently of human beings, things that exist wholly and perfectly. For instance, the sky, the stars, external and internal organs of the body, animals, plants. These are created perfectly, and there is no room for improvement. And then the second category, things that are not yet complete, created to accept perfection, tekmil. If the conditions are met, these are human beings. So we are not pre-programmed to be perfect, but we are given guidelines how to improve ourselves and to reach to perfection. So the first domain is the tekwini domain. The second domain, teklifi domain, where Allah Ta'ala gives us teklif, and we are mukallaf to perfect ourselves, to develop ourselves, to realize and actualize the potential that we have. And there should be harmony between the teklifi domain and the tekwini domain. If there is gap and inconsistency, then you have a lot of crisis in the world. So human beings need perfection in two areas. In the intellectual domain, so he wrote, the human being in his original condition is created without knowledge, unaware of the worlds created by Allah Ta'ala, so he needs to learn. And then the moral development, having the appetitive self, which is nafs, which is difficult to translate, almost impossible to translate to English. So, here I use appetitive, but I'm not happy with it, having the nafs under the control of akıl. Akıl also something more than reason, that's why better to use these original concepts. So having the nafs under the control of akıl is the ideal mental and spiritual state for a human being. But this requires development. So human beings are created to develop themselves. Although they are ahsan taqweem, but ahsan taqweem is a potential. You need to realize, actualize. So you have the infrastructure to do it. So how this tekmil is going to happen? So tekmil requires mukammil. Mukammil means teacher. Mukammil means nabi. Mukammil means a Rabbani scholar to help you and guide you. And the ulama, they are defined as kamil wa mukammil. Kamil and mukammil. So in the Quran, the pedagogy of Rasulullah SAW is defined clearly in this verse. هو الذي بعث في الأميين رسولا منهم يتلو عليهم آياته ويزكيهم ويعلمهم الكتاب والحكمة وإن كانوا من قبل لفي ضلال مبين. So he is the messenger of Allah. He is appointed, to report, to read the verses, revealed to him, and also he is assigned to make tazkiyah, and he is assigned to make ta'aleem, and ta'aleem of al-kitab and al-hikmah, not just the Quran, but also there are things outside the Quran. They are called al-hikmah. So you cannot say Quran is enough. No, because the Prophet's legacy, al-kitab and al-hikmah, things outside the Quran, they are also there. So here this verse shows that from Muhammad alayhi wasalam, he used two educational methods, ta'aleem and tazkiyah. So ta'aleem and tazkiyah, they complement each other. Ta'aleem uses nazar. Nazar means reasoning, theorizing. I am not going into details of this. And the tazkiyah is adopted as a method by tasawwuf. So tazkiyah aims spiritual purification, and nazar is used in other rational and academic disciplines. So ta'aleem is intellectual training, rational training, professional training. It's an academic process of training the mind through the study of rational disciplines such as mantiq, philosophy, kalam, fiqh, history, sociology, history of religions, international relations. However, the ultimate source of knowledge for ta'lim is not only reason, but also divine revelation. So Al-Ghazali wrote, he who is proponent of mere blind imitation and of setting aside the intellect, he is entirely ignorant. And he who is satisfied with intellect alone, without the light of the Quran and Sunnah, is deluded. So we have to combine the two when we make nazar. Actually, nazar has two types: nazar akli, nazar shar'i. Nazar akli without including wahi in it, and this is the common ground between us and non-Muslims. When we argue with them, when we have conversation with them, we don't bring in Quran and Hadith, nazar akli. But when we are with us together in Muslim community, we bring in Quran and Hadith also. This is the common ground among us. But nazar shari does not exclude akl and his. Nazar shari combines akl, his, and wahi together. So it's not enough to impart theoretical learning, that knowledge must also be put in practice. That's the goal. Yani ta'lim and tezkiye must be put in practice. That's ilmun nafi'. Without amal, this ilm is not nafi'. So the benefit of ilm is amal. That's the fruit. If there's no amal, this is fruitless, useless. But amal aligned with the pleasure of Allah, not any amal. Aligned with the sunnah of Rasulullah. If amal is aligned with the nafsani, shaitani desires, that's not good amal. True learning is that which have an effect on behavior, and whereby the student, the learner, makes practical use of his knowledge. So about tezkiye. Tezkiye is the moral education. It is the process of purifying the heart from spiritual illnesses. Amrat qalbiyye. Fi qulubihim maradun. So Allah Ta'ala says, there are some people, they have illness, sickness in their hearts. So every Muslim must have a checkup, heart checkup, whether there is illness in my heart or not. So these illnesses are like jealousy, anger, and arrogance. So like one may be psychologically very healthy, but still amrat qalbiyya. This is a different level of health, spiritual health. There is psychological health and there is spiritual health. Spiritual health is above psychological health, and those who are not psychologically healthy cannot go into spiritual health. These are considered amrat qalbiyya, like hasad, ghadab, hiqd, kibr. These are amrat qalbiyya. They need to be removed from the heart. This is called tezkiyat nafs. And tezkiyat nafs is farda ayn on every Muslim, every human being. And this is the takhliyah. This is called takhliyah, which means purification. But then there is also tahliyah, which means ornamenting, beautifying. So tezkiyah, negation and confirmation. La and illa. After negation comes confirmation, which is acquiring good spiritual qualities such as generosity, courage, and wisdom. Shaja'a, karam, and hikmah. Moral education is realized not in the brain, but in the heart. So knowledge is in the heart, not in the brain. Brain is the tool of the qalb. This is a different issue, need to be explored in greater detail. For Ghazali, the heart is like a battlefield between two conflicting faculties of the heart, nafs and aql, appetitive self and reason, until the person reaches peace by making reason control. And all the actions becomes in accordance with the pleasure of Allah Ta'ala. Then this conflict in the heart ends. Through moral education, the learner acquires a healthy heart, which is one that's controlled by aql. I'm not saying reason, I'm saying aql, because aql has two types: aql ma'ashi, aql ma'adi. So when they say reason, they mean aql ma'ashi, like this mundane aql dealing only with the interest. And then aql ma'adi is the metaphysical reason, which takes into account benefits and harms of your actions in this world and in the hereafter. Ribh, not in this world, but also in the hereafter. So this is aql ma'adi. So from this perspective, Ghazali sees the heart as a contested king. So he makes an analogy by comparing the heart to a king in his kingdom. He wrote the heart, al-qalb. It also, he uses heart to mean the soul, ruh. The heart is like a ruler in his city and his kingdom, for the body in the kingdom of the soul. It is what, its abode, and its city. The powers and members of the body occupy the place of craftsmen and laborers. The intelligent reflective power, aql, is like the sincere advisor and intelligent minister. Nafs, appetence, is like an evil slave who brings food and provisions to the city. Anger and ardor are like the chief of police. The slave who brings the provisions, the nafs, are a liar, a deceiver, an impostor, and a malicious person who plays the part of a sincere advisor. While beneath his advice is very harmful and deadly poison. It is his wont and his custom to contend against every plan that the wise minister, whose aql, makes, so that even for an hour does he cease his contention and opposition to his opinions, to the aql's opinions. So inside, this conflict goes on between aql and nafs, according to Ghazali. According to Ghazali, there are like different types of self, and in a very concise and simplified way, I present them as 3 types of self. So type 1 self, type 2 self, and type 3 self. And the purpose of education is to elevate the student from type 1 self to type 3 self. In the type 1 self, appetitive self, nafs, is dominant, and aql is subjugated to the demands and commands of the self. And this self is called an-nafs al-ammara. This is the beginning of education. The end is type 3 self, where reason, aql, becomes dominant, and nafs is subjugated to the control of al-aql. This is called an-nafs al-mutma'inna. But today, in social sciences and education, what we call an-nafs al-ammara, the appetitive self, is taken as human nature because of the statistical majority. So they survey and they see majority of people are like this. Their nafs rules them. So they say this human nature. So according to economics, Homo economicus is the natural human being running after like hubbul mal. And psychology, same. Politics, hubbul riyasa. They think this is human nature. But for us, this is not human nature. This is to be developed, to become an-nafs al-mutma'inna under the control of aql. But majority of people, they are in between, type 2 self. Neither the reason always dominant, nor the self is always dominant. Sometimes they follow the voice of reason. Sometimes they follow the voice of an-nafs shahwani, and this is called an-nafs al-lawama. Critical, but not yet perfected. So the purpose of education is to elevate a student from type 1 to type 3, and this is called by our scholars and Imam Ghazali siyasatul qalb. Siyasatul qalb, how you manage inside your heart the powers in your heart, because they are conflicting with each other, conflicting demands, etc. It's like ruling a country with different political parties and different interest groups, etc. Very similar to it. That's why it's called siyasatul qalb. And This is called Tedbirun Nefs by our hukama. Philosophers call it Tedbirun Nefs. Okay, so how do you elevate from type 1 to type 3? What are the methods proposed by Imam Ghazali? It's love, service, fellowship, God consciousness, minimalism in consumption and inner struggle. Mahabba, khidma, sohba, dhikr, riyadatun nafs, and mujahada. These are the methods to be used to elevate a student from type 1 self, which is nafs al-ammara, to type 3 self, which is an-nafs al-mutma'inna. So how can we insert these things in our modern education? It's a big challenge, but this is what Ghazali thinks about. So the purpose of this moral education is to establish moderation in the heart, which brings tranquility. So type 3 self is a moderate self between two extremes. Type 1 self always swings between two extremes. So Ghazali wrote, when a person achieves a balanced state of 4 faculties of the soul, the faculty of knowledge, quwwatul ilm, the faculty of anger, quwwatul ghadab, the faculty of desire, quwwatul shahwa, the faculty of justice, quwwatul adala, which are guided by revelation and reason, he has perfectly accomplished good character, husnul khuluq. So the first faculty of knowledge, quwwatul ilm, so it's between foolishness and deceitfulness, like two extremes. What's the wasat? I'tidal is hikmah. And faculty of anger, two extremes, cowardness and aggression. The wasat is courage, shaja'a. And shahwa, between two extremes, inertness and debauchery. What's the wasat? I'tidal is temperance. And faculty of justice, no wasat, no extremes. Justice is justice. Doesn't accept, like tafrit and ifrat. Doesn't have two sides. Either there is justice or there is no justice. It's not like the other qualities. So the purpose of moral education is to get people from type 1 self to type 3 self, and type 3 self is characterized by i'tidal, balance, and moderation. Also, type 3 self is characterized by certainty in knowledge. So Ghazali has levels of knowledge, maratib al-ilm. So he has wahm, shak, zan, and yaqeen. Wahm is groundless suspicion, groundless knowledge, no proof, no evidence for it. Shak, there is some evidence, but less than 50%. And zan, between 50 to 100% in between. And yaqeen, 100%. But yaqeen, certainty, also has its levels. Maratibul yaqeen. This was very interesting, which does not exist in Western epistemology at all. So there is ilm al-yaqeen, certainty by knowledge based on istidlal, rational, empirical proofs. But there is also ayn al-yaqeen, observation. This is better than certainty based on evidence. But there is also haqq al-yaqeen, certainty based on experience. So let's say you hear about Doha, you read in the books, okay, Doha exists. This is ilm al-yaqeen. But you come with the airplane, you see Doha from top, okay, this is ayn al-yaqeen. And then you land in Doha, you walk in the streets of Doha, then this is haqq al-yaqeen. This cannot be challenged anymore, because you have experienced it. But this is also with iman. So the ultimate goal of iman, to have haqq al-yaqeen in your faith with Allah Ta'ala by experiencing Him, as though you have seen Him. So there is no doubt about it. Sayyidina Ali said, if I go to paradise and see Allah, my iman will not increase. So because he reached haqq al-yaqeen in this world. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, so another purpose of education is to elevate the student from taqlid to tahqiq. The purpose of ta'lim is to elevate the student from blind acceptance to critical verification, critical thinking. So they are under the illusion that they invented critical thinking. Although critical thinking is part of the traditional Islamic education, it has always been there. So, but tahqiq has different meanings in different disciplines. So in ilm al-kalam, which is theology, tahqiq means elevating the student from blind faith to evidence-based faith. So today, like we have Iman Emane project, our method is to elevate the faith of students, young people, from cultural, traditional acceptance to evidence-based faith. Because if it's evidence-based, then it's immunized against any confusion. But tahqiq in fiqh means from taqlid, like accepting the ahkam without knowing their reasons, by knowing their evidence. Like why do we pray 5 times a day? Why Salatul Zuhr 4 rakats? Okay, why do we need to make wudu? So what's the evidence for it? And what's the hikmah to tashri'? What's the maqsad and success in this world? What are the implications of all these things that we have talked about for the contemporary education? So first, replacing the exclusively materialistic, selfish, and individualistic understanding of the human being with a multiplex and moral one. So the concept of human being needs to be replaced, because education is about human being. But what's a human being? Who's a human being? So we have to answer this from an Islamic perspective, and this is what I call multiplex. A human being is constituted by body, mind, and soul, jasad, dhihin, and ruh. And also replacing the reductionist epistemology with a multiplex one. The reductionist epistemology is based on empiric knowledge. We have to bring in multiplex epistemology, and then redefining the goal of education. Academic education is for academic and professional knowledge. Spiritual and moral education is for character building, and individual as a member of the community. So this is redefining the purpose of education from the Ghazali perspective. And Ghazali perspective, is a reflection of the Quran and Hadith, reconnecting the individual to himself, because to himself or self, family, society, nature, and God. Because modern education, this atheistic, materialistic, reductionist perspective, alienates people to themselves. Nasullaha fa'ansahum anfusahum. So they are alienated to themselves. If you ask them, who are you? They cannot give you a satisfactory answer. And then they don't know how to establish a family, and they don't know how to relate to nature and to God. So this can come through a multiplex perspective. And in conclusion, I would like to say that Ghazali's conception of appetitive, critical, and content. Nafs ammara, nafs lawama, and nafs mutma'inna. So there isn't like a single self, which is fixed, which is static. You see, this very fluid self, open self to development. And the ideal mental and the spiritual state is the content self, and nafs al-mutma'inna. Sixth, the outcome of education is a balanced state of the heart, based on balance and i'tidal. And seventh, the ultimate aim of education is a path to self-realization. And self-realization comes with happiness in this world, success in this world, and also salvation in the hereafter. Thank you very much. جزاكم الله خيرا.
Jazakallah khairan, Doctor. We are extremely excited to commence this wonderful symposium and look forward to the engaging and fruitful discussions that will be unfolding in the upcoming sessions over the next 2 days. The opening ceremony has now come to an end, and we now move to the first academic session, which will be delivered entirely in the Arabic language. Our student volunteers are available to hand you an interpretation headset if you need one. I will call the name of the speakers and the moderator for this first academic session entitled Curricular Insights from Al-Ghazali for Contemporary Practices of Holistic Learning. It will be moderated by Dr. Ibrahim Zain, and joining him will be Dr. Hamza Al-Bikri, Dr. Ahmed Sanobar, Dr. Muhammad Al-Jammal, and Dr. Badran bin Al-Hassan. فليتفضلوا مشكورا إلى الأمام for this session.
والصلاة والسلام على أشرف خلق الله سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه ومن والاه. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. And a very good morning to all of you. في البداية يعني أوجه كلمة للإخوة المتحدثين. ستكون هناك ترجمة، فأرجو أثناء الحديث أن تترسلوا حتى يستطيع المترجم ترجمة ما تقولون، ويستطيع بعض الحضور أن يسمعوا ويفهموا ما تقولون. عملي في هذه الجلسة مباشر ولا أريد أن أطيل عليكم. لدي 4 متحدثين. سنبدأ بهذا الترتيب، ولكل متحدث حوالي 20 دقيقة، فأرجو أن لا يتجاوز الوقت المحدد له. نبدأ أولا بالمتحدث الأول، فأرجو أثناء الحديث أن تترسلوا حتى يستطيع المترجم ترجمة ما تقولون، ويستطيع بعض الحضور أن يسمعوا ويفهموا ما تقولون. عملي في هذه الجلسة مباشر ولا أريد أن أطيل عليكم. لدي 4 متحدثين. سنبدأ بهذا الترتيب، ولكل متحدث حوالي 20 دقيقة، فأرجو أن لا يتجاوز الوقت المحدد له. نبدأ أولا بالمتحدث الأول، وهو الدكتور حمزة البكري، يحدثنا عن العلم بين رسم الألفاظ وذوق المعاني، دراسة في مقاربة الإمام الغزالي للتعليم في العلوم العقلية. فليتفضل. نعم.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. أتوجه بالشكر إلى إدارة هذا المؤتمر، وإلى كل من ساهم في عقده، وإلى رئيس الجلسة المكرم. وأريد أن أستفيد من الوقت وأدخل في الموضوع مباشرة. العلم بين رسم الألفاظ وذوق المعاني، دراسة في مقاربة الإمام الغزالي للتعليم في العلوم العقلية، الذي من أجله استحقت تلك المسائل تلك الأحكام. يعني يتكرر في ذهن الطالب كلما درس في كتب العلوم مثلا التسلسل باطل، الدور مستحيل، هذا شيء واجب، هذا ممكن، هذا مستحيل. من كثرة ترداد الألفاظ وتكرارها على ذهن المتلقي، يظن أن المتلقي المتعلم أن التسلسل باطل لأن اسمه تسلسل، ولكن الحقيقة ليست هكذا، وإنما هناك علة لهذا الحكم، هناك منشأ نشأ منه هذا الحكم. هذا المنشأ غالبا لا يدون في الكتب، وإنما يؤخذ من خلال التلقي والتعليم على الأستاذ المتمرس. هذه الإشكالية هي التي كانت تشغل ذهن الإمام الغزالي كثيرا، كما سنعرضها بعد قليل. كيف يتحرك هذا؟ ممكن أخ يعقوب. تمام، شكرا. نعم، فلو بدأنا بهذه الصورة، هذا مفهوم العلم. مفهوم العلم عند علماء المنطق يطلق على 3 معان. المعنى الأول هو المسائل المعينة، وهي القواعد والأصول العامة التي منها تؤخذ الجزئيات. المعنى الثاني وهو أعلى رتبة من المعنى الأول، وهو إدراك تلك المسائل. المعنى الثالث هو الملكة الحاصلة في ذهن المتعلم من كثرة الإدراك، يعني إذا تكرر إدراك المسائل عند الطالب المتعلم يصبح عنده ملكة، وهي ملكتان في الحقيقة: ملكة استحضار ما سبق وملكة تحصيل ما سيأتي، يعني يصبح قادرا أن يحصل المجهول. فالعلم يطلق إذن على المسائل، يطلق على الإدراك، ويطلق على الملكة. العلم بمعنى المسائل هذا قد يوجد في الكتب، لكن العملية التعليمية لا يمكن أن يكون العلم فيها بمعنى المسائل، وإنما لأن العملية التعليمية فيها عالم ومتعلم، فيها أستاذ وطالب، فلا بد أن يكون العلم عملية تفاعلية، وعندها يكون العلم الإدراك، ثم يرتقي إلى الملكة الحاصلة من هذا الإدراك. ويناقش أيضا علماء المنطق أن العلم بمعانيه ال3 هل يشترط كونه بالدليل؟ قيل يشترط، ومن حصل العلم بدليله يسمى عالما، أما من حصل العلم بلا دليل فلا يسمى عالما. هناك قولان في المسألة، ولكن القول الأول هو الأكثر اعتمادا عندهم. ولذلك مثلا عندما يعرفون الفقه يقول هو معرفة الأحكام الشرعية العملية من أدلتها التفصيلية، فما يحصل للمقلد ليس علما، وإنما هو حاك وناقل للعلم وليس عالما، فلا بد أن يكون بالدليل. كما قلنا العلم فيه طرفان، العالم والمعلوم، فيه الطرفان المعلم والمتعلم. كما ذكرنا قبل قليل لا يمكن أن يكون العلم في هذه السياقات لا يمكن أن يكون نفس المسائل، وهذا نربطه بموضوع الدراسة، وهو أننا لا نريد أن يكون العلم تكرارا للألفاظ، لا نريد أن يكون العلم ترديد للعبارات من غير إدراك المعاني والفحوى، الجوهر، الروح التي تسري في هذه العبارات. لذلك الغزالي يسميه ذوق العلم، وهو التشبع بالمعنى الذي من أجله استحقت هذه المسألة ذلك الحكم. فالعلم إذن هو إما الإدراك أو الملكة الحاصلة من الإدراك، ولا بد أن يكون بالدليل. لكن لا بد من التنبيه هنا إلى أننا لا نقصد بالدليل أن يكون نصا نقليا أو برهانا عقليا فقط، هذا من الدليل، ولكننا نقصد أمرا آخر، وهو كما قلنا قبل قليل العلة، المنشأ، من أين نشأ هذا الحكم؟ ما الفكرة التي فهمها عقل العالم ومن أجلها أعطى هذا الحكم لهذه المسألة؟ يجب أن تنصب العملية التعليمية على هذه الفكرة الأساسية، وإلا كنا فقط مرددين للعبارات. كان يمكننا أن نسجل يعني شريطا صوتيا بسماع الكتاب ويسمعه الطالب ويكفي. ما وظيفة الأستاذ؟ وظيفة الأستاذ هي المناقشة، وأن ينمي في الطالب هذه الملكة العلمية الدقيقة. أيضا ننتقل إلى أمر آخر، وهو أن العلم على 3 مراتب عند الإمام الغزالي: مرتبة الاقتصار، ومرتبة الاقتصاد، ومرتبة الاستقصاء. يقول الإمام الغزالي إن كل علم لا بد أن يكون فيه هذه المراتب ال3. ونحن في سياق ورقة البحث نتكلم عن العلوم العقلية ومنها علم الكلام، فالغزالي يمثل على المرتبة الأولى مرتبة الاقتصار بكتابه قواعد العقائد. وعلى المرتبة الثانية الاقتصاد في الاعتقاد على المرتبة الثانية الاقتصاد بكتابه الاقتصاد في الاعتقاد. أما المرتبة الثالثة فلم يمثل عليها في علم الكلام، ولعله يقصد ما ناقش به الفلاسفة في تهافت الفلاسفة أنه المرتبة الثالثة. الآن السؤال: هل يقصد الغزالي بهذه المراتب مع المعاني التي ذكرناها أن العلم يطلق بمعنى المسائل وإدراك المسائل والملكة؟ فهل يقصد أننا في المرتبة الأولى من المرتبة التعليمية الاقتصار هل نعطي الطالب المسائل فقط، ثم في المرتبة الثانية والثالثة نرفعه إلى إدراك المسائل والملكة؟ الغزالي يقول لا، بل لا بد من المرتبة الأولى، يعني من بداية طريق طالب العلم من المستوى الأول أن نبدأ أن نعطيه شيئا من الإدراك وليس نقل المسائل فقط. ومن عباراته في ذلك أنه في كتابه قواعد العقائد يقول: ابتداء هذا العلم بالحفظ، وهذا عبارات، هذا مسائل، ابتداؤه بالحفظ ثم بالفهم، هذا إدراك. قال: ثم بالاعتقاد والإيقان، أن يصبح القلب معتقدا موقنا لتلك المسألة. لماذا؟ لأنه تلقاها بالدليل، بالمعنى الذي ذكرناه للدليل وهو المنشأ، يعني فهم فحوى هذه المسألة. إذن الغزالي يطلب منا في العملية التعليمية أن نبدأ بطالب العلم من المرتبة الأولى بترقيته من ترديد المسألة إلى إدراك المسألة وملكة تنمية ملكة تحصيلها شيئا بعد شيء. نعم، ذكرنا أن مفهوم العلم يتداخل مع هذه المراتب كما ترون من المرتبة الأدنى إلى المرتبة الأعلى. طيب، الإشكالية التي يطرحها الغزالي هي إشكالية الوقوف عند الألفاظ في التعليم. يعني لا أبالغ عندما أقول إن الإمام الغزالي كان ذهنه مشتغلا، يعني مرهقا جدا بالتنبيه على هذه الإشكالية. أنا أول ما رأيت هذه الإشكالية في بداية كتابه الاقتصاد في الاعتقاد، يقول: إن أكثر الأغاليط نشأت من ضلال من طلب المعاني من الألفاظ، وعبر بالضلال، وكما تعلمون أن الضلال كلمة لها مدلول شديد في سياق العلوم العقلية. فيقول الإمام الغزالي: إن أكثر الأغاليط نشأت من ضلال من طلب المعاني من الألفاظ، يعني جعل الأحكام مرتبطة بألفاظ المسائل ليس بروح العلم وجوهر العلم وعلل الأحكام، فحوى العلم، ذوق المسألة كما سماه الغزالي. فأول ما رأينا هذه العبارة في مقدمة كتابه الاقتصاد في الاعتقاد، وكنت أظنها عبارة عابرة قالها الغزالي في موضع ومشى عنها، فلما بدأت أتتبع هذا وجدته كررها في كتاب الاقتصاد في أكثر من 3 إلى 4 مواضع، ثم وجدته قالها في كتابه المستصفى في أصول الفقه، ثم قالها في كتاب معيار العلم في المنطق، ثم قالها في إحياء علوم الدين في التصوف والأخلاق. إذن هذه قضية كانت تشغل ذهن الغزالي في جميع العلوم. إذن كأن الغزالي وهو ابن المدرسة النظامية في بغداد كأنه كان يرى هذه الإشكالية في العملية التعليمية وكانت تؤرقه تشغله، فلذلك كان يكرر التنبيه عليها في جميع العلوم وفي مواضع مكررة في كل علم. يقول أيضا في كتابه المستصفى: اعلم أن كل من طلب المعاني من الألفاظ ضاع وهلك. وندقق عند قوله أن كل من طلب، يعني لا يرى هذا شيئا قد يكون وقد لا يكون، بل هو يعمم هذا ويراه قاعدة كلية. يقول: كل من طلب المعاني من الألفاظ ضاع وهلك، وكان كمن استدبر المغرب وهو يطلبه، كمن أراد أن يذهب إلى المغرب فأعطى إلى المغرب ظهره وصار يمشي إلى المشرق، لأنه متتبع للألفاظ فقط لا يبحث عن الجوهر. قال: ومن قرر المعاني في عقله أولا ثم أتبع المعاني الألفاظ فقد اهتدى. فهذه الإشكالية المهمة في نظر الغزالي، ونطاق هذه الإشكالية يسري على مسائل العلم وعلى أدلة المسائل أيضا. يعني الغزالي يقول هذه الإشكالية ليست فقط في تلقي المسائل بل في أدلة المسائل. يعني أحيانا نحن كأساتذة نوهم الطالب أننا نعطيه المسألة بالدليل، ولكننا نلقنه الدليل تلقينا، فهو لم يفهم الدليل أيضا، وإنما حفظه كعبارة فقط، إنه هذه المسألة هذا دليلها، لكن في الحقيقة لم يكتسب ملكة الاستدلال. يعني لماذا الدليل دل على هذه المسألة؟ فهذا أيضا الغزالي يقول هؤلاء ما فارقوا العوام، يقول هؤلاء العلماء الذين يسلكون هذه الطريقة ما فارقوا العوام، بل زادوا على تقليد العوام في المذهب تقليدهم في أدلة المذهب. يعني يقول العوام مقلدين في المسألة، أنت مقلد في المسألة وفي الدليل، أنت أكثر تقليدا من العوام. فالغزالي يعني يشنع على من يسلك هذا الطريق. أيضا من نطاق هذه الإشكالية التعبير عن الآراء الفاسدة بالألفاظ الحسنة والعبارات المقبولة. الغزالي يقول كثير من أصحاب المذاهب الفاسدة والآراء الباطلة يغطي مذهبه بعبارات جميلة، فأول ما تنقدح في ذهن طالب العلم يرى أو يحكم على المسألة بالصواب، ليس لأن المسألة صواب بل لجمال لفظها. وهذه مشكلة تعليمية معاصرة. نحن الآن كثير من المفاهيم المعاصرة إنما تتداول وتتلقى وكذا بسبب جمال ألفاظها كالحرية والتعددية وما شابه ذلك، ولكننا لم ندرس جوهر وفحوى تلك الألفاظ، وهذه علوم عقلية أيضا. يعني يجب أن يبدأ النقاش في مثل هذه المفاهيم من منظور فلسفي، تحديد مفاهيم الحرية والتعددية وما شابه ذلك، ثم نرتب على ذلك الأحكام. أخيرا أريد أن أقول: هل يسقط الغزالي اعتبار الألفاظ بالكلية في تعليم العلوم العقلية؟ يعني رأينا فيما سبق أن الإمام الغزالي ينبه كثيرا إلى ضرورة طلب المعاني وليس التمسك بالألفاظ، ويقول أن من تمسك بالألفاظ فقد ضل وهلك وضاع، كما في عبارات كثيرة استعملها. حتى في موضع من المواضع قال: كان من الواجب عليه طرح الألفاظ، عبر بطرح الألفاظ، وهذا قد يفهم منه إسقاط اللفظ بالكلية، ولكن هذا من جهة أخرى أيضا خطير في العملية التعليمية، لأننا إذا أسقطنا اللفظ صار يعني العلم رمزيا، صار مثل الهرمونوطيقة، يعني ليس له ضابط، ليس هناك شيء يعني مشترك بيننا نحن المتخاطبون في العلم. فاللفظ كما نعرف هو الوعاء الحامل للمعنى. نحن صحيح كما يقول الغزالي لابد أن نتمسك بالمعنى، ولكن في النهاية اللفظ لا يمكن نقله من شخص إلى شخص مضبوطا بضوابطه إلا عن طريق ألفاظ. فيعني كيف نحل هذه الإشكالية في نظر الغزالي أيضا؟ أننا مع الإمام الغزالي ونريد أن نصب جهودنا على المعاني، ولكن لا يمكن إسقاط الألفاظ بالكلية. فالسؤال: هل الإمام الغزالي أصلا يقصد إلى إسقاط الألفاظ بالكلية في تعليم العلوم العقلية؟ في الحقيقة الإمام الغزالي لا يقصد إهمال الألفاظ وإسقاطها بالكلية، لكن كلامه أنا تتبعت جميع المواضع التي بحثها الإمام الغزالي في هذا السياق، وجدته إما يتكلم عن الألفاظ المشتركة أو مصطلحات العلوم أو الألفاظ المعارضة بمثلها. الألفاظ المشتركة كما تعرفون في اللغة العربية مثلا العين تطلق على آلة البصر وتطلق على نبع الماء، فمثل هذه الألفاظ المشتركة إذا جاءت في العلوم يجب أن نترك اللفظ جانبا ونحرر المعنى. فالغزالي يتكلم عن هذا أولا. ثانيا عن مصطلحات العلوم، يعني التسلسل مصطلح، يعني وضعه الفلاسفة لمعنى، وضعه المتكلمون لمعنى، فقد نقول التسلسل باطل، لكن ماذا تقصد بالتسلسل؟ لأنه هذا من وضعكم أنتم أصحاب هذا العلم. فالغزالي هنا أيضا يقول لابد أن نطرح الألفاظ ونتمسك بالمعنى، وهنا يسمي حق العقل وحق اللغة. يعني يقول من كان خلافنا معه في المفهوم نفسه كان يعني طالبناه بحق العقل، ومن كان خلافنا معه في اللفظ، يعني أنا وهو متفقان في المعنى لكن هو يعبر عنه بكلمة أنا أعبر عنه بكلمة أخرى، فقال هنا نناقشه بحق اللغة، إنه هل اللغة معي أو معك فقط، لكن نحن مشتركون في المعنى. فالغزالي إذا يتكلم عن ألفاظ مشتركة أو عن مصطلحات أو عن ألفاظ معارضة بمثلها، يعني كاللفظ العام في بعض النصوص يأتي ما يخصصه، كاللفظ المطلق في نص يأتي ما يقيده، فهذه الألفاظ يعارضها مثلها، فلا يجوز التمسك بها حرفيا، وإنما يجب التمسك بجوهر المسألة في نظر الإمام الغزالي. أيضا الغزالي يريد التحذير من الجمود على اللفظ، يعني ليس إسقاط اللفظ ولكن الجمود عليه. هناك فرق بين إسقاط اللفظ، لا أنا أتمسك باللفظ ولكني لست جامدا على اللفظ، لأني أعتبر اللفظ وعاء فقط، مقصودي من وراء هذا الوعاء هو ما في داخله. فهذا أيضا ما يراه الغزالي. أيضا الإمام الغزالي لا يذم التمسك بالألفاظ مطلقا، وإنما يذم التشبث بالألفاظ بدون تحصيل المعاني. نعم، الدليل على أن الإمام الغزالي يقصد هذا الذي فهمناه، وهو عدم إسقاط الألفاظ بالكلية، وإنما التمسك أن لا نجمد عليه، هذا الذي يريده الإمام الغزالي. الدليل على ذلك أن الإمام الغزالي في كتابه المستصفى في أصول الفقه عقد بابا بعنوان كيفية استثمار الأحكام من مثمرات الأصول، كيفية استثمار الأحكام من أدلة الأصول، يعني من النصوص، من دلالة الكتاب، من دلالة السنة، يعني هذا ما يسمى في أصول الفقه بمبحث الدلالات، وكله مبحث ألفاظ، العام والخاص والمطلق والمقيد والمشترك والحقيقة والمجاز إلى آخره. فالإمام الغزالي في بداية هذا الباب يقول: اعلم أن هذا القطب هو عمدة علم الأصول. يقول هذا عمدة ولب علم الأصول، إذن هو لا يسقط الألفاظ ويرى هذا عمدة لب الأصول. وفي نفس الكتاب المستصفى يقول: من طلب المعاني من الألفاظ ضاع وهلك. فلا بد أن نجمع بين الأمرين. إذن هو لا يقصد إسقاط الألفاظ، وإلا سندخل في الفكر الباطني كما هو معروف، الفكر الباطني قديما أو الهرمونوطيقي حديثا. والغزالي له كتاب في هذا السياق كما هو معلوم، وهو فضائح الباطنية. يقول فيه: إذا سقطت الثقة بموجب الألفاظ الصريحة فلا يبقى للشرع عصام يرجع إليه ويعول عليه. إذن الغزالي ينبه أيضا أنه إذا سقطت الثقة بالألفاظ بالكلية فلا يبقى للشرع أي ضابط، أي عصام يمكن أن نرجع إليه ونتحاكم إليه. إذن الإمام الغزالي يعني يطلب منا أن نخطط مسارات التعليم بروح العلم وجوهره، بذوق المعاني، بذوق المبادئ الأحكام، وليس بالتمسك بألفاظها. ويطلب منا أن نترقى بطلاب العلم من حفظ العبارات وتكرير الألفاظ إلى إدراك حقيقة العلم ومبادئ الأحكام ومدارك الأنظار. وأيضا في هذا السياق الغزالي ينبه على ضرورة التلقي عن المتعلم، التلقي عن المعلم، لأن التلقي عن المعلم كما قلنا لو تلقى الإنسان من الكتاب سيتمسك بالألفاظ، لكن التلقي عن المعلم المتدرب المتمرس هو الذي يرفع سوية طالب العلم من التمسك بالعبارات إلى التمسك بروح العلم وذوقه وإدراك معانيه. شكرا لحسن استماعكم، والسلام عليكم.
شكرا جزيلا دكتور حمزة، وشكرا لك على التزامك بالوقت كذلك. الآن ننتقل للمتحدث الثاني الدكتور أحمد صنوبر، وأرجو أن تلتزم أيضا بالوقت.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، اللهم صل وسلم وبارك على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. أشكر جامعة حمد بن خليفة على إقامة هذا المؤتمر، وأشكر أستاذنا الكريم دكتور رجب على منحه لنا فرصة ربع ساعة زيادة لهذه الجلسة. فأستأذن دكتور إبراهيم زين في أن أزيد قليلا بسبب طلبكم منا أن نبطئ الكلام، فقد أزيد بضع دقائق، والدكتور رجب أكرمنا بربع ساعة زيادة، فإن شاء الله لا أطيل. تمام إن شاء الله. تمام. بسم الله. ورقتي تحت عنوان بين الرؤية الكلية والرؤية الجزئية، دراسة في مقاربات الإمام الغزالي في التعامل مع الأحاديث النبوية وعلومها ومقارنتها بواقع تعليمها المعاصر. تغير العنوان قليلا لكن المضمون نفس الشيء، كان من العلوم المتممات إلى العلوم المركزية. سؤال هذه الورقة كيف يمكن أن نستثمر الرؤية الكلية للعلوم الإسلامية عند الإمام الغزالي في حل بعض الإشكاليات التعليمية في عصرنا الحاضر في العلوم الإسلامية، ورقتي عن العلوم الإسلامية بشكلها الخاص. أو يمكن أن نقول ما إشكاليات الرؤية الجزئية وتضخيمها في الزمن الحاضر في علوم الحديث، وتضخيمها في الزمن الحاضر على متعلمي العلوم الإسلامية، وكيف يمكن من خلال نظرة الإمام الغزالي الكلية حل تلك الإشكاليات. هذه الورقة تتخصص في بيان موقع علوم الحديث من الرؤية الكلية الواسعة عند الإمام الغزالي في تصنيفاته للعلوم التي ستأتي بعد قليل، وبيان التضخم الحاصل في تعليم علوم الحديث في العصر الحاضر بما لم يعهد مثله على مر التاريخ. واختارت الورقة علم الحديث بخصوصه لأنه العلم الذي تكلم في الإمام الغزالي بسببه، ولأنه العلم الذي تضخم الاعتماد عليه كثيرا في عصرنا الحاضر. خطة الورقة على النحو الآتي: أولا، أنا أفصل رؤية الإمام الغزالي إلى الأحاديث النبوية وعلومها بين مجمل العلوم الإسلامية من خلال تصنيفاته للعلوم. وثانيا، أدرس تلك الرؤية وأقارنها برؤية العلماء السابقين للإمام الغزالي واللاحقين بعد الإمام الغزالي. ثالثا، أقارن ذلك بواقع تعليم علوم الحديث في زماننا، لا سيما في المدارس الثانوية وكليات الشريعة حتى يكون تطبيقيا. وأخرج رابعا بتصور جديد مستخلص من رؤية الإمام الغزالي يمكن أن يكون له أثر في نفوس الناشئة من متعلمي العلوم الإسلامية. أما أولا فهو التصنيف، فالإمام الغزالي في أكثر من كتاب صنف العلوم عامة، علوم دينية وعلوم غير دينية، وصنف العلوم الدينية إلى علوم عقلية وعلوم نقلية. وفي المستصفى صنف العلوم الدينية إلى علوم كلية وعلوم جزئية، وجعل علم الكلام علما كليا، قال لأنه يبحث في الموجود، وجعل علم الحديث علما جزئيا. وذكر أن وظيفة المحدث أنه لا ينظر إلا في طريق ثبوت الحديث خاصة، فوظيفة المحدث أنه ينظر هل هذا الحديث ثابت أو غير ثابت، ولذلك يرى أن نظرته كانت نظرة جزئية. وإن المحدث يأخذ من سياق العلوم الإسلامية أمرا واحدا خاصا وهو السنة، فينظر في ثبوتها، في طرق ثبوتها. طبعا في نفس المستصفى يقسم الإمام الغزالي العلوم إلى عقلية محضة، نقلية محضة، وما ازدوج فيه النقل والعقل، ويرى أن أشرف العلوم ما ازدوج فيه النقل والعقل، ويمثل عليه بعلم الفقه وأصوله. فأين علم الحديث؟ الإمام الغزالي يجعل علم الحديث والتفسير من العلوم النقلية المحضة، ويقول: والخطب في أمثالها يسير، إذ يستوي في الاستقلال بها الصغير والكبير، لأن قوة الحفظ كافية في النقل وليس فيها مجال للعقل. إذن يرى أن علم الحديث علم جزئي، وظيفة المحدث أن ينقل ما يروي وأن يتثبت من صحة ما يروي، وهو من هذه الجهة علم جزئي. في الإحياء كما ذكر أستاذنا الدكتور حمزة تعرض الإمام الغزالي إلى مراتب العلوم، وفي علم الحديث ذكر كما ذكر في علم الكلام الاقتصار والاقتصاد والاستقصاء. في الاقتصار في علم الحديث قال: الأساس الذي يريده من طالب الحديث أن يحصل ما في الصحيحين بتصحيح نسخة على رجل خبير بعلم متن الحديث، يقرأ الصحيحين قراءة متقنة على رجل خبير، فينقل الصحيحين نقلا مثبتا. ويمكن أن يكتفي بها المحدث، مع أن الإمام الغزالي يؤكد أن حفظ متون الحديث، متون الصحيحين، ليس مطلوبا أساسا، والمطلوب أن يحصل تحصيلا يقدر منه على طلب ما يحتاج إليه عند الحاجة. المرتبة الثانية عند الإمام الغزالي فوق الصحيحين أن يضيف إليهما في الاقتصاد ما خرج عنهما، يعني عن الصحيحين، في كتب السنة الأخرى. الثالثة هي مرتبة الاستقصاء، وهنا يدخل علم الجرح والتعديل وعلم الرجال، وهي في مرحلة الاستقصاء، فصارت مرحلة ثالثة عند الإمام الغزالي. إذا كان كذلك فالإمام الغزالي يرى أن علم الحديث علم جزئي، وأن وظيفة المحدث وظيفة جزئية وليست مركزية في العلوم الإسلامية، لا سيما أن علماء الحديث قد كفوا الطالب بما تحملوه عنه قبله، وله أن يعول على كتبهم كما يقول في الإحياء. إذن الإمام الغزالي عنده رؤية كلية لجميع العلوم، وهناك رؤية جزئية لعلم الحديث لا يمكن من خلالها أن يكون علم الحديث حاكما على جميع العلوم. وأعتقد أن فهم الحديث عند الإمام الغزالي داخل في 4 مراحل. المرحلة الأولى يدخل تحت منظومة فهم أصول الفقه، تحت أصول الفقه العام، من خلال ذلك كما قال الأستاذ الكريم في علم الدلالات، الإمام الغزالي يفهم علم الحديث في الخاص والمقيد والمطلق والعام وكل هذه القضايا. في مرحلة ثانية، والإمام الغزالي في المستصفى وضح ذلك توضيحا عاليا، في المرحلة الثانية الإمام الغزالي في قانون التأويل يدخل فيها فهم الإمام الغزالي للأحاديث. إذا كان كذلك فالإمام الغزالي استعمل كثيرا من الأحاديث الضعيفة في الإحياء، لكن ذلك لم يخرج عن منظومة فهمه القوية للعلوم الإسلامية عموما، لأن في الإحياء تعاضدت كل تلك المراحل في فهمه لعلوم الإسلام. وأدعي أن الإمام الغزالي لم يخرج بأفكار باطلة من خلال تلك الأحاديث الضعيفة في الإحياء، وإن انتقدت عليه من علماء الشافعية أنفسهم، والإمام الغزالي كان شافعيا. وهذا نص من الإمام الغزالي لا أطيل بذكره، فلا غنى بالعقل عن السماع ولا غنى بالسماع عن العقل، يوضح فيه الرؤية الكلية توضيحا كاملا. إذا كان كذلك فالإمام الغزالي يرى أن علم الحديث علم جزئي، وهذا في الحقيقة منسجم ومتفق مع شخصية الإمام الغزالي. شخصية الإمام الغزالي لم تجعل علم الحديث مركزيا لا في فكره ولا في عمله ولا في اشتغاله. طبعا الإمام الغزالي حتى من حيث الفكر، من حيث الاشتغال، قرأ نسخة من البخاري ومسلم على شيخه أبي الفتيان عمر بن عبد الكريم الرواسي، وقرأ نسخة أخرى قبل ذلك على أبي سهل الحفصي، وقرأ أبا داود كما يذكر ذلك الإمام ابن عساكر في تاريخ دمشق ويفصل فيه. فالإمام الغزالي حصل المرتبة الأولى وهي مرتبة الاقتصار. هل لما نقارن كلام الإمام الغزالي بكلام من سبقه الإمام الشيرازي من الشافعية، مثلا لو أخذت الشافعية على سبيل المثال، هل الإمام الجويني الأب، الإمام الجويني الابن، القفال الشاشي، أبو الطيب الطبري، كل هؤلاء الإسفرايني ومن بعد الإمام الغزالي كلهم على نفس هذه المنظومة. الإمام الغزالي تميز بسعة نظره في هذه الرؤية الكاملة الواسعة. أما عموم علماء الشافعية على سبيل المثال فكانوا على طريقة الإمام الغزالي، من حيث أنهم جعلوا علم الحديث علما جزئيا واشتغلوا به. قد يكون الاشتغال به كليا، لكنه من حيث الفكر علم جزئي، كما مثلا ابن حجر العسقلاني كان يراه علما جزئيا، ولكن من حيث الاشتغال كان علما مركزيا في حياته. طيب، كيف نستفيد من كل هذا، من كل ما مضى في واقع تدريس علوم الحديث في زماننا؟ في اعتقادي استمر هذا التقليد من طريق الإمام الغزالي وغيره من كبار العلماء على مئات السنوات وصولا إلى عصرنا الحاضر. في عصرنا الحاضر مع انهيار المرجعيات الكبرى التي كانت هي المرجعية في العلوم الإسلامية في عصور ما قبل الحداثة، وتفكك المنظومة الكلية، برز عندنا بعض التركيز على بعض العلوم دون بعض، ومنها علم الحديث. ففي القرن العشرين ظهر عندنا تركيز طويل على علم الحديث بما أستطيع أن أسميه مركزية الحديث الصحيح في الفكر الإسلامي في القرن العشرين. مركزية الحديث الصحيح في الفكر الإسلامي في القرن العشرين جعلت كثيرا من الباحثين يشتغلون بنقد الحديث ليلا نهارا. نقدهم لهذا الحديث جعلهم يرون علم الحديث مركزيا في الفكر وفي الاشتغال، فصارت هناك رؤية ضيقة كما سأظهر بعد قليل إلى بعض الأحاديث دون تلك الرؤية الكلية الواسعة التي كان يتميز بها الإمام الغزالي. فصار أول ما يطالب به الشخص من الأدلة هو الحديث الصحيح، هل عندك حديث في هذا الأمر؟ وارتفع شأن المحدث وانتشر الكلام ضد الإمام الغزالي لقضية علم الحديث بخصوصه. أحد كبار أساتذتنا الفضلاء في كتاب له عن الإمام الغزالي ينقده من هذه الجهة، فيقول عن علم الحديث: وهذه نقطة الضعف الأولى والخطيرة عند الغزالي، أنه لم يتعمق في العلوم المنقولة من التفسير الأثري والحديث وآثار السلف التي هي أساس العلوم الشرعية. صار هنا أساس العلوم الشرعية، وصار عدم معرفة الغزالي أو عدم تضلع الغزالي بعلوم الحديث نقطة ضعف خطيرة. في آخر الكلام كان يجب أن يذكرها عن بعض الأحاديث، ولربما لو عرفها لغيرت من مسار تفكيره. هذه نقطة مهمة جدا تظهر مركزية الحديث الصحيح في فهمنا للعلوم الإسلامية. الإمام الغزالي فقد حديثا أو حديثين كانت لغيرت. الإمام الغزالي كان ينظر نظرة كلية إلى كل هذا. من مظاهر مركزية الحديث الصحيح انتشار تدريس أحاديث الأحكام، وهو انتشار جيد، لكن لا يكون بديلا عن نظام التفقه الذي كان حاصلا على مدار مئات السنوات في العلوم الإسلامية والعلوم الشرعية. انتشار تدريس أحاديث الأحكام على هذه الصورة التي حصلت في القرن العشرين أعتقد أنه لم يعهد مثله أبدا في التاريخ الإسلامي. سأقف عند نموذجين من ناحية تطبيقية. سلسلة مشهورة تدرس العلوم الإسلامية للطلاب الإعدادية والثانوية، وفيها تتضح مركزية أحاديث الأحكام ومركزية الحديث الصحيح، وتدريس كليات الشريعة كما سيأتي بعد قليل. في هذه السلسلة يظهر أن الفقه هو ظاهر الحديث الصحيح، دون أن يكون هناك نظام التفقه الذي رسخه الأئمة الكبار، لا سيما الإمام الغزالي كما ذكرنا في المراحل الأربعة السابقة. في موضوع مثلا أنا آخذ موضوعات في التكفير في هذه السلسلة لخطورة قضية التكفير في زماننا. في هذه السلسلة يأتي كتاب هذه السلسلة إلى كثير من القضايا، آخذ منها قضيتين: تكفير تارك الصلاة، وهذا مذهب فقهي معتبر، لكن إقصاء المذاهب الأخرى والاعتماد على ظاهر الحديث الصحيح هنا قد يكون فيه إشكالية، خاصة مع ابتعادهم عن تطبيق هذا حتى في المذهب الحنبلي قديما. والأهم من ذلك المثال الثاني في كتاب العقيدة، مسألة الشرك الأصغر. مسألة الشرك الأصغر ذكروا فيها الحلف بغير الله وأنه شرك أصغر. في اعتقادي فضلا عن أن الحديث ضعيف، الشرك الأصغر لم يقل أحد من كبار علماء المسلمين في كل التاريخ الإسلامي قبل عصر الحداثة بأن الحلف بغير الله تعالى شرك. هم اعتمدوا على مجرد ظاهر حديث وأخرجوه من سياقاته العلمية الكاملة، وجاء فيه موضوع الحكم على المسلمين بمن يحلف بغير الله بأنه شرك وهو شرك أصغر. فهنا صار عندنا رؤية ضيقة بدل تلك الرؤية الواسعة التي كان، وكل العلماء، هذا ليس مذهبا واحدا، كل العلماء لم يقولوا بأن الحلف بغير الله شرك أصغر. ننتهي إلى أن الحديث هذا صار حاكما على جميع المنظومة الإسلامية التراثية. هناك كتاب بحث آخر أعتمد عليه في تدريس أحاديث الأحكام لأحد كبار أساتذتنا في الأردن أيضا في علم الحديث، كان يدرس واقع تدريس أحاديث الأحكام. كان يقول إن من أهداف تدريس مادة في مرحلة البكالوريوس، يقول إن من أهداف تدريس مادة أحاديث الأحكام: واحد، أن يستنبط الطالب الأحكام المستفادة من النصوص التي يدرسها. صار الاعتماد على مجرد حديث في مادة في مرحلة الليسانس ليخرج الطالب كأنه مجتهد دون تلك الرؤية الكلية الواسعة، وأن يقارن بين الآراء المختلفة ويرجح بينها بناء على قوة الدليل، وأن يعرف الطالب دقة الاستنباط الذي قام به عضو هيئة التدريس. يعني الأستاذ هو في مرحلة مجتهدة وعنده دقة في الاستنباط، والطالب يجب عليه أن يدرك هذا. إذن صار مادة أحاديث الأحكام مركزية في علوم الإسلام بحيث أنها تحكم على كبار الفقهاء دون نظام التفقه الطويل، وهي مادة تصلح أن تكون بداية للمجتهدين كما يقول ذلك الأستاذ الكريم في بحثه. إذن تحولت النظرة إلى الأحاديث من رؤية كلية عند الإمام الغزالي إلى رؤية جزئية، وهي ظاهرة واضحة في زماننا، ليست عامة، لا أعمم، ولكنها ظاهرة واضحة. أخلص إلى النقطة الرابعة. طيب، فماذا يمكن أن نستفيد من هذا كله؟ أعتقد يمكن أن نستفيد من هذا كله في ضرورة بناء تصور كلي في نفوس متعلمي العلوم الإسلامية. هذا التصور الكلي في غاية الأهمية، لأن التصور الجزئي في نفوس متعلمي العلوم الإسلامية وفصل العلوم النقلية عن بعض، علم الحديث في مكان، علم الحديث حاكم على التفسير، حاكم على العقائد، حاكم على السيرة، وفصل العلوم النقلية عن العلوم العقلية، فصل العلوم العقلية والنقلية عن علوم الأخلاق والروح وطريق الآخرة التي يتكلم فيها الإمام الغزالي، فصل ذلك كله عن سياق المجتمع المسلم الذي كان ثابتا على مدار مئات السنوات في غاية الخطورة في نفوس متعلمي العلوم الإسلامية. وتظهر إشكالية مركزية الحديث الصحيح في جهتين: واحد، ما نراه أحيانا من تطرف بعض الفتية في فهمهم لحديث معين دون السياق الكامل، وتطرفهم في قضايا تتعلق بالتكفير وما إليه. والأخطر من ذلك الإلحاد الذي ينبني في كثير من شبهه وشكوكه أيضا على حديث صحيح. ننتبه، هناك تطرف ديني وتطرف إلحادي، وكلاهما في اعتقادي يعتمد على مركزية الحديث الصحيح. وقد جربت قبل سنة ونصف تقريبا مع أخي الكريم دكتور حمزة، جاءنا رجل عنده شكوك وإلحاد وقال: أريد مناقشتكما. جلسنا حوالي 8 ساعات إلى 10 ساعات، جل كلامه كان في شبهات حول الحديث الصحيح، وأنا والأستاذ الكريم نحاول أن نخرجه ونقول له: لا، انظر إلى الرؤية الكلية، انظر إلى المنظومة الكلية. وهو عنده هذا حديث، إذن الإسلام خطأ بناء على هذا الحديث، لأن فكرة مركزية الحديث الصحيح دون الرؤية الكاملة تذهب بنا إلى تطرف ديني أو تطرف إلحادي، وكلاهما في غاية الخطورة في اعتقادنا. وعلى ذلك كله، هل يمكن أن يخرج من كلام الإمام الغزالي الطويل بكتاب يمكن أن يعنون الإسلام بين النظرة الكلية والنظرة الجزئية، توضح فيه رؤية الإمام الغزالي التي تشمل جميع العلوم، ومن خلال تلك الرؤية يثبت الدين في قلوب الناشئة؟ وهذا الكتاب في غاية الأهمية في اعتقادي لما نراه من فصل طويل في العلوم الإسلامية عن العلوم العقلية وعن سياق المجتمع المسلم وأمور الدار الآخرة التي فصل فيها الإمام الغزالي طويلا. أعتذر عن تأخري في الوقت وأشكر كرمكم سيدي، والسلام عليكم.
لك وافر الشكر دكتور أحمد صنوبر، وأنا أعتذر على إلحاحي. الآن الكلمة للدكتور محمد الجمال عن المبادئ المؤسسة للبرامج التربوية عند الإمام الغزالي، فليتفضل.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، وبه نستعين، وأصلي وأسلم على المبعوث رحمة للعالمين محمد النبي وأزواجه أمهات المؤمنين وذريته وآل بيته، كما صليت على إبراهيم وعلى آل إبراهيم في العالمين إنك حميد مجيد. أرحب بالضيوف الكرام وأرحب بالحضور، وأتمنى لهذا المؤتمر التوفيق والسداد. ورقتي تتعلق بالنظر في معالم فكر الإمام الغزالي للوقوف على أهم المبادئ التربوية التي يمكن صياغة برامج تربوية بناء عليها. من المعلوم أن الإنسان هو محور المنهج الإسلامي، وهو يمثل مركزه، واستفادت من ذلك الحضارة الإسلامية أو بنيت على ذلك الحضارة الإسلامية، فاستطاعت تبدير طاقة الإنسان أي إنسان كان، فامتدت لذلك مساحة التأثير حتى شملت الدنيا بأسرها. لكن في هذا العصر كان هناك اهتمام كبير بالتعليم، لكن ظهرت أزمة كبيرة تتعلق بآثار التعليم على الحياة، وهذا دفعنا إلى البحث عن جواب عن سؤال، أو الوقوف عند سؤال يتعلق بإجابة السؤال الكيفية التي وقفت عليها الحضارة الإسلامية. كيف استطاعت الحضارة الإسلامية أن تتكامل فيها العلوم والمعارف وتتزن فيها المجتمعات وتستقر وتستمر في قيام برسالتها بصورة كبيرة. وهذا ما دفعني إلى البحث في المبادئ التي اعتمد عليها كبار الأئمة لا سيما الإمام الغزالي. وسأقف مع بعض المبادئ لضيق الوقت، وهي مراعاة الفروق الفردية بين المتفوقين ومن دونهم. والأمر الثاني التعامل الودي مع المستجدين. والمبدأ الثالث ربط التربية والتعليم. لكن قبل ذلك لا بد أن أقف وقفة سريعة مع أهم الأبعاد التعليمية عند الإمام الغزالي. الإمام الغزالي يرى رؤية خاصة، وهي ما يطلق عليه في الوقت الحالي أركان العملية التعليمية. يرى أن التعليم المتوازن لا بد أن يعتمد على المعلم ويعتمد على الطالب، والتربية التعليمية وهي تشتمل على أمرين، على التربية والمادة الموضوعية. اعتمد في بيان لتلك المحاور على الحجة والبرهان في كتاباته كلها، بيان الفضل والأثر، وضح الآداب لكل من المعلم والمتعلم، وهذا في إحياء علوم الدين أسهب في هذا الأمر كثيرا. أيضا ركز على التربية وفضلها والمادة التعليمية ودورها، واشترط أن يكون موضوع المادة التعليمية أن يكون موضوعا محمودا يراعي المعلم الترتيب والتدرج إلى آخره مع المتعلم. أقف مع المبدأ الأول، وهو مراعاة الفروق الفردية، وما أطلق عليه حديثا الفصل بين المتفوقين ومن دونهم. الغزالي قال في المنهاج: يجب على المعلم أن يشخص طبيعة المبتدئ من الذكاوة والغباوة ويعلمه على مقداره وسعته. وقال: ولا يشرك الذكي مع الغبي. انظروا إلى تعبيره يشخص، وهذا يستخدم في الوقت الحالي مع الأطباء. فهو لا بد أن يدرس الطالب وأن يقف على نقاط القوة ونقاط الضعف عند الطالب، ومن ثم لا بد أن يكون لديه تلك المهارة. وهذا يدفعنا إلى النظر في إمكانات الأستاذ وقدرته على القيام بمثل هذه الأمور. هذا دفع فيما بعد إلى معركة ما زالت سائرة حتى الآن، وهي تخصيص فصول للمتفوقين. هل يمكن أن نخصص للمتفوقين فصولا ونبعدهم عن غيرهم من الناس أو لا؟ هذا بين التربويين. جمهور التربويين الآن قالوا إن الفصل بين المتفوقين يؤدي إلى غيرة وحسد بين الطلاب، ويؤدي إلى عزل الطلاب المتفوقين عن باقي الطلاب، وهذا يؤثر عليهم من الناحية الاجتماعية، فكأنهم يعزلوا عن بقية أفراد المجتمع، وهذا له آثاره السيئة. الكثير بعض من انتهى إلى عكس ذلك، لا سيما في المدرسة الأمريكية، قالوا إنه يمكن الفصل لا سيما في بعض المواد المتخصصة التي يتعطل الطلاب إن استمروا في نفس الفصل، كالدراسات المتقدمة في الرياضيات ونحو ذلك. لكن بالبحث وجدت أن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم في المؤاخاة بين المهاجرين والأنصار رأيت أنه لم يفعل ذلك، إنما فصل أو آخى بين من بينهم تفاوت كبير. فمثلا إذا كان هناك تاجرا ولديه همة، آخى بينه وبين من يماثله في ذلك. إذا كان آخر له انتشار وسيط في المجتمع، آخى بينه وبين من يماثله. النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم آخى بين المتعلم أو الأريب في العلم حتى يتكون التكامل ليس على المستوى الجزئي وإنما على المستوى الكلي، فتكون هناك وحدات قوية في المجتمع يمكن أن تدفع المجتمع من الناحية الكلية. وهذا لا يعني أن هناك انعزال كما يقول الكثير، ولذلك يعني رجع كثير من الناس إلى الاهتمام بالمتفوقين أيا كان الأسلوب الذي يتم الاهتمام به. هذا يدفعنا إلى أمر مهم خروجا من قضية الفصل وعدمه، وهي أننا لابد أن نهتم بالمتفوقين وأن نهتم بالموهوبين، والحضارة الإسلامية اهتمت بهم اهتماما كبيرا، والنبي صلى الله عليه وسلم اهتم بهذا واكتشف المواهب والمهارات عند أصحابه صلى الله عليه وسلم. فكان زيد بن أسامة بن زيد وزيد بن أسامة قال والله إنه لخليق بالإمارة، وكان الناس طعنوا في هذا الأمر. وثم استمرت الدولة العباسية ودولة الموحدين وإلى آخره ممن اهتم بالموهوبين اهتماما كبيرا، فينبغي علينا أن نهتم بالموهوبين وأن نكتشفهم في فترة مبكرة. الإمام الشاطبي بيقول: فلا يأتي زمان التعقل إلا وقد ندم على ظاهره ما فطر عليه في أوليته. فالباحث أو فالطالب عند التعقل في سن 7 إلى 9 سنوات يكون ظهرت عليه ما فطره الله عز وجل على هذا الأمر. لكن المشكلة أننا حتى في مرحلة الدراسات العليا كثير من الطلاب المتفوقين وغيرهم لا يعرف ما لديه من مهارات، والأستاذ لا يقف على تلك المهارات فيتم التوجيه بطريقة لا تناسب تلك المهارات. لكن في الحضارة الإسلامية كانت تكتشف المهارات في مرحلة مبكرة بصورة واضحة. الأمر التالي هو التعامل الودي مع المستجدين. الطلاب الجدد بيبقى لديهم خوف كبير ولديهم رعب كبير حتى ولو كانت مهارتهم كبيرة. الإمام الغزالي يقول: يجب أولاً على المعلم إذا جيء بمبتدئ أن يراعيه ويكرمه ويعززه إلى يوم كان مؤنساً معه، لأن المبتدئ كالطير الوحشي لا يأنس إلا بالتلطف إلى آخره. فقال: فإن العلم أشق عليه وأمر، فيجب إصلاحه إلى ما يقتضيه طبعه. العجيب في هذا الكلام أنه الآن أصبحت هناك تقاليد جامعية موجودة في كل الجامعات، وجامعة حمد لها أيضا جهد في هذا الشأن، وهو أن تكون هناك برامج تعد دائما للطلاب الجدد. لكن هذه البرامج كلها ترتبط بحسن استقبال الطلاب الجدد، وهذا أمر جيد. تتبعت يعني رحلة أو عدد كبير جدا من الجامعات في الشرق والغرب في استراليا وأمريكا وعدد من الجهات، فوجدت أنها لا تخرج في الغالب عن هذا الأمر: هو الاستقبال في المطار، الرحلات المحلية، الهدايا، اطلاعهم على الفرص الوظيفية، إعطائهم بعض القروض إلى غير ذلك من هذه الأمور. لكن الحقيقة الأمر لا يرتبط بذلك كثيرا، إنما الأمر يرتبط بتعامل الأستاذ الودي مع الطالب. الطالب لما يكون مستجدا يحتاج من الأستاذ أن يلاطفه، يحتاج من الأستاذ أن يتغافل عن أخطائه، يحتاج دائما من الإدارة ومن المسؤولين ألا يعاملوه دائما بحزم. كل هذه الأمور هي التي تلطف الأجواء بين الطالب وبين الأستاذ حتى لا يخاف الطالب ولا يرتهب. أحيانا سلوك بسيط جدا من الأستاذ يدفع الطالب إلى التقهقر ويدفعه دائما إلى عدم السؤال وإلى كره المادة التي ينتمي إليها الأستاذ. وكثيرا من الطلاب كان سبب كرههم للمادة وتغييرهم لبعض التخصصات سببها بعض الأساتذة، ولذلك هذا يدفعنا دائما إلى دور الأستاذ، وأن الأستاذ لابد أن لا يكون رجل أعمال، إنما يكون أستاذا موجها تربويا يصبر على الطلاب ويهتم بهم. الأمر الأخير هو ربط التربية والتعليم. والإمام الغزالي كما ترون في نصه في منهاج المتعلم يقول: ثم يبتدئ ثانيا بالتأديب ثم بالتعليم، فقدم التأديب على التعليم. وأنتم تعرفون أن التعليم يعنى به المعارف التي تزود المتعلم بالحقائق إلى آخره. أما التربية فهو ما يطبعه إنسان بآخر فيتطبع عليه من أخلاق وعادات، ما يطبعه فيتطبع. هذا يحتاج إلى جهد كبير من الأستاذ ويصبر على الطالب حتى يستطيع أن يطبعه على ذلك. المشكلة في الوقت الحالي هي أن المدرسة والتعليم عموما فقد دور التربية واهتم اهتماما كبيرا بالمعلومة أو بالعلم على حساب التربية، وترك التربية للمدرسة والمسجد ونحو ذلك. والأسرة انشغلت بطبيعة الحال بالوظيفة الاقتصادية في الغالب العام عن الوظيفة التربوية، وانشغل المسجد كذلك بصورة ولم يكن بدوره الذي كان، فخرجت لدينا أجيالا لا تستطيع، خاوية من الداخل، لديها معلومات خاوية من الداخل، لم تنفع المجتمع، وبالتالي أدت إلى مشاكل كبيرة وعريضة جدا في المجتمع، فأصبح المتعلم بلا جوهر، وأصبح جوهره يعني خاويا، ولذلك صار التعليم في اتجاهات كبيرة أدى إلى مشاكل كبيرة في الحياة، فاستخدم العلم في غير ما قصد به وغير ما أريد له. إذن اكتساب وأيضا مسألة التربية مهمة في التعليم. لماذا؟ لأنه التربية هي نوع من التدريب والتعليم المستمر الذي يؤدي إلى طبع الأخلاق على الإنسان، والعلم في ذاته يحتاج إلى بعض الأخلاق كالصبر والمثابرة والديمومة إلى آخره. ولذلك أنا آتي سريعا على آثار هيمنة التعليم على التربية، وأولها هي شيوع الفردانية المقيتة التي أدت إلى مشاكل كبيرة في الإنسان، ودي أثر من آثار الحداثة، بالإضافة إلى الرأسمالية، وكل ذلك أدى إلى الاهتمام بالفرد على حساب الجماعة، والاهتمام بالمادة على حساب الروح، والاهتمام دائما بالصغائر على حساب الأمور الكبيرة، وأدى ذلك أيضا إلى عدم الاهتمام بالبيئة والأجيال القادمة التي أتت بعد ذلك. وأيضا أدى إلى انعدام الفاعلية الحقيقية للمجتمع. فالمجتمع لابد أن تكون لديه فاعلية، لابد أن يكون لديه دور، لابد أن يكون الإنسان نشطا، لابد أن يكون التربية لابد أن تكون تربية اجتماعية بالإضافة إلى التربية الفردية. فالشخص المنعزل عن مجتمعه لا دور له في المجتمع. والاهتمام أو الدمج بين التربية والتعليم أخر نظرية تربوية شهيرة كانت تسمى الترويض العقلي. فالترويض العقلي كان يعتقد أن المادة بذاتها هي من تعلم وهي من تروض العقل، فيقولون مثلا التاريخ لشحذ الذاكرة، الرياضيات مادة الرياضيات لتعليم التحليل ونحو ذلك من هذه الأمور. لكن لما رجعوا إلى التاريخ الإسلامي ورجعوا إلى الحضارة الإسلامية وجدوا أن هذه النظرية لا تستحق التقديم، فأخرت عمليا وتقدمت نظرية التداعي التي ترى أن الإنسان كل بذاته، وأن العقل يرى الأمور بصورة كلية لا بصورة جزئية، وبالتالي ترويضه وتعليمه على هذه الأمور أمور مهمة جدا. قبل أن ننتقل للجزء الأخير أريد أن أبين أن الفقهاء والأصوليين على وجه الخصوص اهتموا بجانب التربية حتى في باب الاجتهاد. يعني العلماء في باب الاجتهاد يقولون أنه لا بد أن يكون ملما بالقرآن، عارفا بالقرآن والحديث ونحو ذلك، ثم بعد قليل قالوا لا، يمكن أن يكون عالما بآيات الأحكام، يمكن أن يكون عالما بأحاديث الأحكام. في الجانب العلمي يمكن أن يتراجعوا شيئا ما، لكن في معرفتهم بالأصول والقواعد والمقاصد وهذه الأمور التي لا يستطيع المجتهد أن يجتهد إلا بإتقانها، وهذا نوع من التعليم والتدريب لم يتأخروا في ذلك واعتبروه شرطا مهما، إنما ترخصوا في الجزء الأول وهو الجزء المعرفي، أما الجزء الثاني فلم يترخصوا فيه. ولذلك في التربية حتى ولو أتت على قدر بسيط من العلم فهي تعطي الإنسان ملكات يستطيع أن يكتشف بنفسه آفاق العلم الرحبة ويستفيد بنفسه إن قام بهذه الأمور. ختاما، وأنا أعتقد باقي أقل من 3 دقائق، ملامح التربية في الإسلام. ملامح التربية في الإسلام تشمل الشمول والكمال، فهي تشمل كل ما يتعلق بالإنسان، تشمل كل ما يتعلق بذاته، بجسده، بعقله، بروحه، تشمل الحياة بكل ما فيها. وأيضا هي تطلب من الإنسان أن يتوازن، والتوازن كما يقولون هو مقصد المقاصد، يتوازن في كل وظائفه المطلوب القيام بها. أيضا يهتم بالسلوك، والسلوك هو نوع من التربية، بل هو التربية، لأن السلوك يحتاج دائما الإنسان أن يمارس الفعل أكثر من مرة حتى يتربى على ذلك وتصير له عادة. والعلماء قالوا قديما العادة طبيعة ثانية. الجمع بين التربية الفردية والتربية الاجتماعية، فالتربية الفردية التي نحرص عليها بعيدا عن المجتمع يخرج الإنسان في النهاية منعزلا عن المجتمع، لا يستطيع أن يفيد المجتمع، ثم تقوده في النهاية إلى الفردانية، فلا يستطيع أن يصلح أسرة ولا يستطيع أن يقوم في المجتمع. الأمر التالي هو تربية الضمير الإنساني الذي يدفعه إلى أن يكون له نفس لوامة، إلى أن يراقب نفسه بنفسه، إلى أن يؤدي وظيفته ويكون عليه رقيب من نفسه. أيضا الاستمرارية، والاستمرارية هنا أن التربية لا تقتصر على مرحلة دون أخرى، بل هي ممتدة مع الإنسان حتى الممات. وديت هذه المسألة تظهر دائما في مبدأ الأمر بالمعروف والنهي عن المنكر، فهو مبدأ مستمر. الصغير يمكن أن يعلم الكبير، والزوجة يمكن أن تعلم الزوج، والطالب يعلم الأستاذ إلى آخره، فهذا مبدأ مستمر. وأخيرا هي تربية اجتماعية منفتحة عن الغير، فالعلاقة بيننا وبين الغير هي علاقة مبنية على التعاون والتسامح والتكامل. لا ينهاكم الله عن الذين لم يقاتلوكم في الدين ولم يخرجوكم من دياركم أن تبروهم وتقسطوا إليهم. يا أيها الناس إنا خلقناكم من ذكر وأنثى وجعلناكم شعوبا وقبائل لتعارفوا. وشكرا جزيلا، وأشكركم وشكر الله لكم.
شكرا جزيلا دكتور محمد الجمال على التزامك بالوقت. وأخيرا وليس آخرا أستاذ الدكتور بدران بالحسن، وموضوعه التكامل بين العلوم وأثره في البناء التربوي، دراسة في فكر أبي حامد الغزالي. فليتفضل.
شكرا جزيلا فضيلة الأستاذ الدكتور إبراهيم زين. الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. في هذه الورقة التي تتناول التكامل المعرفي عند الإمام الغزالي وأهميته في التربية اليوم، باعتبار أن التكامل المعرفي كمفهوم أو كمصطلح جديد، وخاصة وممارسته أيضا تكثفت في الفكر الإسلامي في 30 إلى 40 سنة الماضية، بسبب ربما الشعور بتشظي حقول المعرفة. وقد أشار الإخوة الأساتذة الذين سبقوني، دكتور حمزة والدكتور سنوبر، إلى تحول مركزيات العلوم أو الاقتصار على علم دون علم. ولذلك هناك حاجة إلى السعي إلى استعادة خاصية مهمة جدا من خصائص الفكر والمعرفة الإسلامية، وهو التكامل بين العلوم، سواء العلوم المأصولة أو العلوم المنقولة. ولذلك في جهدنا لاسترجاع هذه الأصالة نحتاج إلى قراءة التجارب التاريخية لأمتنا وللأمم الأخرى واستثمارها في استعادة هذا التكامل. ولذلك هذه الورقة تحاول أن تستدعي الإمام الغزالي وتجربته في التكامل بين العلوم تكاملا بنائيا، سواء في بنية المعرفة أو في تداخل حقولها وفي ارتباطها فيما بينها. ونحاول أن نحلل هذه التجربة ولو في زاوية ضيقة، قصد الوصول إلى فهم كيف يمكن أن نستفيد من هذا التراث العلمي. الورقة تتكون من عناصر 4 وتجيب عن أسئلة 4. ما طبيعة التكوين العلمي لأبي حامد الغزالي وتجربته الحياتية، باعتبار أن التجربة الحياتية مهمة جدا في فهم التجربة العلمية وفهم بنية التفكير. ثانيا، ما هي رؤية الغزالي لتكامل العلوم، التكامل والتداخل والتقريب، هذه الآليات التي اشتغل بها من خلال مؤلفاته ومن خلال ممارساته أيضا. ثم ما أثر التكامل المعرفي في تراث الغزالي ذاته، ثم ما هي الآفاق التي من خلالها نستطيع أن نستفيد من تراث الغزالي. دعوني أرجع إلى تراث الغزالي، والحديث عن الغزالي حديث نوعا ما صعب لأن نتحدث عنه الجميع. فماذا يستطيع بدران أن يقول بعد أن قال يعني آلاف المؤلفات التي تحدثت عن الغزالي؟ ولكن لما ننظر في تجربة تشكيل شخصية الغزالي العلمية نجد مجموعة عناصر. لعل العنصر الأول التعليم العلمي المبكر وتنوعه. لما نرجع إلى سيرته نجده في البداية تلقى التعليم الأولي على أحد الزهاد في طوس، ثم تلقاه بعد ذلك المعلم الكبير الإمام الجويني، وأخذ على يديه المعقول والمنقول حتى برز، ودخل أيضا في مسألة المناظرات مع أقرانه، ودخل في عملية التدريس حتى صار الجويني يعني يفتخر به ويقدمه. ولكن أيضا الغزالي بعد ذلك انتقل إلى التعليم في نظامية بغداد، ومارس التدريس ومارس التأليف. فهذا التكوين العلمي تكوين واسع ومتعدد الجوانب مما بنى هذه الشخصية. العنصر الثاني الممارسة عملية التدريس والإصلاح. الغزالي لما درس واكتشف ثغرات المعرفة عند الفقهاء وعند التربويين وعند الأصوليين والمتكلمين وغيرهم، انتبه إلى هذه الثغرات فيما بعد، ونجد ترجمة ذلك في مؤلفاته. ولكن أيضا الغزالي لم يكن مدرسا يكتب مثل ما نكتب نحن الآن أوراق من أجل الترقية وإلى غير ذلك، وإنما كان يحل مشكلات يواجهها في الواقع، ويواجه واقعا مضطربا، وخاصة كما أشار الأساتذة في مرحلته ساد نوع من الاضطراب السياسي وهيمنة الباطنية التي كادت تنسف كل أركان الحقيقة وما استقر من كليات الحجاج العلمي الذي ساد بين الوسط العلمي الإسلامي. كذلك تداخل، يعني الغزالي في مسيرته العلمية تلقى التعليم والرعاية من بعدين مهمين جدا. البعد الأول الوسط العلمائي إذا صح التعبير، وعلى رأسهم الجويني، حيث تلقوه بالعناية والرعاية والتعليم والتهذيب، حتى نرى ذلك في كلامه أنه رأى أن ينبغي أن يأخذ الإنسان العلم من معلم وليس من كما يقال من مصحف أو من كتاب مباشر. ولكن الأمر الآخر حينما تلقاه نظام الملك، ذلك الوزير السياسي رجل الدولة العالم العاقل الذي بجهده في تأسيس سلسلة المدارس النظامية فعلا وضع الحجر الأساس لزوال الفكر الباطني وتحول المؤسسات من مؤسسات هامشية أو مؤسسات نقيضة للأمة إلى مؤسسات تضمن تخريج أمثال الغزالي، بل أن حتى الأزهر الذي أسس على أساس مؤسسة باطنية تحول إلى قلعة سنية بفعل الجهد المؤسسي الذي قام به نظام الملك، هذا الوزير الذي لا نعرف قدره بعد. ولذلك دور المؤسسة مهم جدا في تشكيل شخصية الغزالي. كذلك الانخراط في التأليف في حقول معرفية متعددة في الفقه والكلام والتصوف والفلسفة والمنطق وغيرها، هذه كشفت للغزالي امتدادات الحقيقة، وخاصة كما قال الدكتور حمزة أن سعي الغزالي كان الوصول إلى الحقيقة. هذه الحقيقة موزعة على حقول هذه المعرفة، والوصول إليها كاملة يقتضي جهدا تكامليا، ثم تعدد تجارب الغزالي وانخراطه في الإصلاح، سواء في مواجهة الباطنية التي يعني لم تعمل فلسفتها الباطنية فقط في جسم الأمة، وإنما سلت خنجرها أيضا لاغتيال كثير من رموز الأمة في ذلك الوقت، سواء كانوا سياسيين أو علماء أو دعاة. هذا التكوين المتعدد تجسد أو في رؤية الغزالي، حيث يرى أن لا بد من القيام بتقريب العلوم لبعضها البعض، فقام بعملية تقريب لكثير من الحقول المعرفية، سواء الحقول فيما بينها الحقول الإسلامية، حقول المعرفة الإسلامية الداخلية قام بالتقريب بينها، أو تقريب علوم الأوائل كما سنرى في المنطق الذي قام بعملية تقريب. طبعا الغزالي لم يكن أول من قام بذلك، ولكن جهد الغزالي كان أكثر منهجية ووضوحا كما نلاحظه في المستصفى وفي غيره. هناك نصوص كثيرة للغزالي تشير بوضوح أن على طالب العلم أن لا يكتفي بعلم واحد، لماذا؟ لأنه إذا اكتفى بعلم واحد كأنه صار أضحوكة إذا تكلم في غير فنه، ولذلك خاصة الناظر في علوم الشرع عليه أن يحيط بعلوم المنقول والمعقول. أنتقل إلى النقطة الثالثة بشكل أكثر اختصاراً. كيف أثر التكامل المعرفي على الغزالي؟ ممكن نعطي نموذجين. النموذج الأول هو المستصفى. المستصفى يعتبر من آخر ما كتب الغزالي أو من أواخر ما كتب. في المستصفى يتجلى جهدان مهمان جدا للتكامل. الأول النظر إلى المعارف من حيث حضور المنقول والمعقول فيها، ولذلك كما أشار الأساتذة قبلي قسم الغزالي في مقدمة المستصفى العلوم إلى ما هو نقلي محض وما هو عقلي محض وما هو جامع بينهما، ورأى أن أكمل العلوم هو ما جمع بين المنقول والمعقول، ولذلك أصل لفكرة التكامل وتداخل العلوم فيما بينها للمشتغل بالمعرفة كذلك. الأمر الثاني لما جاء إلى تطبيق هذه الرؤية طبقها في المستصفى، حيث قام بعملية إدراج أو توطين أو تبيئة علم المنطق اللي هو من علوم الأوائل، بعد أن مارس عملية نقد للميتافيزيقا الأرسطية وغيرها وقبل المنطق، ولكنه في قبوله للمنطق قام بعملية تطبيقية لذلك، بحيث وضع مقدمة المستصفى ووضع فيها المنطق، ولكن لم يضعه هكذا مصمتا، وإنما قام بجهد. يعني المطلع على مقدمة المستصفى أن الغزالي في تقريبه في إدراجه للمنطق ضمن الأصول قام بثلاث آليات. الآلية الأولى هو تشغيل المنطق بدل تعطيله كما يقول طه عبد الرحمن، يعني لأن هناك الغزالي واجه مجموعة من الفقهاء ومن علماء الحديث وغيرهم من أنكروا المنطق أصلا، فقام هو بنفي هذه الحجج وتفنيدها وجعل المنطق آلة تعصم الذهن من الخطأ. ولكن أيضا الأمر أو الآلية الثانية التي جعل أو وظفها الغزالي في المنطق هي عملية التأصيل، بحيث جاء بأمثلة من القرآن ومن الحديث تدل على قواعد منطقية. والآلية الثالثة هي آلية التمثيل، بحيث حذف الأمثلة الفلسفية والمنطقية وجاء بأمثلة فقهية، مما يجعل فهم المنطق واستعماله في الاستدلال الشرعي أمرا مقبولا. المثال الثاني هو الإحياء، والحقيقة الإحياء هو مشروع إصلاح. في مقدمة الإحياء من يقرأ الإحياء يرى أن الغزالي ينظر إلى أن علماء الأمة في ذلك الوقت كأنهم فقدوا البوصلة، فقدوا الرؤية التي ينبغي أن يركزوا عليها، وهو الوصول إلى الآخرة، تحقيق وعد الله تعالى بالحياة الطيبة في الآخرة، بسبب اشتغالهم بالرسوم واهتمامهم بالاستجابة للآراء السلطانية إلى غير ذلك. ولذلك رأى أن هناك مشكلة. ما هو الحل؟ الحل هو أن يوفر دليلاً يخرج عن الاختزال وعن النفعية المحضة وعن التوظيف غير الشرعي الذي ينسي الإنسان في غايته القصوى، فألف كتاب الإحياء. كتاب الإحياء هو منظومة تشتغل على الجانب العبادي والجانب الاجتماعي والجانب المعاملاتي والجانب الغيبي أو الأخطار التي تهدد الإنسان في أن لا يصل إلى الله سالما، ولكن أيضا تضمن كثير من المقاربات النفسية والاجتماعية والتربوية، مما يجعله كتابا مهما جدا في الإصلاح الاجتماعي والإصلاح الفكري والنفسي للإنسان المسلم. ولذلك لقي الإحياء احتفاء كبيرا منذ أن ألفه الإمام الغزالي. دعوني أختم بما يمكن استفادة منه من تجربة الغزالي. لعل أولا أن تحقيق التكامل المعرفي يقتضي بناء شخصية الباحث أو العالم بناء تكامليا تحضر فيه مختلف العلوم التي تؤهله لذلك، مع ربط التكوين العلمي بسياق المجتمع ومشكلاته. المقدمات النظرية تعجب به، لم يأتي لعملية التطبيق لا تجد شيئا، تجد تكرار ما قيل من قبل. ولذلك فالغزالي ما كان له أن يقول في مختلف تلك الحقول المعرفية دون أن يكون فيها من المختصين، يعني وصل فيها إلى درجة الاستقصاء التي أشار إليها الأستاذان الكريمان، بمعنى أن التكاملية هي ثمرة للتعمق في التخصص، لأن البعض حينما يتحدث عن التكامل يستهين بالتخصص. الحقيقة التكامل لا يتحقق دون تخصص، وللانفتاح على حقول معرفية متجاورة حتى لا تبقى معرفة سطحية، بل معرفة متخصصة مدمجة في نسق واحد تتكامل فيه المعارف وتثمر حلولا تراعي الأوجه المختلفة للموضوع. ولهذا فإن كثيرا من دعاوى التكامل المعرفي تتهددها مشكلتان: مشكلة عدم إتقان التخصص الذي ينطلق منه الساعي إلى التكامل، وهذا يقوده إلى معرفة سطحية مجتزأة تؤدي إلى ضياع التخصص ذاته. أما المشكلة الثانية فهي وقوف التكامل عند الدعاوى النظرية دون الممارسة العملية. النقطة الثالثة أن عملية التكامل تقوم على عملية مثاقفة إيجابية، وخاصة التكامل المعرفي مع العلوم من خارج دائرة المعرفة الإسلامية في مصدرها، في منهجها، في غاياتها. هذه المثاقفة الإيجابية عليها أن تتوسل إلى التكامل وهي مدركة للمنطلقات الوجودية التصورية لهذه العلوم ولخصائص الثقافة الإسلامية. ولذلك الغزالي مارس عملية نقد عنيف جدا للميتافيزيقا واستبعدها وقرب الطبيعيات والمنطق. لماذا؟ لأنه كان على وعي بين العلم وبين ما هو ثاو خلفه من خلفيات فلسفية. ولذلك حتى لا يقع الإنسان في اغتراب مزدوج عن المعرفة الإسلامية أو المعرفة المتكامل معها، وخاصة المعرفة المعاصرة التي تشكلت في بناها النظرية، في مناهجها، في مفاهيمها ومجالاتها في سياق حضاري آخر غير إسلامي مختلف عنا. النقطة ما قبل الأخيرة أن التكامل التربوي تسهم فيه جهتان: أولاهما الجهة العلمية التي تتكون من خبراء من تخصصات علمية مختلفة يتقنون تخصصاتهم، كما في حالة الجويني وغيره ممن تربى على يديه الغزالي. وثانيهما الجهة الرسمية أو المؤسسية، كما في حالة الوزير نظام الملك والمدرسة النظامية التي توفر السياسات والأطر والمؤسسات والتمويل وتضع الرؤية البعيدة المدى التي تحقق التكامل ويتحول إلى عمل مؤسسي وليس جهداً فردياً معزولاً. النقطة الأخيرة التي أختم بها أن التكامل المعرفي مساران: أحدهما التكامل الداخلي حتى لا يتضخم حق المعرفي على حق المعرفي آخر، كما أشار الأساتذة الأفاضل الدكتور صنوبر خاصة. أحدهما التكامل الداخلي بين حقول المعرفة الإسلامية التي تنطلق من التصور التوحيدي، ولكن تختلف فيما بينها في موضوعاتها ومناهجها ومفاهيمها. وقد شهدنا يعني لما تذهب إلى أصول الفقه يقول لك هذا علم غير منتج، لا هذا علم. لما تذهب إلى الفقه فهذا الحدية نابعة من الجهل بحقول المعرفة الأخرى داخل دائرة المعرفة الإسلامية. فهذه الحقول تحتاج إلى التكامل بينها خروجا من النظر التجزئي. أما المسار الآخر فهو المسار التكاملي الخارجي بين حقول المعرفة الإسلامية وبين العلوم المعاصرة التي تشكلت في سياق حضاري وفلسفي واجتماعي مختلف. وهذا المسار يحتاج إلى جهد مضاعف. لماذا؟ لأن هي سلعة من خارج نسقك الثقافي والديني والفكري، تحتاج إلى جهد مضاعف يعمل على توطين هذه المعارف. لكن هذا التوطين ضمن حقول المعرفة الإسلامية يكون بوضع معايير ومقاييس واضحة. يعني كيف نقرب علم الاجتماع؟ كيف يكون علم الاجتماع علماً غير أوروبي، يصير علم عالمي نستطيع من خلاله نحن أن نحل مشكلاتنا؟ ينبغي أن نضع معايير معرفية، معايير قيمية، معايير منهجية، معايير تطبيقية أيضاً. أحياناً بعض المشكلة قد تكون في التطبيق، يعني إذا كان هم يناقشون مشكلات مثلا في أمريكا أو أوروبا، مشكلات المجتمع ما بعد التحضر، نحن في مجتمعات لم تحقق التحضر بعد، وبالتالي صرنا يعني نستورد الإشكاليات ونستورد المنهج ونستورد الحلول. ولذلك عملية التكامل تحتاج الوعي ووضع هذه المعايير والمقاييس الواضحة التي تجعل الإنسان المسلم الباحث والعالم ينفتح انفتاح نقدي على المعرفة المعاصرة، ولكن مع إخضاعها لمنطق الحقيقة الإسلامية ولحاجات مجتمعاتنا الواقعية. وصلى الله وسلم على سيدنا محمد.
شكرا جزيلا أستاذ الدكتور بدران بالحسن. وأنا يعني يجب علي أن أقول رغم هذه الشدة التي بدت مني إلى أنها قد نجحت في أن ننتهي يعني في الوقت المطلوب، وانتهاؤنا في الوقت المطلوب كذلك يعني أننا سنذهب إلى الغداء مبكرا. الآن بسبب أنني رئيس الجلسة يجب علي أن أتحدث كذلك ويجب علي أن أستخدم صلاحياتي في أن أقول ما أريد عن الغزالي. يعني لا شك أن ما تفضل به هؤلاء الإخوة العلماء الأجلاء كان شيئا يعني قيما مضيفا لما بدأت به الشيخة هند وبدأ به كذلك الأستاذ الدكتور رجب شنتورك، كلها تفصيل لهذه المعاني التي لأجلها قام هذا المؤتمر الأول بغرض القيام بهذه الفكرة المعية، فكرة الكومباراتيف إديوكيشن، هذا التعليم المقارن، هذا حتى نخرج يعني من جحر الضب الذي دخلنا فيه بسبب حركة الاستعمار وما بعد الاستعمار. يعني أنا أولا أقول يعني أستاذ الدكتور حمزة مشكورا يعني أشار إلى قضية مهمة جدا عند الإمام الغزالي، وهي الثلاث أشياء الأساسية، وحصرها في علم الكلام والعلوم العقلية على وجه الإجمال، مسألة يعني الاختصار أو الاقتصار والاقتصاد والاستقصاء. وأنا أعتقد يعني أن الإمام الغزالي جاء بالاستقصاء في إلجام العوام عن علم الكلام. يعني الاستقصاء بطبعه يقتضي يعني في النهاية أن تخرج دائرة كبيرة جدا من الناس حتى يكون الاستقصاء معنى. فمن يقرأ يعني هذه الرسالة التي كتبها الإمام الغزالي في آخر أيامه، ويقال أنه من آخر ما كتب، من ينظر في هذه الرسالة صحيح هي لها غرض واضح، لكنها فيها إعادة كتابة علم الكلام بسبيل الاستقصاء. فأنا أعتقد يعني هذه يمكن يعني في النهاية أن تضاف للكلام السار السمين الذي ذكرته في شأن العلاقة بين المعاني والألفاظ. بالنسبة للأستاذ دكتور صنوبر، يعني أنا أعتقد حينما ذكر الغزالي أن علم الحديث علم جزئي، هذا الأمر يعني ليست له علاقة بمحتوى علم الحديث. يعني جزئية علم الحديث هي مقارنة بالعلوم الكلية المعروفة عندنا، وهي علم الكلام، وأقل كلية منه علم أصول الفقه. فبالتالي ما جاء يعني من بعد علمي الكلام وعلم أصول الفقه، ولا شك أنه في مستوى الجزئيات، لكن علم حديث رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم فيه الكلي وفيه الجزئي كذلك. الأمثلة التي ذكرها أنا أعتقد أنها مفيدة للمشتغلين بأمر التربية، ويجب أن يراعوا كيفية النظر في حديث رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم. بالنسبة يقلل نعم، يعني هو ليس يقلل، يعني هذه العلوم مرتبطة بسلسلة كما تفضلت، يعني أنت تتحرك من الكل إلى الجزئي، وطبيعة علم الحديث يعني قائمة على السماع، فما كان قائما على السماع لا يمكن أن يكون كليا.
يعني الجزئي لا يعني كلي أحسن من الجزئي.
لا ليس ذلك، نعم بالطبع، بالطبع نعم بالطبع، يعني الجزئية هذه فعيلي هذه القيم التي بثها الإمام الغزالي في منظومته الفكرية في شأن التعليم وشأن التزكية كذلك، التعليم والتربية، وأهمية التربية في مجال التعليم، وأن التعليم الحديث والمعاصر اكتفى كثيرا بأمر التعليم وترك أمر التربية، ولذلك حدثت هذه الانحرافات التي نراها اليوم في المتخرجين من هذه المؤسسات التعليمية المختلفة. أخيرا وليس آخرا، أخي وصديقي الأستاذ، هذا لا يعني أنهم هؤلاء ليسوا أصدقائي ولا إخوتي. أستاذ الدكتور بدران، يعني هذا التكامل أمر قوي جدا في هذه المنظومة الفكرية التي والمشروع الفكري الذي أنشأه الإمام الغزالي. يعني أنت تراه هذه الحركة العلمية بين الكلي والجزئي الواضحة جدا في كل مؤلفات الإمام الغزالي، ولعل الخاتمة في كل هذا ما أبداه الإمام الغزالي في موسوعته العلمية. وأنا أعتقد أن هذا علم جديد، يعني إحياء علوم الدين، رغم أن الغزالي بتواضع شديد سماه إحياء، لكنه يعني في النهاية منظومة علمية جديدة. يعني هذا علم جديد ابتكره الغزالي لم يعرف من قبل يعني في النهاية، ولم يأتي شخص بهذه الأربعة في صياغة كل العلوم الإسلامية على نسق واحد كما فعل الإمام الغزالي في كتابه إحياء علوم الدين. أنا يجب علي أن أسكت هنا حتى أعطي الفرصة للحضور، وأعتقد أنهم يعني لهم أفكار كثيرة جدا، لكن طلب مني هكذا أن نأخذ 3 أسئلة ثم نتوقف. فال3 الذين سيأخذون هذا الحظ في هذه الدورة الأولى، أستاذ الدكتورة أولا، ثم الأخ هناك، نعم، ثم من هو ثالث هذه ال3؟ ليس لهم ثالث، إذن سنكتفي ب2. فما أنا ما رأيت.
ما معطينا بالكاميرات.
أي معذرة، إذن هناك ثالث الثلاث، يعني بهذه الصورة انتقلنا من هنا إلى هنا إلى هنا. تفضل يا دكتورة.
بسم الله الرحمن بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، وصلاتي وسلامي على سيدي مولاي محمد بن عبد الله وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. حقيقة في هذا الصباح الجميل نشكركم جميعا، نشكر الدكتور رجب، ونشكر الدكتور إبراهيم، الدكتور حمزة، الدكتور أحمد، الدكتور محمد، والدكتور بدران. وبالفعل أنا استمتعت جدا بهذه الجلسة، هي جلسة علمية بامتياز حقيقة، ولذلك كنت سعيدة وأنا أستمع لكل واحد منكم، فجزاكم الله خير الجزاء. وإن شاء الله يعني بالنسبة للإمام الغزالي أنا من المعجبين به، يعني ومعجبة أيضا بتلامذته وأساتذته أو شيوخه. لماذا؟ لأنهم هؤلاء كل واحد منهم، وخاصة الإمام الغزالي، موسوعة علمية بذاتها حقيقة يعني. فمن هذا المنطلق فعلا أنا أعجب بهذه العقول المستنيرة العلمية الأخلاقية وكل ما أقرأه. ومعلوم لدينا بأن الإمام الغزالي يعني في كتابه الإحياء علوم الدين سمى المهلكات، يعني كما لو كان إذا قلنا بأنه يعني نصف مهلكات ونصف منجيات. معلوم بأن الإمام الغزالي ذهب في طريقه أو في تجربته التي حكاها بنفسه في المنقذ من الضلال. إن تحدث في العلم الكلام فهو عالم كلام، إن تحدث في الباطنية فهو عالم في الباطنية، إن تحدث في الفلسفة فهو عالم في الفلسفة، إن تحدث في التصوف الأخير الذي قال أن وجده يعني في المنقذ من الضلال وهو التصوف، فهو من أكبر المتصوفة. إذن الإمام الغزالي بكل هذه المنظومة التي يعيشها نعتبره هو معلم حقيقي، يعني بتجربته وبفكره وبكل أمر. عندما تحدث الدكتور حمزة عن يعني لفت انتباهي قصة طلب المعاني وعدم التمسك بالألفاظ أو إسقاط الألفاظ، قد لا تكون بهذا المعنى يعني، ولكن هل المعاني عندما يعني للإنسان العادي الذي لا يعلم ما تعلمه حضرتك يلتقط هذه المعاني من الفضاء، كيف تكون؟ لا يمكن أن تكون هناك معاني إلا بألفاظ، لأنها كما قلت حضرتك بأن الألفاظ وعاء لتلك المعاني. يعني كان بودي أنا يعني لا أعرف الآن، هذا هو يتحدث باللغة العربية، ألفاظ اللغة العربية ومعانيها، ولكن بالنسبة للغات الأخرى هل ينصب عليها نفس هذا المعنى أو لا ينصب؟ ألفاظها يعني اختلاف الألفاظ وما إلى ذلك، كما أيضا يعني أعطيت مثل على العين أو ما إلى ذلك أنها تحتمل يعني معاني مختلفة. كان بودي حقيقة. وأما بالنسبة للحديث نحن نعلم بأن يعني المتصوفة أو أئمة المتصوفة الكبار ومنهم الإمام الغزالي يعني استخدم في حديثه الحديث النبوي، سواء كان ضعيفا أو أحيانا مردود أو ما إلى ذلك، وهذا ليس عيبا على المتصوفة الكبار، هم يعلمون، ولكنهم يستخدمون هذه الأحاديث في المسائل الأخلاقية ولا يستخدمونها في المسائل العقدية وما إلى ذلك. الدكتور بدران، أنت حضرتك اللي قلت بأن نظرة نقدية أو ما إلى ذلك، يعني كان بودي أيضا أن أنا طبعا زعلانة من الإمام الغزالي مع حبي له، يعني موقفه من المرأة حقيقة، ولذلك كان بودي عندما قلت نظرة نقدية ليتك أشرت بذلك، أو لأني لم أجد حتى في برنامج هذا المؤتمر الجميل جدا لم أجد يعني لمحة عن موقف الإمام الغزالي من المرأة. نحن نعلم بأنهم إذا قالوا المعلم والمتعلم والمنظومة التعليمية، نعلم بأن هذا تدخل فيه المرأة، ما في كلام، ولكن الإمام الغزالي كان له موقفا يعني لا أحبه منه، ولكنه بشر أو رجل. إذن فكان بودي يعني. شكرا جزيلا، جزاكم الله خير.
شكرا جزيلا دكتورة عائشة. أستاذ عرفنا باسمك أولا.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. اسمي مصطفى عبد الباسط كريدي. أنا فخور وأشكركم جميعا لأني حضرت وأتكلم بوجودكم وبحضوركم. شكرا للدكتور إبراهيم، للدكتور حمزة، للدكتور صنوبر، للدكتور محمد الجمال، وأستاذنا الدكتور أيضا بدران. أريد أن أسأل وأداخل حول الدكتور صنوبر. أولا بعد عرفت باسمي، تكويني التعليمي ينتمي إلى الطريقة التقليدية. أنا درست الإعدادية والثانوية في مدارس تقليدية ليست في مدارس الحكومة، وبعد ذلك درست في مصر أيضا في الأزهر وهو على ذات النمط. أريد أن أبني على كلام الدكتور إبراهيم زين حول قضية المذاهب وأهل الحديث. أهل الفقه المتمذهبين اليوم ينعون على أهل الحديث بين قوسين السلفية أشياء كثيرة، لكن أليس أيضا من الجيد لهذه المدرسة التقليدية، مدرستي أنا التي أنتمي إليها، أن تستفيد من المدرسة الحديثية سواء السابقة أو المدرسة الحالية في مشاكل كثيرة هي المدرسة تعاني منها. مثلا أنا كطالب علم أدرس 6 سنوات 10 سنوات في هذه المدارس التقليدية، هل يمكن أن أتخرج وأكون عالم بالدين قبل أن أمر على فهم القرآن الكريم وتفسيره وفهم مجمل الحديث النبوي الشريف، يعني الحديث النبوي الشريف بعد حذف الأسانيد والمكرر تقريبا 4000 حديث فقط، الصحيح والحسن، كما في مثلا مشروع الشيخ صالح الشامي. طبعا مع تحصيل علوم الآلة وأهمها طبعا اللغة العربية، أصول الفقه، المنطق، لكن إهمال فهم القرآن والحديث في هذه المدارس وفي مناهجها هذا يحتاج إلى إعادة نظر، إلا إذا اعتبرنا أن الفقه هو الدين، وهذا ظلم كبير. آيات وحديث الأحكام جزء بسيط في القرآن والسنة. الدين كما نعرف هو عقيدة، فقه، تزكية، إسلام، إيمان، إحسان، بتعبير الحديث النبوي المشهور. الآن لو نظرنا إلى المدارس الدينية، إلى مناهجها، إلى حصصها، إلى مدارسها، نسبة الحديث والقرآن الكريم حفظا وفهما ضئيل. النسبة الكبرى هي للفقه ولأصول الفقه، وهذا شائع في المدارس التقليدية بشكل واضح في كم الدروس. أقصد إذا كان الدين في الأساس هو القرآن والسنة، ينبغي الطالب.
أرجو أن تذهب إلى السؤال.
السؤال هو كيف تستفيد المدارس التقليدية المذهبية من أهل الحديث؟ وشكرا لكم.
شكرا لك، شكرا جزيلا. تفضل وعرف بنفسك أولا.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. سعيد مجاهد من الجزائر، مقيم في قطر، مدرس بإحدى المدارس الحكومية هنا. بداية يعني يا سلام، حقيقة يا سلام على جامعة حمد وعلى كلية الدراسات الإسلامية. هذا النوع من المؤتمرات حقيقة، وأن تجلس تحس بأنك تتغذى علما، تشرب علما، مواضيع مركزة، عناوين موجهة، لأننا نحضر كثير من المؤتمرات وغالبا يعني وكثير منها لا نستفيد الكثير. سؤالي بكل بساطة، لفت انتباهي الدكتور محمد الجمال كلامه عن الأسس التي أو عن الأسس التي سطرها الإمام الغزالي أو التي استشفها الدكتور محمد الجمال من كتابات الإمام الغزالي، ويمكن الاعتماد عليها في بناء البرامج التعليمية، وركزت طبعا في الفروق الفردية والتعاطف مع المستجدين وربط التربية بالتعليم. هذا جميل جدا. المعلم طبعا من مهامه تخطيط، تدريس، تنفيذ، تقييم، وهذا الكلام يتماشى مع ما قاله الدكتور محمد الجمال. لكن السؤال الأهم أظن، كيف لي كمدرسة أو كوزارة أو كشخص مسؤول أن أعين المدرس التي تتوفر فيه هذه الشروط أو هذه المبادئ؟ كيف يمكن لي عندما أجلس في مقابلة مع مدرس، لأن أغلب التعيينات حاليا مثلا في مجال التدريس مقابلة ممتاز، هذا سيرته جميلة، طيب كيف أستشف، كيف أعرف، كيف أستفيد من هذا الكلام في تعيين المدرسين؟ شكرا.
شكرا لك، شكرا جزيلا. لا والله معذرة، أنا يعني أمرت هكذا وأنصاعني الأوامر بسبب أنني يعني أعتقد أن هذه الأوامر أوامر متحضرة، يعني القصد منها مصلحة الجمهور. نحن الآن سنعطي كل واحد 3 دقائق حتى يجيب على ما أراد أن يجيب عليه من أسئلة، ويمكن يعني باقي الأسئلة التي لم يجاب عليها أن يجاب عليها في أثناء تناول طعام الغداء إن شاء الله. هؤلاء سيبقون معكم ليومين، فمن أراد يعني في النهاية أن يستزيد من علمهم يمكن أن يتصل بهم أثناء فترة الغداء أو فترة الراحة أو غيرها. تفضل دكتور حمزة أولا.
شكرا جزيلا، شكرا للأستاذة الكريمة. أنا أوافق تماما ما تفضلت به حول مسألة المعاني والألفاظ، والإشكالية كما هي في اللغة العربية هي سارية في جميع اللغات في الحقيقة. فكلام الإمام الغزالي ليس خاصا بتدوين العلوم العقلية باللغة العربية، وإنما الإمام الغزالي يتكلم عن شيء هو بمثابة الروح في الجسد. لولا هذه الروح لكان الجسد ميتا. كذلك الألفاظ، لولا طبعا لا أتكلم عن الألفاظ مفردة، وإنما الألفاظ في القضية الكلامية في الحكم. الألفاظ لولا الفكرة العلمية التي من أجلها اكتسبت هذه القضية هذا الحكم لكانت ألفاظ ميتة فقط رتبناها كما نرتب نعم، كما نرتب يعني أشياء جامدة أمامنا. فقط مثال صغير جدا، مثلا لفظة القدر، عندما نقول القضاء والقدر، القدر هذه اللفظة حتى لو ترجمناها إلى جميع لغات العالم سيبقى فيها إجمال شديد. يعني ما هو المقصود بالقدر؟ هل المقصود أن العبد مستقل في أفعاله عن الله تعالى، أو هو تحت الجبر تماما، أو هو مستقل أحيانا غير مستقل أحيانا؟ طب إذا قلنا مستقل أحيانا مثلا في الأفعال التي يكلف بها، غير مستقل في رزقه وفي أجله مثلا، ومع ذلك حتى في الأجل كما نعرف، لكن الأدوية لها علاقة، الصحة لها علاقة، التغذية لها علاقة، يعني مع كوننا غير مستقلين ولكن أيضا لنا علاقة وهكذا. فالغزالي في مثل هذه الأمور يريد أن يخرج ذهن الطالب من الكلمة، وإنما يفهم المعاني التي وراء تلك الكلمات، لأنه القدر نفسه نحكم عليه أحيانا بوجوب مثلا أن نرضى به، أحيانا يجب في بعض الأحكام نقول لا، مثلا هذا لا نرضى به. لذلك يعني يفرقون مثلا بين الرضا بالكفر مثلا، بكفر الكافر من حيث هو فعله، لكن لا نرضى به من حيث هو الرضا بكفر، لا من حيث هو فعله لا نرضى به، لكن من حيث هو يعني شيء الله تعالى يرتب عليه نتائج بعد اختيار العبد له نرضى به. نعم، ما دام هو اختار ذلك فنرضى بالنتائج المترتبة على ذلك من الحساب والجزاء وما إلى ذلك. فلا بد من فك الإجمال والدخول في التفاصيل المعنوية عند الغزالي، هذا المقصود والله أعلم.
دكتور أحمد.
بسم الله. نعم، أولا عندي نقاط ثلاثة إن شاء الله أنتهي منها سريعا. أولا النقطة التي طرحها أستاذنا دكتور رجب، أنا أرجو أن لا أكون قد فهمت خطأ أبدا. لا يمكن أن يكون هناك تهوين أو تقليل من شأن علم الحديث. كما ذكر أستاذنا موضوع الجزئي والكلي هو من حيث مراتب العلوم، لا من حيث هذا العلم أفضل أو لا، لكن فقط الإشكال الأساسي، وهو أيضا جواب على سؤال أخينا الكريم هناك، الإشكال الأساسي فقط فيما سميته مركزية الحديث الصحيح في القرن العشرين في الفكر الإسلامي في عصر ما بعد الحداثة، في عصر الحداثة، بحيث يعني لا أرى فرقا بين من نسميهم القرآنيون أو القرآنيين أو الحديثيين. الحديثيين يرى حديثا ويحكم من خلال هذا الحديث على منظومة العلوم الإسلامية كاملة، والقرآن يأخذ هذا. طبعا من حيث العمل، من حيث الفكر هناك فرق كبير جدا. فالإشكال فقط في هذه المركزية، الحكم من خلال علم واحد على جميع العلوم الإسلامية وجعل هذا العلم حاكما عليها. لكن هذا لا يقلل من شأن علم الحديث، هذه سنة سيدنا رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم وهذه أقواله، ولكن تفهم في سياق المنظومة كما ذكرت. يعني عندنا تطرفان من خلال هذا الكلام. وأيضا أستاذنا الكريم، الفكرة تأتي أيضا بحسب المدرسة. طبعا كما تعلمون التعميم هنا قد يكون إشكالي، لأن المدارس في الهند كما تعلم تدرس المذهب الحنفي في ديوبند وغير ذلك وبعمق المذهب الحنفي، ولكن تقرأ الكتب الستة كاملة وهناك شروح طويلة، فهي بحسب المدرسة. لا نستطيع أن نعمم على أن، ومثلا الكوثري في مقالاته في إصلاحه للأزهر ذكر ضرورة تقريب السنة للناس، وهو مذهبي يعني ابن هذه المدرسة بعمقها، فلا نستطيع التعميم. وأيضا ليست هذه المشكلة، يعني لا بد من قراءة كتب السنة في المدارس التقليدية، هذه دعوة صحيحة جدا. فقط إشكالنا هل يمكن أن يكون الحديث حاكما على جميع العلوم الإسلامية؟ وكما ذكرت سيدي، يعني حتى في كتب التي تثير الشبهات والإلحاد تستخدم هذا الأسلوب، تستخدم أسلوب مركزية الحديث الصحيح. طبعا أوافق أستاذتنا الكريمة في أن مثلا الإمام الغزالي جل الأحاديث التي أخذها من أبي طالب المكي في قتل القلوب، وهو من نفس منظومة تلك الكتب. وعموما لم يكن هناك عناية بنقد الحديث في كل تلك المنظومة. وأشكر حسن استماعي.
شكرا جزيلا. دكتور محمد الجمال.
طيب، بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. احنا ايضا نشكر لك ان يكون امثالكم موجودين معنا في المؤتمر، ده شرف لكلية الدراسات الإسلامية ان تكونوا كذلك معنا. ما يتعلق بتعيين المدرسين عموما، ينبغي الا يقتصر فقط على قراءة السيرة الذاتية للمدرس والاهتمام بالشهادات التي أتى بها، إنما لابد كذلك أن يضم لي تقييم الطلاب للأستاذ، وهذا معمول به في جامعة حمد هنا، أن لابد أن ينظر في تقييم الطلاب للأستاذ. وأيضا الأمر المهم هو التدريب المستمر للأستاذ حتى لا يكون خارجا يكتفي بالمادة العلمية على حساب التعامل الودي والأخلاق الطيبة مع الطلاب. وتقييم الخبراء والأكاديميين للأستاذ داخل الفصل ينبغي أن يراعي كذلك سلوكه في الحصة مع الطلاب، وإلا فتكون هناك مشاكل كما نراها في كثير من البلدان. أخونا مصطفى، أريد أن أعلق تعليقا خفيفا. ليس هناك تضخم للنظرة للفقيه على حساب المحدث، بالعكس. يعني الدكتور صنوبر في البداية بيّن إنه التضخم يأتي من جهة الحديث على حساب باقي التخصصات الأخرى، وأنا يعني أنظر لقضية التكامل على النظرة للحديث فقط، يعني من باب التوضيح على أن الصورة ناقصة. غير يعني لو أنتم أخذتم إلي صورة الآن من هذه الجهة لا ترون الجهة المقابلة ولا ترون وجهي بصورة كبيرة. ما يقصده الدكتور صنوبر هو أنه لابد أن تكون الصورة متكاملة، ولذلك الإمام الشوكاني وغيره كان لا يكتفي بإيراد حديث واحد، وده أيضا طريقة في التأليف، أن يأتي بالآيات القرآنية ويأتي بالأحاديث النبوية ويأتي بالمصادر الأخرى التي تفيد في ذلك الجانب قبل الكلام في الأحكام حتى تكون الصورة واضحة. فهو ما يقصده أن الأخذ بالحديث هو يكون جزئي لكن لا ينبغي أن يكون هو فقط، إنما لابد أن نجمع كل الأحاديث المرتبطة بالموضوع والآيات وباقي المصادر الأخرى والأدلة العقلية التي تفيد في ذلك الجانب حتى تكون الصورة واضحة. وشكرا جزيلا.
شكرا جزيلا دكتور الجمال.
شكرا لك دكتورة عائشة حفظك الله، أنا سعيد بوجودك، كذلك الدكتور رجب. الحديث عن الغزالي الحقيقة متشعب، لأنه لعله من الشخصيات، طبعا عبد الرحمن بدوي عليه رحمة الله سماه شخصيات قلقة، ولكن أنا لا أظنه شخصية قلقة بقدر ما هو شخصية متعددة أوجه الإنتاج المعرفي والحراك الاجتماعي. الرجل كان مندمج في مجتمعه، بل حتى خروجه وعزلته في دمشق كذا كان عزلة تربوية ولم يكن هروبا منه، ولذلك الدليل على أنه لما رجع يعني أبدع فيه. رجوعنا للتراث في تصوري هو رجوع استثمار وليس رجوع تقديس، ولذلك رجوعنا للغزالي هو استدعاء بعض الثابت من أفكاره يعني المتعالي ربما على المرحلة التاريخية لأخذ العبرة منه في ممارسة عملية التكامل، وخاصة يعني في زمان الغزالي كثرت التيارات، حتى يروى عن الذهبي مثلا أنه قال كاد أن يعم الرفض الأرض، بمعنى كأن المدرسة السنية الفكرية والعقدية كادت تكون هامشية بالرغم من أنها تمثل الأمة، ولولا تجربة المدارس النظامية مع نظام الملك عليه رحمة الله، ثم المجموعة العلمية التي انتشرت ومنها الغزالي، لما استطاعت المدرسة أو الأمة تسترجع ذاتيتها. هذا هو الصورة التي ركزت عليها. أما رأيه في المرأة لست على اطلاع به بشكل دقيق، وأظن نحاكم الغزالي في رأيه في المرأة إلى منهجه نفسه، منهجه النقدي والتكاملي، وبالتالي يعني جل من لا تكون له. ولكن إذا قارنا إبداعات الغزالي مع بعض تجوزا نقول ضعفه أو كذا، يعني لا يمكن أن تؤخذ بعين الاعتبار. شكرا لكم، السلام عليكم.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته. يعني نيابة عن اللجنة المنظمة لهذا المؤتمر وأخي أستاذ الدكتور رجب شنتوك وجميع الحاضرين، يعني أشكر يعني الإخوة دكتور حمزة ودكتور أحمد صنوبر ودكتور محمد الجمال ودكتور بدران بالحسن على ما قدموه يعني من أفكار نيرة ستسهم يعني في تطوير معرفتنا بالإمام الغزالي. وشكرا لكم جميعا، ونختتم الحديث هنا، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته.
عليكم السلام ورحمة الله. Thank you as well for your participation and your questions. This now concludes the first academic session for this morning. We will be taking a break for the Dhuhr prayers and for lunch, and we will resume, inshallah, at 1 o'clock, 1 p.m., inshallah, for the next academic session. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Hey.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Welcome to each and all. I hope that you've enjoyed your lunch and also the opportunity to meet and network with the participants that are here from near and far. We will now be commencing the second academic session, inshallah, entitled Al-Ghazali's Educational Philosophy and Its Contemporary Relevance. And this is going to be moderated by Dr. Alparslan Açıkgenç. And joining him in this session will be Dr. Sebastian Günther, Dr. Elif Medani, Her Excellency Sheikh Dr. Hassa bint Ahmed bin Khalifa Al Thani, and Dr. Filla Lahmar. And please give them a warm applause to get started.
Thank you very much. We have 4 speakers again. I hope 20 minutes is enough for your presentations. So I am scared to stop. So that means it's in your hands to stop on time. Our first speaker, I follow the program here, Dr. Sebastian Günther. His talk will be on Al-Ghazali's views on logic and spirituality in learning and their relevance for education today.
Can you use this one? Yeah. Okay. Assalamu alaikum. I greet you all and a warm thank you to the organizers of this conference, Dr. Recep and the Carter Foundation and all the participants on this panel. In his highly intellectual autobiography, Al-Munqidh min ad-Dalal, The Deliverer from Error, Al-Ghazali acknowledged that at some point in his life, sensation and intellection no longer allowed his soul to regain its health and balance. Instead, he said, and I quote, "It was the effect of a light which God Most High cast into my breast. And that light is the key to most knowledge. وَذَلِكَ النُّورُ مِفْتَاحُ أَكْثَرِ الْمَعَارِفِ. From that light, then, the unveiling of truth must be sought." Unquote. This prioritization of intuitive learning has provided direction to Muslims for generations since then, in both knowledge acquisition and religious devotion. Since Al-Ghazali expressed these views in one of his late works, they could even be understood as eclipsing the discussions on intellective learning and logic he had advanced in several of his earlier writings. Such understanding on its own, however, is not sufficient, as Al-Ghazali makes clear in Al-Munqidh as well. First, he specified, and I quote, "The present purpose in writing this autobiography is to tell the story of my own case, not to express disapproval of anyone who sought a cure in Kalam." Unquote. Second, Al-Ghazali cautioned that dealing with philosophy and logic, as he saw these sciences, was a potential danger to the uneducated al-jahil. However, for the established scholar, al-alim al-rasikh, studying the genuine ideas advanced in these disciplines was a legitimate task. And third, Al-Ghazali expressly acknowledged the lasting achievements of the Greek philosophers, particularly Aristotle's, noting also, quote, "Nothing in the logical sciences has anything to do with religion by way of negation and affirmation. On the contrary, they are the study of the methods of proofs, of syllogisms, the requisites for a sound definition, and how the latter is to be drawn up, unquote. Looking at Al-Ghazali's scholarly oeuvre as a whole, we see that several works deal at length with Aristotelian logic. From the 5 writings studied for this paper, I shall mention only a few key points today. All 5 illustrate the vital significance that Al-Ghazali assigned to intellection and rational inquiry. Yet they also demonstrate the firm link our author established between the use of philosophical logic and the religious teachings of Islam. The first example is from Maqasid al-Falasifa, the intentions of the philosophers, which begins with an introduction to ease the path to logic. Al-Ghazali confirmed here that one must follow the path of discovery in order to learn. He also advises applying study methods such as definition, description, evidence-based argumentation, syllogism, induction, and conclusion by analogy. Through these approaches, students learn about the nature and the essential qualities of things, making logical argumentation, quote, the scale and standard for all the sciences, al-mizan wa mi'yar al-ulum. Interestingly, even in this early work, Al-Ghazali emphasized that all learning benefits from logic must be seen in the light of eternal happiness. Future contentment in the hereafter, he says, was based on the purification and perfection of the soul in this world. Only thus would divine truth become apparent to the human mind and allow no further ignorance or error. The idea of logic as a scale and standard for all the sciences is deepened in several textbooks that Al-Ghazali wrote later for his students at the Nizamiya madrasas in Baghdad and Nishapur. In Mi'yar al-Ilm, the criterion of knowledge in the art of logic, Al-Ghazali noted that the use of syllogism facilitates the understanding of words in the soul, putting them in the correct order and preparing for reasonable conclusions. However, the students are also warned of errors in this learning activity, such as generalizations based on too little evidence, the failure to examine all aspects of an issue thoroughly and critically, and neglecting to look into the link between the cause and effect of an issue. In another textbook written in Baghdad, Mihak al-Nazar, the touchstone of inquiry in the art of logic, Al-Ghazali pointed out how logic helps avoid flawed decisions, particularly in legal matters. He recommended that students familiarize themselves with logical categories such as equivalence, inclusion, and implication, as these serve to determine meaning in speech. In Al-Qistas al-Mustaqim, the just balance, Al-Ghazali used the form of a dialogue with a theological opponent to demonstrate effective logical disputation. The author's central argument is that knowledge and learning must be based on rational conclusions, which follow the rules of philosophical logic and, importantly, which can also be deduced from the Quran. With this outlook, Al-Ghazali promoted an approach that balances rational learning with recurrent statements on using the intellect evident in Islam's sacred scripture. Our last example is Al-Mustasfa min Ilm al-Usul, the quintessence of the science of the principles of Islamic law, with an introduction entirely dedicated to logic. Here, Al-Ghazali once again advocated an integrative approach to knowledge acquisition, one that gives equal credence to the intellect and the traditions and customs. Only this outlook would provide a legitimate foundation for religious practices and human development. I quote, وأشرف العلوم ما ازدوج فيه العقل والسمع واصطحب فيه الرأي والشرع. The noblest science is the one in which reason and tradition are joined together, and in which individual opinion and sacred law escort each other, unquote. In conclusion, taking the wealth of educational thoughts expressed by Al-Ghazali in the works named here, a few points are worth highlighting for contemporary learning contexts. First, the use of logic and rational demonstration are vital for engaging students in critical thinking and making them understand how scientific knowledge differs from other sorts of cognition. This is particularly relevant today, given the large amounts of learning content students need to digest and evaluate. Furthermore, the principles of logic offer guidance to teachers when choosing their subject matters and reducing them to essentials, and in developing effective teaching methods. Second, Al-Ghazali advocated several reason-based techniques, including definition to specify meaning and conceptual content, description to mediate, illustrate, and exemplify ideas, evidence-based argumentation and supplementary proof to help students obtain information they can accept as valid, and deductive reasoning to make teaching content comprehensible and instruct students in thinking and communicating logically. This may even help young children how to behave reasonably, engage in problem solving, and come to sensible solutions. And while they learn rationally, they also develop morally, and they build up ethical competencies. Al-Ghazali also promoted investigation and examination to uncover the true nature of ideas and objects, as we learn from Maqasid al-Falasifa. In today's schooling contexts, formal inquiry efficiently engages students in physically and mentally active learning. It motivates them to find self-directed ways of studying and take responsibility for their learning outcomes. Third, Al-Ghazali offered numerous specific directions to students and teachers. In the context of logic, as outlined in Mi'yar al-Ilm and Mihak al-Nazar, he advised students to draw general conclusions only from meaningful, full, and reliable evidence. Always examine data critically and connect respective bits of information to form a consistent overall picture. Teachers are counseled to begin instruction by teaching individual pieces of information, the particulars, before moving on to broader universal phenomena, the composites. This was a safe way to prompt students to distinguish between true and false. Fourth, Al-Ghazali framed his instructions in his autobiography as telling the story of his own case, while not expressing disapproval of anyone who takes a different direction in learning and religious doctrine. This seems to serve two objectives. First, communicating one's life and learning experience builds trust and opens up the counterpart's heart and mind. Second, refraining from disapproving of other people's values and traditions facilitates acceptance as a writer, mentor, and educator. Also, Today it is known that storytelling can help establish a personal connection between the teacher and the student. An educator-learning interaction in which the teacher eases the sense-making process on the student's part by sharing individual experiences promotes the exchange of knowledge and the assimilation of it. Finally, alongside reflective thinking, analytical study, and deductive reasoning, Al-Ghazali mentioned enlightenment, at-tanwir, to help students understand. However, while for Plato, for example, enlightenment was the power of reason to illuminate and give us knowledge to understand the forms in the immaterial realm, for Al-Ghazali it was the effect of a light which God cast into his breast. And that light, he confirmed, is the key to most knowledge. Especially significant to education in this regard is Al-Ghazali's concept that learning by reasoning in combination with illumination leads to the purification and perfection of the soul, an idea prominent in Al-Mustasfa and several other works. This inseparable connection of the intellectual learning with the spiritual and ethical components of human existence is something I would call a hallmark of Al-Ghazali's educational legacy, one that we can carefully build on in contemporary humanistic education. However, Al-Ghazali also made clear that the ability to combine rational and spiritual learning must be acquired by students steadily in an educational process and taught by teachers well familiar with these significant components of learning. Making this happen is a task for all of us as educators today. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Günther. He has shown us what kind of principles we could benefit from some of selected works of Al-Ghazali. They are very good, and hopefully it will open our mind to think more about these. And now our second speaker, the paper is written by two scholars, Dr. Elif Medeni and Dr. Kerim Edipoğlu, but the presentation is by Elif Hanım. So please, let's listen to you on Ghazali's quest for knowledge between reason and heart, impulses for a contemporary Islamic religious education. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the invitation. I am honored to be here and to deliver my contribution. Unfortunately, my colleague Kerim Edipoğlu could not travel due to health reasons, so that's why I'm here. Yeah, to formulate, we focus on our presentation on Ghazali's book, Savior from Error, and the focus will be exclusively on this publication. We could name the title as slightly different as The Epistemological Crisis as a Challenge for Religious Education as well. The focus of the presentation will be threefold. First of all, just a very brief look or framing of Islamic educational institutions as a triangle to see the institutional completion of religious educational institutions. Then we will move forward to the crisis as a chance and the subject of religious education. And in the third part, we will talk about the limitations of verbalizing inner experiences, such as raising questions, how can religious education contribute or help to verbalize inner experiences? For example, let us think of religious literacy. Is it necessary to develop a spiritual literacy nowadays? Or what happens when the communication in different or foreign languages takes place, what are the limitations about this aspect. Now, before, let's think about what is so fascinating of Ghazali's text, Al-Munqidh min al-Dalal. Well, there are lots of aspects maybe to raise, but here, to name one, it's maybe Ghazali's authenticity. Ghazali is ready or prepared to sacrifice in change to interior knowledge. He voluntarily breaks away from secure circumstances such as prestige, position, etc. We all know this. He doesn't overwhelm people with exclusively abstract knowledge. He gives practical, comprehensible, traceable, basic insights. In the next step, let's have a closer look, maybe let's have a linguistic look at his work, and then we will find an interesting structure. We can find some kind of dramaturgy, structure, and something like a suspense curve, which is described. In the first stage, Ghazali is in security, in harmony with the education policy of the Abbasids. Second, doubts in the necessary knowledge, the rational justification arise, and in his sensory perceptions. So this ends up in a 2-month crisis. Afterwards, we can say crisis 1 occur. Afterwards, in the third stage, salvation through divine intervention comes into his life. In the fourth stage, after breaking out of the existing power structures, a new beginning, let's say, or a deeper holistic being starts after he sacrifices the worldly security. Followed by the second crisis, which leads to a longer 6-month crisis, and then he finds inner security and peace of mind, certainty without doubt, inner knowledge or direct knowledge, let's say. Receives God's direct knowledge, which attains to be purified the heart. Finally, after his return, he reconnects again with the society. This is also very important, and communicates his journey or his unspeakable maybe truth. So this is also very interesting that he makes it available for us, for the readers. In different stages, Imam Ghazali critically questions, reflects, internalize, and digests his experiences. So maybe to conclude at that stage, from educational perspective, one can ask the question, how do educationally approach quest, crisis, and failure? In other words, doesn't every seeker of knowledge have to capitulate once in his or her life and start all over again? How to approach from a phenomenological perspective these kinds of existential, borderline, or boundary experiences. These are important questions to be raised in religious education. For example, in teacher training, we receive often the question, what is my responsibility in this endeavor of perfection? Isn't it a purely God's guidance? Yeah, from this perspective, I just want to briefly frame one aspect, is namely the importance of Islamic educational institutions as triangle. So we have, to speak in Ghazali's time, the madrasa. There was also a Zawiya, and he also attended or sought refuge in a Zawiya for a certain short time. And then nowadays, of course, we have the university as a system, but each system, each institution has its limitations. And there is a dilemma and antagonism of these three systems, and this must be endured. Or in other words, these three systems should ideally stimulate each other and lead to perfection. I have the impression sometimes, as someone coming from the West, that especially we have so many, we overload our aims, our curricula, and our syllabus in terms of how to reach this potential, how to flourish this potential, and how to lead to perfection our students. But we have to make clear that, for example, school is just one institution. Yeah, from here, let's go have a closer look as crisis as a chance for religious education. So crisis mostly lead to a twofold reaction. On the one hand, it can lead to escape into tradition, like blind adherence to tradition, taqlid, unquestionable authorities, or a security as a surrogate, or fear of losing group identity. This could be one kind of reaction. On the other hand, the reaction could be postmodern arbitrariness, which leads to rejection of tradition and all consensus-based methods. And we face this in the West very often. Or postmodern arbitrariness challenges religious pedagogy. So on which fundaments does religious education build up on its methodology, for example? This is a very interesting question we have to raise. And still, someone who is a bit familiar with the Western context, I can say that still the methodology is missing for Islamic religious pedagogy. Yeah, I searched for some interesting quotes in his work and found interesting quotations I want to share with you. For example, Ghazali stated, "I was like a sophist," and he's questioning his epistemological certainty. He says, he questions also the human contribution to guidance and says, "Then God threw a light in my breast." So he's a passive receiver to a certain extent. He questions his inner life. "I realized that my intention was impure." And then interestingly, maybe to the end, despair in the face of the approaching end, the caller of faith, Munadi al-Iman, said, "Up, thy life is nearing its ends." When we analyze his book, The Savior of Error, we can identify interesting topics, and it's really worth dealing with these topics in IRE classes. So not just talk about Ghazali's methodology or his other works, his contribution to fiqh, etc., but also his life itself is worth analyzing with students, and the passages he especially raises in his book. So now let's think, what makes Ghazali special? It may be not exclusively his sainthood or amount of scientific great works, how he has contributed, but his sincere endeavor for direct insights or the reintegration to the sphere of heart in Islamic epistemology. His authentic way and his courage to communicate his doubts and skepticism and publish it and make it accessible. Interestingly, some kind of vulnerability arises at that moment. By doing this, he became a great role model without explicit seeking that, interestingly. As raised in the contribution also of Professor Sebastian Günther, for example, by communicating his own life experience, he gave us such an important heritage, which should be accessed nowadays, especially because youth are seeking for role models and also are dealing with life crisis. So, the epistemological crisis as a challenge for religious education. So we see that especially someone who opens up with his life struggle and crisis could be is a treasure for religious education. We can ask for what is the mission or the self-understanding of religious pedagogy? Is it to reconcile society, religion, the tradition, or my inner life? Shouldn't religious pedagogy help overcoming crisis? One can say yes, it's the task of religious education that the students have to be equipped to overcome crisis, but one can say no, that's not the issue of religious education. Yeah, and we see that Ghazali's endeavor is really system breaking. He drops out of the education system of his time, and thus we should encourage our students to become critical about their own political, societal, etc. status quo, or the circumstances they live in. Yeah. Let's go further. Finally, what about the limitations of verbalizing inner expressions? So this is very challenging, how to express your inner doubt and how to verbalize this. So experiences of Iman, the very different dimensions of the heart, should be verbalized, yes, but how? Should we talk about the dimensions of the heart in our key classes? And then how? Which language to use? Because mostly the sphere of psychology or spiritualism is so much, colored by other foreign approaches and terminology. How to use the language in a more individualized way or in a more intersubjective way. So this is also very important. Shall I express my inner crisis or inner struggle in such a way that others can really understand step by step what I have gone through, or should it be more individualized? And as raised before, vulnerability through verbalizing inner experiences. So he opened himself to critique as well by communicating his struggle and made himself very vulnerable. But at the same time, a huge potential arise. And in addition to what also Dr. Sebastian Günther raised, his life is a legacy itself and should be addressed in this way in religious education, in religious pedagogy. Here's a quote: "What I experienced, I shall not try to say, so think good and don't ask me no more." Yes, to conclude, the personal and epistemological dilemmas must be accepted as part of life. Dilemmas contain a potential which should be unfolded in religious education. The verbalization of inner experiences as a core competence of religious education shall we formulate that. That religious education should equip students to be equipped with literacy, language, skills to mirror their inner struggle or inner process of becoming. And the reflections and introspection of doubt and belief should have an impact on the theories of religious education. This is still lacking. And finally, the complementation of different educational institutions and approaches such as universities, Zawiya, madrasa, mosque, etc., should be taken into focus. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I am honored to present Her Excellency Sheikha Dr. Issa bint Hamad bin Khalifa al-Thani, and we will be delighted to listen to her on a very important topic: how can the shadow be straight if the stick is crooked? Al-Ghazali's approach on teachers training. As you know, education begins with teachers. So the call for holistic self-development in teachers training.
Yes, sorry for the long name. And yes, daughter. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقه قولي. ربنا لا تزغ قلوبنا بعد إذ هديتنا وهب لنا من لدنك رحمة إنك أنت الوهاب. سيدنا محمد عليه الصلاة والسلام القائل: إنما بعثت معلما، والقائل أيضا: العلماء ورثة الأنبياء. So our beloved Prophet said, I have been sent as a teacher, and the learned are the heirs of the prophets. So I will start with, if I can use the technologies, with the title. How can the shadow be straight if the stick is crooked? That is an Arabic proverb that says, كيف يستقيم الظل والعود أعوج. And here I would take a moment to thank Sheikhna Dr. Rajab Santurk for just pushing us hard in this healing journey. I thought that I know about Al-Ghazali because I started knowing about him since 2008, but now I realized I know nothing, or maybe little bit. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. من عمل صالحا من ذكر أو أنثى وهو مؤمن فلنحيينه حياة طيبة ولنجزينهم أجرهم بأحسن ما كانوا يعملون. Subhanallah, يعني this is an initiative that we have started several years ago at the College of Education, Qatar University. But I was like, oh my, فلنحيينه حياة طيبة ومن يعني يرتبط بهذا الإحياء لابد أن يرتبط بإحياء الغزالي. إحياء علوم الدين of الغزالي is that pathway, is that journey for الحياة الطيبة. So the question for us is, why are we here today? We are all in this journey to figure out how we can improve in the stick situation to straighten the shadow. So that stick has to be malleable and has to be like nourished in order for the shadow to be also straightened. على الصراط المستقيم. And this teacher that we are trying to develop is emulated in Al-Ghazali's description of the red sulfur, al-kabritu al-ahmar. So I would like to read it in Arabic to capture the spirit of Al-Ghazali and then translate it into English. So in his description of إيجاد أو صناعة ذلك المعلم ذلك الكبريت الأحمر النادر وهو عنده عبارة عن الكيمياء التي يتوصل بها المربي إلى قلوب طلابه وينقلها من الصفات الخسيسة إلى الصفات النفيسة حتى ينقلب الحجر ياقوتا والنحاس ذهبا في إشارة منه إلى أن القلب يصبح نفيسا بصفاته المحمودة من جواهر القرآن. Al-Ghazali employs the concept of red sulfur metaphorically representing the educator's role in profoundly affecting the pupils' hearts. So the content of today's talk is setting the stage of the Transforming Teachers Development Program framework, qualities of the ideal teacher according to Al-Ghazali, and I would like to finalize with some recommendations and conclusion. We spoke a lot about Al-Ghazali and who he is, so I think I will reduce the amount of talk in this. Al-Ghazali's teaching underscored the impact of character development on the student-teacher or teacher-student dynamic. Notably, the Tazkiyah program discussed in his seminal work of Ihya Ulum al-Din provides a practical framework for teaching, training, and character cultivation. The transformation from conventional teaching to what we can be termed to the Rabbani teacher embodies a profound influence on students' intellectual, spiritual, and emotional maturation. Al-Ghazali presents 4 cardinal pieces to advise and to guide personal and professional conduct. First, one should interact with the divine, subhanahu wa ta'ala, in a manner that would please oneself if emulated by another. Second, treat others as you wish to be treated, reflecting the principle that faith is incomplete without the universal benevolence. Third, seek knowledge that reforms the heart and purifies the soul. And lastly, material possessions are kept in the hand and not in the heart. And if you want to understand, like, this is my endeavor of trying to describe the Kabrit al-Ahmar, I could not think of anything but the Kawn has this wardatun kaddihan. It was inspired by Surah Al-Rahman. And as educators, we are in this constant struggle to make that knowledge of Al-Ghazali a practical one. So this is like a baby attempt for me to go in this journey by using what we call active verbs in our intended learning outcomes, because with those active verbs you can measure that progress, hopefully. Here we want to emulate Al-Ghazali's red sulfur, a motif that symbolizes the eclipse of the ego and purifying the heart. incorporate Al-Ghazali's methods by implementing them in the current teaching and learning practice, attune to the unique character fabric of the mentees, evaluate each aspirant's spiritual status, age, temperament, and capacity for the discipline, and lastly, design different treatments for different character diseases to provide the bespoke guidance that fosters the learner's spiritual, emotional, intellectual, physical, and social maturation. And here is a summary of Al-Ghazali's teaching about the qualities that teachers are following, or the ideal teacher should embrace. That starting with the intention and sincerity, knowledge with action, al-ilm wal-amal, humility in learning and teaching, that is the khuluq al-tawadu', the balance between fear and hope, جناحي الخوف والرجاء, critical thinking and reflection, تفكر, تدبر, ethics and morality in education, al-akhlaq, teachers and student relationship is the last one. And I would like to add, like my colleague just before me talked about vulnerability. And oh boy, like, you know, like things that we just can add and learn. Regarding the first quality, that is the niyyah, as intention and sincerity transcend a mere virtue, it is a professional mandate. And we see it in all of the adab, al-alim, al-muta'allim, al-mutakallimin. We start always with the niyyah, where educators' intention influence their effectiveness and student outcomes. Modern education methodologies often prioritize measurable skills and results, whereas Al-Ghazali ethos underlines the moral and spiritual facets of pedagogy, advocating for inner sanctuary and divine grace, inner sanctity and divine grace. Teachers' development initiatives, therefore, ought to incorporate reflective practices as a fundamental element of their evaluative framework. These initiatives should emphasize introspective practices such as reflective essays, self-assessment instrument, with the urge educator to ponder deeply over their pedagogical approaches and underlying intention. Al-ilmu wal-amal. I would like to talk briefly about a story that I read in أيها الولد, also found in Manahij al-Qasidin or Minhaj al-Qasidin, the story between the scholar Shaqiq al-Balkhi and his student, who's another scholar, Hatim al-Assam. Here the teacher is asking his student, you accompanied me for 30 years, and what did you learn from me? So he gave him, the Hatim al-Assam, his student, give him 8 practical learning that he learned from him. I will just select few, 3 actually of them. First, he says, إني نظرت إلى الخلق فإذا كل شخص له محبوب فإذا وصل إلى القبر فارق محبوبه فجعلت محبوبي حسناتي لتكون في القبر معي. The companion to the grave, he found that the most cherished companion for a person in their grave is not wealth, but righteous deeds, which provides the solace in the afterlife. The second one, رأيت الناس يتحاسدون فنظرت في قوله تعالى نحن قسمنا بينهم معيشتهم فتركت الحسد. سيدنا محمد عليه الصلاة والسلام يتكلم عن الحسد إنها الحالقة، ليس تحلق الشعر ولكنها تحلق الدين. So here what people have is part of the divine decree. Everything that we have is part of this divine degree. So you don't need to be envious, as envy is one of the major diseases of the heart. Lastly, our real enemy is Satan. So with this, Al-Ghazali advocates for a holistic comprehension of knowledge and practical application of knowledge within the context of faith. And Ibn Ata al-Sakandari says, العلم إن قارنته الخشية فلك وإلا فعليك إنما يخشى الله من عباده العلماء. Knowledge, if accompanied by fear, is for you. Otherwise, is on you. And then we come to التواضع, which is a very important quality, and it's very interesting how it is dispersed in the literature of Al-Ghazali. And here Sayyidina Umar ibn al-Khattab radiallahu anhu says, تواضع لمن تتعلم منه. Be humbled or modest to the one you are learning from. So this is a very important quality in the teachers as well as the students, where Al-Ghazali went through a very important transformational journey that was discussed thoroughly to learn these characteristics experientially, especially being mutawada, or the characteristic of humility. Then we come to the balance between al-khawf wal-raja, the fear and the hope. Imam al-Ghazali held that true knowledge should precipitate action governed by a delicate balance between fear and hope, both rooted in faith. This balance is driven by intention, as we mentioned, and sincerity, as the believer navigates between reverence for Allah's grandeur and optimism in His compassion. So how teachers can instill this emotional balance? It's very important for us, both educators and learners, to distinguish between true emotions that are hope and fear versus wishful thinking. True hope and fear are proactive, transformative emotions necessary for spiritual refinement. Hope is what follows action, genuine action, versus wishful thinking leads to satanic pathways, that is the amani, حبائل الشيطان. وابن عطاء السكندري يقول الرجاء ما قارنه عمل وإلا فهو أمنية. Hope is what accompanied by work, otherwise it is a wish. Fear and hope are related in the relationship between the servant and the divine. This fear stems from حالة المراقبة and the mushahada. Therefore, this motivates the teachers and the learner to do their best in their life. This level of actualizing fear and hope makes the individual more sensitive in this performance, knowing that the one who is watchful over him is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, who knows everything. So in this field of education, we talk about the importance of understanding and cultivating the synergy between intrinsic and extrinsic motivation to promote better learning, discussed by the many scholars. And now we come to the critical thinking aspect and the reflection, the tafakkur and tadabbur. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala invites the humans in both books of revelation written by the Quran and in the Quran and in the Sunnah, and the open book, the book of the universe, that is the book of creation, to be critical and reflective in all of your aspects in life. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إن في خلق السماوات والأرض واختلاف الليل والنهار لآيات لأولي الألباب. And the highest level of critical thinking is to recognize the connectivity of knowledge that leads us to know Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Therefore, Al-Ghazali encourages us to persist in our dhikr, that is the remembrance, and the tafakkur, which are the fruits to achieving the muraqaba and the mushahada, guiding the souls toward these realizations. So the essence of good character and moral conduct are not just desirable, but essential for this meaningful education. This is to acquire praiseworthy moral foundation, that is the munjiyat, such as repentance, fear of the divine judgment, being patient, the gratitude, sincerity, truthfulness, and being mindful in all of your actions. And to purify the self from a spectrum of reprehensible traits, and he calls it the muhlikat, which is such as anger, such as envy, love of money, foolishness, and the many traits. And the role of the educator have a duty to embody high ethical standards, and students are urged to cultivate virtuous characteristics in their journey to pursue higher learning. And here Al-Ghazali, as mentioned by Sheikh Rajab, discusses 4 pillars for this inner form of beauty. That is knowledge, قوة العلم, قوة الغضب, anger, desire, قوة الشهوة, and قوة العدل. And the need for this harmonious balance between all of them for us to achieve يعني كمال حسن الأخلاق. And this is like the wrapping up of this qualities of the teachers and the learners. And I will really add the aspect of how we have to be vulnerable to our students, especially in this age of the raqmana, we call it the technologies, like where they will learn way more than us. For them to be able to have more knowledge than us and still be able to balance with their adab is a huge challenge. You know, how can we balance it and be, in this journey together? These are some recommended guidelines for a successful program in the teacher's development, starting with the Islamic perspective of success in the world and hereafter, having a holistic character development program that includes the Al-Ghazali's principle in pedagogy. The teachers should be, and they are the role model. We pondered whether or not this artificial intelligence can be a role model to us, but I think the answer is not. The objective of personal development here is to attain a deep recognition of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and earnestly seek a closer relationship with Him, and to create those agents of changes. And this agent of change will not be created unless we really truly incorporate all of the aspects of the munjiyat in our teaching and learning practices. Teachers training program here should discerningly be tailored, and heightened focus on spirituality and character building was mentioned by many of my colleagues, and we need to establish a dedicated department or a program that offers courses in spiritual development, translate Al-Ghazali's teaching into the modern psychological and educational fields, utilize field trips, workshops, and emphasize the character and spirituality by selecting also who are going to be teachers, like carefully selecting our future or our emerging teachers with respecting the individual differences. Encourage an establishment of focus schools, and also academic progress should reflect intention, sincerity, knowledge with action, and the balanced approach between fear and hope. And here I would like to talk about this, if we can call it the Kibritul Ahmar program for creating spiritual educators, where the candidates should be for this program with high aspirations, pure intention, humility in their as a character, benevolent status, and have the reverence for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, reflective, contemplative mindset, and reformative spirit as a role, and also have like a role model to employ, to be embodying the qualities that they seek and instill them into their students. العلم النافع هو الذي ينشط في الصدر شعاعه ويكشف عن القلب قناعه. حكمة ابن عطاء السكندري. وهذا والله أعلم والله ولي التوفيق، وشكرا جزيلا لحسن الاستماع.
Thank you very much. And now we have our final speaker. She is Dr. Fella Lahmar, will be delivering her talk on From Aesthetic Appreciation to Behavioral Transformation, Al-Ghazali's Educational Framework.
Jazakumullah khairan. Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon, everyone. So it's my pleasure and honor to be with you all and to be in such presence of honorable طلبة العلم, that we are all طلبة العلم here learning from Al-Ghazali, Imamuna Al-Ghazali rahimahullah. And as we are learning also, it's a life journey, and this is part of Al-Ghazali's message that we will live as students of knowledge till we die. So the other thing is, as I say, let me say, Alhamdulillah, الذي أحرق قلوب أوليائه بنار محبته واسترق هممهم وأرواحهم بالشوق إلى لقائه ومشاهدته ووقف أبصارهم وبصائرهم من تنسم روح الوصال من ملاحظة جمال حضرته حتى أصبحوا من تنسم روح الوصال سكرى وأصبحت قلوبهم من ملاحظة سبحات الجلال والها حيرى فلم يروا في الكونين شيئا سواه ولم يذكروا في الدارين إلا إياه انسنحت لأبصارهم صورة عبرت إلى المصور بصائرهم وإن قرعت أسماعهم نغمة سبقت إلى المحبوب سرائرهم وإن ورد عليهم صوت مزعج أو مقلق أو مطرب أو محزن أو مهيج أو مشوق أو مهيج لم يكن انزعاجهم إلا إليه ولا طربهم إلا به ولا قلقهم إلا عليه ولا حزنهم إلا فيه ولا شوقهم إلا إلى ما لديه ولا انبعاثهم إلا له ولا ترددهم إلا حواليه فمنه سماعهم وإليه استماعهم فمن أقفل عن غيره أبصارهم وأسماعهم أولئك الذين اصطفاهم الله لولايته واستخلصهم من بين أصفيائه وخاصته. Quote, Sheikh Al-Ghazali rahimahullah. And by starting from this, I would like all of us actually to live within the philosophy of Sheikh Al-Ghazali, Imam Al-Ghazali rahimahullah, to see his methodology and also to see rather than the nitty-gritty and the detail of aesthetics and whether it's halal and haram, this is not the topic here, is about education and his philosophy of education. So I found this introduction captures the philosophy of Imam Al-Ghazali rahimahullah. You can see here one key aspect, and I'm so happy that there are other presenters before me that touches upon different aspects that I don't have to repeat myself on them, and all, mashallah, wisdom, petals of wisdom before that, and I build on that. So, for example, that Imam Al-Ghazali, rahimahullah, there is something in their core that to take the human being bikulliyatihi, as one unity. We cannot take something out of context and then handle it. And therefore, when we are talking about music, Imam Al-Ghazali looked at the human being with all its faculties, and then also ontology and epistemology. He dealt with it as an ontological, the levels of existence of the human being, and also like the levels of knowledge of the human being, and then link them together to explore what is music, is it allowed or not, and how artistic and aesthetics are linked actually, and what questions should we ask and what questions we should avoid, what routes and approaches should we take. And in that way, he considered that the existence, the level of existence, as Dr. Professor Rashab presented in the morning, I'm not going to repeat in that, and also the meaning, how to handle the language in the evidence and text. This is also something methodology of to read it. And he divided the sounds because this research is based on his book Kitab al-Sama' wal-Wajd, Adab al-Sama' wal-Wajd, and I took that and I analyzed it, content analysis, and I was trying to look for his methodology before looking for the fiqhi issues in that book. I found him dividing the sounds, and also he divided the sources of the sounds, and then he divides the aims and objectives of using the sounds, and then he divided the influences and impact on those sounds on the heart. Here we come to the ontology, the level of the heart, and the heart linked to the malakut. And this is very clear in the words that I just read at the beginning. You can see Imam Al-Ghazali, how he mentioned straight away النغمة, so there are sounds, and then he mentioned the تأثير of النغمة, the impact of النغمة on us, and the different by provoking different feelings in us, and he listed different feelings, and then he gave us the aim of education from his perspective, that actually to guide all those emotions and to invest in them towards the proper or the higher goal is actually whatever sound you hear, whatever beauty you see, it goes back to nurture the real beauty in you and in me and then in the learners, which is how to see Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in everything and how to hear Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in every sound. Because all those sounds, He found them. Again, we are going to the levels of ontology now. And all those nagamat or all those, and how they interact with us. Also, this is his philosophy, that we should not be annoyed that actually we enjoy rhythm. Because he's the one, that's beauty, because he's the one who created us to enjoy for a purpose, for a wisdom, to enjoy those rhythms and to enjoy this, that's Jamal. And in that he also linked to between the feelings and the action, because the action should follow what is in the heart. And then he goes to give us some, he considered also the needs. So he has the taqsimat, these divisions. Then he moved to al-hajat, to the needs of the listeners and the types of listeners, before going to al-fiqh here. And al-masha'ir, the emotions, he divides them into the different ones, which are, we can be angry, we can be happy, we can be very happy, we can be annoyed, we can be all those emotions but for what purpose? And how can these be invested for the goals of education? What resources will make us, how we interact with the aesthetics around us, whether sound or whether visual, and why, and how can we, and what are the impact of action. And here he takes it very in deep analysis between the emotions which are recommended to have and emotions that we don't have. For example, the same emotion, if someone to be relaxed at home with his family, then it's good. So they can listen to something to make them relaxed. But if they are in a war and you make them relaxed, then here the music is not doing its purpose. So Ghazali is going beyond the music as a music and as a voice and as a sound, and is going to the purpose of it and the context. He considered the action, and he considered the context of the action, and he considered the maqsid, and we know Ghazali is actually doing with the maqasid. So he really analyzed it deeply at different levels, and he looked at the maqasid, the objectives of Sharia, the higher ones, and then look on this, the relationship of that. So the instruments, he didn't say all of them are haram, and he didn't say all of them are halal. And the interesting thing as well, individually, he looked at people as individuals. And therefore, something can be halal to someone, haram to somebody else. So someone with diabetes in the advanced stage cannot eat baklava. Someone, for example, said that the doctor said, if you eat it, this will make you very, serious. For Ghazali, that sound that gets into the heart and moves certain emotions, those emotions, when they stirred, will push that person to do something haram, mahdhur. Therefore, for that person specifically, that is mahdhur, even if it is mubah with the agreement of all the scholars. But if something that will steer something towards Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and there is no evidence that this instrument or sound is haram, therefore we cannot make it haram without evidence. And in here now we go to, as educators, now I step back and I trust an educator how this is applicable one in my planning, my curriculum, my planning, my philosophy of education, my approach, or even my resources at the different levels. If I look at this kind of methodology, I will come to different conclusions, because in the West we have a big debate about music in Muslim schools and arts in music schools, and many Muslim schools were closed because of that, and the newspapers because of that. Why? Because of the fiqh. This is haram. We don't take it as a rule, and there is an inspection. They have to do it, and therefore they got into that conclusion. For Ghazali, if he's with us based on this and my reading to him, he would say, why are you making trouble of this? Actually, you can approach it differently. Actually, by closing this child can go to another school and can miss actually other benefits. So he would look for al-maqasid for that. And he also looked for something for the skills. He looked for the faculties of the human being, the faculties of perception. So that's the environment, the internal and external. I'm coming to it. Yeah, he looks for the faculties of the human being and considers that the heart, the action is related to the heart. When actually we do something, when something triggers us certain emotions and certain actions, because that is that is the nature of us. That is what we really love. That is what we really are. We are in the heart. So that thing is not the sound that makes the problem. The problem is the heart. That sound is only stirred something. If someone used to drink and haram, not water, and they used to drink in that circumstances and something association. So what is associated with? That is another question. The sound associated, or the instrument associated with what? That's why he said some drums are fine, some drums are not, even though the same sound is coming out of them, because some of them are associated with certain contexts, with certain culture, while others are not. And in one drum for Hajj, and drum for war, and drum for Khamr. He said they are used differently and the culture of using them is different, therefore we have to approach them different and not to have a unified ruling for them. So, and he said the faculty of dhawq, and I think he's touching upon something very important, dhawq. And it's not a dhawq of the Sufi to taste. He's talking about dhawq al-jamali, the taste of aesthetics, the taste of beauty. And he's linking that to refined character, because character comes at the heart of his philosophy of action. He said, without refining that dhawq of beauty, we cannot actually refine the character, because dhawq here has a relationship with the emotions, and it is a faculty. If someone listens to really nice rhythm and is not enjoying it, the mistake is not in the rhythm. Actually, the faculty, that faculty of is not well developed. فمن لم تكمل قوة إدراكه لم يتصور منه التلذذ. And for education, therefore, we have to ask what faculties are we planning for, what faculties are we looking for, and are they complete or not complete. اللذة نوع إدراك, والإدراك يستدعي مدركا ويستدعي قوة مدركة. So all this, I'm coming back to see why he considered the internal more than the external. The behavior, if I have problems in behavior in school for Ghazali, I have to look for the heart. I start from the internal and then move to the external. And I already said these parts. Value-based curriculum, therefore, if we go to the value-based curriculum, when we think about curriculum, we have to ask the question, therefore, and I'm focusing on the arts, but this is all are linked to other areas. The learners, how are we perceiving the learners? What are their faculties? And also in those faculties, what are their needs? Al-Ghazali, and we know he's from Maqasid. And he considered, for example, I give you an example from his quote, and I quote, that تحريك الدواعي إلى المحظور محظور. Then he mentioned وفيه دليل, and he mentioned something else where Rasulullah allowed actually Aisha to watch الإحباش. That's dance. That's part of aesthetics, and also allowed the girls to sing during the Eid. And Abu Bakr said, "What are you doing? صوت المزمار صوت الشيطان أو المزمار في بيت رسول الله." And said, "دعهما يا أبا بكر إننا في يوم عيد. We are in the day of Eid." Consider the context of time, and considered also the context of learners, because they are women and they enjoy the rhythm. And here, gender. The sister who asked about gender in the morning. He said, actually, وفيه دليل على أن حسن الخلق في تطييب قلوب النساء والصبيان بمشاهدة اللعب أحسن من الخشونة والزهد والتقشف في الامتناع والمنع عنه. Then he's not looking to that aspect, he's looking to the people and their needs, and we have to consider that, and there are priorities and أولويات, there are priorities in when we are actually studying something and how to approach it. So I'm not here to say what is his stand on aesthetics, but I'm saying for him aesthetics is essential. Aesthetic is essential in organizing the environment. Aesthetic is essential in asking the questions. Aesthetic is essential in actually thinking about our methodology and philosophy and framework of education. And aesthetic is important as well in linking to contemporary, how this is linked to our contemporary practice. He also considered aesthetics in nature and aesthetics in the community and relationships, because when emotions are developed, people are aware of their emotions, are aware of how to relate to others, and there's many research about that now. And also expressiveness in poetry. He mentioned poetry and music, that kind of expressive expression. And I'm not saying Ghazali said everything goes. Actually, he said look for evidence, and also said look for the influence and impact. So practical applications, nature-based learning, because he mentioned a lot of nature and the impact of nature on learners and learning and on their emotions and their growth, healthy growth, art integration across the curriculum, experiential learning, because he mentioned a lot the senses and how their input to learning. Also, the challenges this paradigm actually needs from us as educators to work very hard and to think deep. And as also people who care about Islamic education and care for depth, to look for Islamic education as a human being at depth, and not just to take it as tick boxes. Potential benefits, this could be a framework and an approach, transformation in how we approach deep transformation of character within the generations to come. Conclusions, I would say transformative potential. I think we are lacking, we are not giving enough for dhawq and jamal. Even Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is asking us to look into the universe and look into ourselves. And that means, and a person to be shakur and grateful, they need to be able to see and notice the refined things. And to notice that means they have dhawq. And to have and to nurture the faculty of dhawq, and not to leave it as, and we are not looking at it. We are looking for academics doing the cognitive, but we are not nurturing that. So we'll have to look for holistic paradigm, and the path forward is actually more ethically and aesthetically informed pedagogies. We are responsible. Jazakumullah khair. Shukran.
Thank you very much. I guess we emphasize so much that you should finish on time. We have a lot of time left, which is good, so we can relax if we finish earlier, but we have more time, of course, for questions and answer session. But at the same time, if you would like to make some comments, you are most welcome. Just if you are brief, more people will have a chance to ask questions. And before you speak, please introduce yourself. First hand I saw with that, I'm sorry, and then we can. Yes.
Assalamu alaikum. That was an amazing afternoon and the morning. I just want, my name is Zara Rahman, and I am the head teacher and proprietor of 3 schools in London. We have been doing Islamic science teaching for the last 10, 11 years. So it was based on Imam al-Ghazali and all that. And alhamdulillah, we've been experiencing that kind of nurturing in building that kind of character on the children. But what our challenges are as you know, UK, there's a lot of political remit. And as a school that's very, we'd say we're revivers, our pedagogy is completely different to majority of the schools in the UK. So we're known as the very few minor schools that are completely different. You might either say it's the ghuraba, the strange school. That's what they say when we go to head teachers meetings. But it's all on the principles of nurturing, the character building, We did a lot of training with our staff, and I do recommend that you don't only just look at CVs. It's all about nurturing the teachers. It's all about educating them on the epistemological faults. It's all about teaching them about the history so that they can understand and encapsulate the vision. Only when you encapsulate the vision will the teachers be able to carry on the message forward. Because you can't just bring in teachers and give them a scheme of work and a curriculum and think that you're going to have a fantastic Islamic school. An Islamic school is more than rote teaching. It's all about how you carry the vision of Islam forward. What it is you want to see. Do you want to just see tomorrow or the next 10 years? You need to plant the seeds for the next few hundred years. So you're not going to see leaders now, but you may see future. And that's what we've been trying to do. But again, our problem was obviously, the fear and hope that the sister was talking about. It's not just the teachers, it's leadership. Leadership are always balancing fear and hope. And that's part and parcel of our jihad, of our tawakkul that we have to build with Allah. And then Allah always pulls us out. I mean, we've had 3 inspections, Allahumma barik, and we've had a long journey. Alhamdulillah, we've found the balance. The balance in trying to deliver a pioneering school that we piloted only because of my own life experience. Because I kind of grew up in a normal school, then had madrasa, 2 hours of head bopping moment of Quran, and I didn't understand. So I wanted to do something completely different so that it becomes a preventative method. And the schooling works, because I've seen students who are now, which I've been invited in their weddings, and I've seen the changes. So that transformational change does happen. You just need to stick to it. But training is a must. Gaining knowledge is a must. As leaders, you're not going to have sleep, but that's part of the reward. We're not required to be in Battle of Badr. So this is your duty. You take it on and you learn, you read, you understand, and most of all, make dua. I mean, I make dua in my sajda, and I say to Allah, Allah, enable me to be a tool so that I can serve you. And it is Allah who gives you those opportunities. I am only here because you should be hungry to learn, to seek from the pious predecessors. Anything is possible. I was only a single mother who didn't even I was on national benefits. And I was able to turn my life around because I saw some people practicing, and I thought to myself, oh, how is it to be a Muslim? The word Muslim means to submit, so I got so scared thinking, gosh, I must be a non-submitter. So I got so freaked out with the ticket towards hell, I just literally panicked. Started reading, library. 15 years on, alhamdulillah, we're managing, we've got a good team, but it's hard work, staff retention, and also building the vision. So what all these scholars have said today, I applaud them. It's everything that I've, studied in secret, reading and all that, and it's all come to place. So well done to you all. But the question is obviously, how do you manage this? Legal framework and finances. God damn, financial crisis is crippling, especially being independent schools. You have something so good, but the ummah doesn't support you. The community doesn't support you. Our local communities are so interested in building a dome and a minaret, new carpets, and they don't understand there's schools there that are going to be creating leaders. So we kind of feel alone. So we sacrifice a lot of our finances. We work, alhamdulillah, I can't even say on pennies, but someone has to do this. But jazakallahu khair, if you can shed some light on both these.
Thank you very much. I'm sure all of our speakers will have something to say on this. And now we'll continue with our brother here.
السلام عليكم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. جزاكم الله خير جامعة حمد بن خليفة، جزاه الله خير، وكلية الدراسات الإسلامية الدكتور رجب، جزاه الله خير على التلخيص الاستباقي لهذا المؤتمر في كلمته. الطاهر أحمد الطاهر النذير، أستاذ الثقافة الإسلامية جامعة السودان للعلوم والتكنولوجيا، متخصص في محتوى التعليم الشرعي الإلكتروني. حقيقة الكلام أو النقطة التي ذكرتها سعادة الشيخ الدكتورة حصة في الانتقال لتعليم المعلمين، يعني كثيرا ما يناقش الناس قضية هذا المنهج، بإمكاننا أن نعد منهجا تعليميا تربويا مميزا منطلقا من أسسنا وأصولنا الشرعية، لكن كيف يمكن أن ينزل بالنسبة للطلاب؟ ال AI لن يصل إلى أن ينزله على الطلاب، ولكن يحتاج إلى هذا المعلم. والمعلم من طبعه، وأنا فترة لما درست في الجامعة، المعلم عنده مناعة أن يتعلم، يعني أن يكون أصبح معلم بعدها أن يعود مرة أخرى ليدرب وأن يتقبل هذا التدريب بنفس عالي وبنفس متشوق. هذا تحدي كبير. هنا ما شاء الله في هذه الدولة المباركة دولة قطر رأيت كثير من المنتجات، الموسوعة الشاملة التي تطوير التربية الإسلامية، مشاريع في القيم من أكثر من جهة. فالسؤال هو هل هناك آليات الآن بدأ فيها لاستعادة المنهجية الشرعية، خاصة وأن التعليم ومنهجات التعليم هو جزء من أصل ثقافة أي مجتمع وأي شعب، لا يستطيع أن يستعيرها من غيره وإنما يولدها من داخل منهجه ودينه وقيمه. هل هناك أي مشاريع؟ وإن لم يكن فمع هذه الكلمة الدكتور الشيخة سعادة الشيخة هند أن هزت غزة أحسستنا بأهمية أن نرجع إلى أصولنا الحضارية لنستقي منها. فهي يعني سؤال، هل هناك مشاريع الآن تطبيقية لتنزيل هذا الأمر على المعلمين أو لازلنا في إطار النظرية؟ جزاكم الله خير.
Okay, thank you very much. And then you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Ahmed Kareem. I am an educator by training. A few years ago, I developed this passion project to help kids, let's supplement the Islamic education that they're receiving in schools by offering them an outlet to be able to explore Islam in a let's say safer, more engaging way, hopefully. It's been about 8 years now, and it's going strong, and a whole curriculum has kind of been developed out of it. And one of my experiences, and this is me just maybe thinking out loud and looking for your expert advice, one of my experiences has been that I think the most powerful part of it is that it's been very engaging. And so I'm listening. I listened this morning and I'm listening now, and all of it's phenomenal. But I think that there's just this one piece of salesmanship that's missing here. So we have all the values, and we've trained the teachers, and so on and so forth, and they're kind, and they're able to connect with students, so on, quote unquote. But I think the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam was a salesman, in the sense, and I mean that in such a positive, in the way that he was able to connect with people and so on, right? Where does that piece come in, and how important is that?
Yes, right here, one more.
Thank you. I'm Junaid Kadir, Professor of Computer Engineering, Qatar University. So I'd like to first of all applaud all of the presenters. My question is, because the theme of this workshop is on contemporary practical applications, I think all of the things are very important, like Professor Sebastian talked of critical thinking, reasoning, holistic education, and so on. These days, it's easy to be fooled that we are thinking critically, but it's not. I want to pick your brains on this. Like, for example, these days we could go to ChatGPT and say, what would Ghazali say on this? However, since you are experts on Ghazali, and my question is targeted to Professor Sebastian, like if you take on the persona of Ghazali, because when you take on this role of a critical thinker, you would even question the way universities are structured, the way education is taught. Why do we need to, for instance, have 3 different institutes, the Zawiya and the Madrasa, and what was the other thing? Yes, so universities. And so specifically, since I'm also a university educator, could you talk a little on this? Because to wrap up my question, critical thinking cannot be something telling you something. It should be like coming from inside. It should be maybe focused on tehqiq, yourself figuring out things. So if you could please comment on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. One more final question right over there, and then we'll go into the answers.
Thank you for this wonderful papers. Just I have two questions. The first question to Dr. Filla on the technical term sama'. So I don't know, you know this, like the sama' is an umbrella for like many things. So just I'm curious why it's translated as a music. So just this, I'm trying to understand, is this like your understanding from the same chapter or like from Al-Ghazali perspective? Just a question for understanding. The second question to Sheikh Dr. Hassa. So the technical term Al-Kibrit Al-Ahmar in Jawahir al-Quran, I don't know if I follow you correctly. Is this something like you connect with the teacher, or the meaning of Al-Kibrit Al-Ahmar as انتقال من الخصال الخسيسة إلى الخصال الحميدة, you are applying this as a core understanding for teaching system, or you mean Al-Kibrit Al-Ahmar is the teacher in Jawahir al-Quran? Just I want to understand.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's start with Dr. Günther.
Yes, thank you very much for all the different insights and comments from the audience. When it comes to critical thinking, it is my understanding that Al-Ghazali pushed this issue a lot in his early works. This was part of his start of his own journey. And it is important for us to understand that Al-Ghazali was very much aware of the fact that this is part of our doing in this world. Otherwise, we will not be able to put thinking into action and come to a logical conclusion what we are doing, because this is very important for him to balance what you think and what you do. Balance is another important word in Al-Ghazali's scholarship. He has even books, Al-Qistas al-Mustaqim, using this Quranic expression in the title. So when he was progressing on his own journey, he came to the understanding that things need to be balanced. And this spirituality in life is something we should not lose. It doesn't matter whether you are a Muslim or a non-Muslim. When we look at our technologically driven world today, it is very important to balance ourselves, not to just go for all the technology that is out there and make use of everything. Here the artificial intelligence programs that our students increasingly use. I mean, this is a problem at the university at the moment. But at the same time, being capable of using your own mind and make proper use of technology. I think this is the way, if Al-Ghazali would be alive today, would be an advice he gives to us. At the same time, keep your humanity, keep your being a human, and balance your life with what he calls spiritual progress in your life. And here the connection comes together between spirituality and logic, the ethical component. And this is something universal. It's not unique in Islam. This is something that we know from many cultures, but it is something very prominent in Islam. And this is a very important contribution that Muslims can make to the world today.
Yeah, thank you for all the questions, and remarks. I would like to address the first question or comment actually. Thank you for letting us, having an insight in your endeavor to maintain and run an Islamic school or 3 Islamic schools in UK. I want to relate, because you emphasized the importance of ongoing teacher training or ongoing trainings for teachers. Well, within Europe, I think Austria is very blessed in terms of we have a legal frame which enables Muslims in Austria to run Islamic education at state schools, and this is provided by state. Interestingly, my institute, we are training teachers in Austria. It's not enough to have a good curriculum. I think maybe we have a good curriculum, but what we observed during a research which is still running is we did interviews with teachers, and interestingly, it popped up that teachers are more and more avoiding topics which are included in the syllabus, but they are afraid of discussing them in schools, because they say we don't know how to make sense of critical or maybe dilemmas, or especially like, issues like miracles, etc., etc., because our kids starting to be so logic. They want explanations, and it's challenging for us to make sense for all the even though metaphysical we should not use metaphysical, things happening in religion, and they are challenging. And when I do approach these kind of topics which are relevant and important, I can't get out of it. On the one hand, I want to explain it, but my training is not enough, so I need support. And that's why there is an urgent need for a multiplex approach also to curriculum, but still an ongoing training, because questions change. And we have to approach these questions which the students arise, for example. And the issue why I also take the topic of the very individual crisis, let's say, of Imam Ghazali is more and more children and students come up with individual crises. We know LGBT, etc. All these stuff, we have to approach these questions, but our teachers are challenged and not well equipped on how to approach these kind of questions, for example. And therefore, yes, absolutely, it's not enough to have a well-ordered, good finance structured school. You have to always train your teachers further and equip them with the tools they need to address the questions and needs of students today.
المسامحة الأسامي يعني ما لقطها بس سامحوني. So to address the question of about the كبريت الأحمر. هو سبحان الله، هو من هو الكبريت الأحمر؟ هو الغزالي himself is that كبريت الأحمر، هو ذاك الشيخ النادر أو ذاك المعلم النادر. But how can we find that nudra and how can we extrapolate from this understanding of this nudra to our, to implement it now? So I was thinking of darajat, like stages for you to be going in that transformational journey, stages of درجات للكبريت الأحمر. And this gets us to, putting the teacher on the spot. Like, how can we train the teachers and constantly, getting them updated, getting them holistic. يعني if we can step a little bit back, who is a teacher? Is teaching for the masses? And if teaching is the masses, can we create a program that is how can I say it in a positive way, like more of master teachers who are able to continue to reform and transform like the masses of the teachers. And this is actually, it's not abstract, it did not exist, it existed in our heritage. We have a school in Baghdad that is actually part of this Nizamiya. It's called Al-Asafiyya. We have scholars who are graduates of Al-Asafiyya currently in our education system at Qatar University and elsewhere. And the Asafiyya had a very unique approach to address this constant transformation of the whole community, of having muallim ruhi. The job of this muallim ruhi is not to grade you, not to give you a score. So he is very popular among his students, among his teachers. Yet, his word is the final. And his job is to be connected with the students and to be connected with the teachers and getting the students be connected with the entire society. How can we do it? Reforming policies, finance, and support is the way to it. And for the other brother from the Sudan, Barakallah Fik, we don't want to say it's abstract. We want to say that the word is out there. Whether it is through Brother Santurk's efforts, mashallah, or like humbly, what we are doing also at the College of Education. We have an initiative, مبادرة سميناها مبادرة التربية والحياة الطيبة. And the job of this and the approach of this mubadara is to work on 5 pillars that after the istiqra of so many literature and over the thousands of years of our scholars that constitute this holistic approach to cultivate a well-rounded being. That is the spiritual pillar that we all spoke about, followed by the emotional pillar, ركيزة الحياة الطيبة القلبية. Then the intellectual pillar, ركيزة الحياة الطيبة, we call it العقلية. I know that we can have different names, but we call it ركيزة الحياة, ركيزة أولو الألباب, تفكر, تدبر, نظر, تحقيق, اعتبار. And then these 3 elements or these 3 raka'is are embodied in the 4th ركيزة, that is ركيزة الحياة الطيبة الجسدية, that's الوعاء. It's your body that carries all of this, plus, obviously you have to take care of your well-being, your sports, your exercise. And this is merely a representative of ركيزة الحياة الطيبة الاجتماعية أو المجتمعية, that is the social well-being. Because we are meant to be للعبودية وللاستخلاف. And how can we now translate these pillars into all of our aspects, whether it is policy, strategies, curriculum? In our initiative last year, we did those workshop, and we invited everyone, politicians, engineers, artists, educators, parents, students, everyone, from the total of, mashallah, of 570 participants, to discuss each pillar and to get views of the definition, how they define spirituality, what are the opportunities of seeing spirituality in all of these elements in our society, and then discovering the challenges that we face, and then coming up with these conclusions. Inshallah, when the report is ready, we can send it, and you can send it to your respective colleagues. But we are all trying. We are not yet there. But this is it's a journey of growth, inshallah. Barakallah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fella.
Thank you so much for your questions as well. Sometimes the questions, you have concerns, and we are limited with the timing, and we cut a lot of the message. You have the paper of 7,000 or 8,000 words, and you cut it in 15 minutes, and therefore we are left with the challenging is to pass the message at its depth, yet within a limited time. And this is an art by itself. So the question for music, I completely take on board the concern why the sama' would be translated as music, but that's not my intention in the presentation. Actually, I translated differently in my paper. I avoided deliberately not to translate it as music. So this is a deliberate thinking about it, because sama', the translation also for the book of sama' here on my notes and on my paper, is not about music, is about the etiquettes of listening. So listening is much broader than music. The musical instrument is only part of listening. And that's why I said Al-Ghazali divided the sounds. And parts of those sounds for jamadat, for things, and sounds for animals. And within animals, he put humans and animals. And within animals, there are different sounds. And then he divides the sounds of beautiful, rhyming or not rhyming. And what if rhyming do they have with instruments or without instruments? And what type of instruments? Obviously, there will be we will come to, with all these divisions, we will come with so many sounds. Some sounds we may find, the scholars of fiqh, none of them say this is haram. Some sounds they may find differences. Some sounds they may say this is not allowed, because then we come to the question of al-ma'na. That's when it goes, when it's, for example, mizmar. He mentioned al-mizmar explicitly in his explanation. And in this we may say al-mizmar is part of a musical instrument as we call it today. So in that case, but he used the sound of the rhythm and the sound and melodies as well without any instrument. So in this case, more important to me is not his view on music, and I have my stand on it as well, but I think his methodology is so important on how individualistically, so he's looking for someone, for example, even could be listening to nasheed without any music instrument. For Ghazali, listening to that nasheed, the hukm of it is different of people. If one person listening to that music with that nasheed without any musical instrument as we know them today, as we understood that concept, if that triggers, evokes emotions, that makes them high towards Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, closer, that kind of piety, that is permissible for them and maybe even recommended for them. If that actually keeps them away from the Quran, they start enjoying the nasheed more than actually enjoying any of the Quran or recite for Al-Ghazali, that is not allowed for that person, because that is harming them. So for him is actually what is in the heart and what steers the heart and what are the outcome and impact of that steering of that kind of agent within the heart. And that's what's the output that we have to look. And like a doctor, you go and before they write the prescription, they say go and do individual analysis, tests. And then you got all that and they will analyze and they say to you, for you, this is good, for you, that's so yes, I hope I answered your question. Thank you. For the other question, I think is very interesting, and I'm so happy that you asked that question. The reason I actually read that text to make you feel something. And at the end, I was looking and checking the faces. Some of them, they were really in tears. Some of them doing like this. So different feelings. That triggers different feelings. That's the mood. That's the mood I want you to interact, to leave the presentation. And that mood that Ghazali said, the words, the sound, the way I read those words will, if I say Alhamdulillah, you say how I use Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah. See, we will trigger different things about this. And therefore, the same sounds can trigger this connection, being aware of how the sound, of using aesthetic, if I say here, embedding aesthetics across the education. And consider the faculty of dhawq, which is I'm researching on Muslim schools, and though we are not doing enough or writing enough about that type of taste to deal with the human being at their depth. And I think this is lacking a lot as well in Western education, because it's preparing learners for the economy system. And therefore dealing a lot with the skills and dealing a lot, a deal program, what are their jobs? The successful of the program, not how they feel as a human beings, not how the empathy they feel as a human being, not let them express their feelings as a human beings, because that will be the person who's aware of their own feelings. This person can engage better. You've engaged actually when I read this. You ended up clapping, synchronizing with each other in rhyming action, which Al-Ghazali talked about, and he considered clapping as one of the listening that we do, and the voices that we all together make a choir together, and we did that sound together to express and to communicate. You communicated with me that you like that, and actually the way I read it, I intended, that is one from my heart, because I intended to pass the message. The depth of the message in the ontology goes back. So we need that, because we need to deal with a human being that will affect them in all their relationships. And also, there are therapies now, therapies of behavior, cognitive behavior therapy, for example, or therapies of arts therapies, of expression. and the people using the arts, the sound, the paint, the reading, the writing, because that makes them understand their emotions and order them and manage them better. I hope I answered your question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And this concludes our session. Walhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. And see inshallah after Salatul Asr. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
الصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وعلى آله وصحبه ومن اقتفى أثرهم إلى يوم الدين وبعد السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. نعود والعود أحمد إن شاء الله. So we come back to this last session for today, fruitful day. وختامها مسك إن شاء الله. This session, Ghazalian Foundations of Learning and Teaching for Contemporary Education. We start inshallah with Professor Alparslan Açık Kanteş. Yep. Okay, that's good. Açık Kanteş. Sorry. جزاك الله خيرا. Alparslan Açık Kanteş. جزاك الله خيرا. تفضل مشكورا.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Elhamdülillahi Rabbil Alemin. Ve salatu ve selamu ala Resulina Muhammedin ve ala alihi ve sahabi ecmain. I am so sorry I couldn't prepare a PowerPoint because I delved into the ocean and completely swimming to find the end, but I couldn't. But alhamdulillah, I was able to find some rocks. So I climbed on the rocks and waiting. So hopefully we'll swim some more and then find the end as a good salvation. So reaching a final solution. So I will just try to share my ideas because I went through Ihya this time, you know, how we can relate it to our educational systems today. This education, then the question concerning our nature becomes important in this respect. So I try to evaluate Ihya more from that perspective. And I was surprised when I went through that, you know, I found, as I said, wealthy or material concerning this, then this would take a lot of time to continue and expand on this subject. So my, analysis of human nature, as it is based on the previous Islamic literature by our learned scholars, gives me the idea that, you know, we have primarily four natures, actually four aspects of our nature. And all of these things should be, addressed in education. The first one that we start to evaluate is what I call the animal nature. And we can refer to this, I prefer sometimes the Arabic terminology because some of the things ideas that our past scholars developed cannot be expressed, unfortunately, in English. But we are used to using English also. Like the term human nature, I don't like it. What can we do? I prefer mahiyatul insan because it is more general. It refers to both the spirit and also the physical nature, both of them. So the first one, if we look actually the animal nature or animal aspect of human nature, we are primarily born with this when we are born. But of course, animality here primarily refers to the living being. And all other aspects that I will be discussing, we are born with them also, but potentially. So that means as we go on and so on, each one of those will be developing. Each aspect of our nature has a certain characteristic. In the animality, probably I would like to emphasize territoriality, because if you look at other animals also, they mainly try to, base themselves on a territory, try to defend it. With us, I have, other ideas also, that because we are created from the earth, we are bound with the earth.
So as a result, we also attach ourselves to the earth. I mean, that comes again from our fitra. So from that perspective, I define human-animal aspect as a territorial living being. But of course, as we grow up, you know, we begin to develop our other potentialities. And this I express with the word bashar in Arabic, which cannot be translated into English. Some, I noticed in some literature, they offer translations, but I didn't like them really. So I came up with this. I say human bashar. So to express it, because as you know, both insan and bashar are translated as human being into English. But obviously there is a difference between the two. The difference is especially, you know, reflected in one verse, you know, in the Quran. وَمِنْ آيَاتِهِ أَنْ خَلَقَكُم مِّن تُرَابٍ ثُمَّ أَنْتُمْ بَشَرٌ تَنْتَشِرُونَ. Very interesting, especially the word thumma, then, indicates that before bashar there was something. So this comes to my mind. I checked some tafsirs, Razi's tafsir attracted my attention, and he pays attention to that also. And then tries to give explanations for the word tantashirun as bashar. So therefore, I say definitely there is a difference between animality and bashariyah, or haywaniyah and bashariyah. But what is the difference between the two? As you know, in everyday life, in not technical, but dictionary meaning, literal meaning, when we say bashar, that means, you know, a being that needs food, you know, lively things and so on. But all these aspects are actually fulfilled by our animal aspect also. So that means there is something added to it. And that added thing is, I call, human emotions. Of course, animals have emotions also, but our emotions are different. So as a result, we begin to transcend territoriality. We don't pay the land as territory anymore, but we perceive it as our home. And we start writing poems, poetry, to express, you know, our love towards territory and for everything that we have in life. So in this respect, probably bashar can be defined as an emotional living being. But again, this is not everything. You know, this continues because then rationality is added on this also. So, you know, from living being to emotional being and then rational being. All these things are added for our nature, and each one of these, they begin to express their characteristics. I found one statement in the Ihya, actually many, but one of them attracted my attention quite a lot. That you know, the way he expresses is that فَالْإِنسَانُ إِنسَانٌ بِمَا هُوَ شَرِيفٌ لِأَجْلِهِ. I translate it like this, you know, an individual is a true human being by virtue of which he is honored for. I don't know if this is a good translation or not, but it really expresses what I try to say. But then he continues after this. You know, he continues that says, what is it for which a human being is honored? And this is aql, he says. So as a result, the sharaf, through the aql, of course, we become, you know, liable for accepting the amana. So as a result, then we come to a bit higher level. Now, if we give the same example that we gave for animality and bashariyah, the land is territory, then becomes a home, Now it becomes a country. As a result, you need ruling, this political system and so on and so forth, because rationality now is involved. So then the nature, of course, becomes more and more complicated. But is that where it ends? Al-Ghazali says no. But this term, maybe you can help me, the translation I had a bit difficulty, Sharaful Mahal, that he is using. It doesn't end there, with the aql, you have it, but then you need a locus of honor. Where is that? So he says, yeah, that is the qalb. So as you can see, now we come at even a higher level. So 4 levels emerge as a result of this analysis. Animality, bashariya, insaniya. The final one, because we come closer to the angelic level, I call it malakiya. So, or the spiritual, if you want. That is why, because I want to use this, as the foundation for the education. So all these 4 levels, of course, they have their ontological output also. I will try to summarize and then see how this can be integrated with especially today's educational systems. The first one, the animal nature with its faculties and organs is effective in concrete matters concerning our daily lives. It thus belongs to the physical realm. This means that it can be studied in the physical sciences. This also gives us a clue for the educational theory that this aspect should be studied by physical sciences. But another thing is that this aspect should be controlled. The education that is to be given for this aspect is controlling the, transgressings of the animality. But this transgression becomes multiplied when we come to the Bashariya level, as I try to explain, because in the Bashariya is effective in daily dealings also, and then with the dealings with other human beings, but with the environment as well, with everything, all beings, we can say, actually. So this aspect belongs to the physical realm again, but because emotions become more effective in order to discipline them, there is a need for guidance from the revelation. So the Bashariya aspect definitely can be studied with the rational sciences, but cannot be left alone. There is a need here for guidance. So that means we enter into another realm. So this means that some aspects of it fall within the realm that is in between. These are the terms I derive from the Quran, actually, because وَالسَّمَوَاتِ وَالْأَرْضِ وَمَا بَيْنَهُمَا, I take it, or this is the interpretation, that samawat referring to the ghaib, and the ard obviously the physical, and then وَمَا بَيْنَهُمَا, that is in between. So when it is the shahada, this morning Dr. Rajab very well explained this, the ontology of it, and also its epistemology. It's based on nazar aqli completely. The in-between realm is this significant, that falls within nazar shar'i. But this, the proportion, how it should be, that requires a very good methodology also. Now when we go to the insaniya level, this is effective in knowledge and intellectual and scientific activities. This dimension falls within the in-between realm also, but is also getting closer to the ghaib, the absolute aspect, getting closer, so almost to the edge. But where is that? The angelic, the malakiya aspect of it comes into the picture now, and it's effective in issues that fall within the category of the relative ghaib next to the absolute ghaib. And this is the aspect that is to be used in educating the rest of the human dimensions. So that means this is the aspect that should dominate. Ontological or paying attention to the growth of human nature, it seems animality to be the foundation, but in the educational system, it's upside down. It cannot continue like that. So, and this is actually Al-Ghazali's foundation of education that is very clear, especially in the Ihya. Now, how to do that and bring it relevant to our times? What I did, I tried to analyze each topic of Ihya, but I want you to see how I converted them to an educational theory. I'm sure all of you already know that it is divided mainly into 4 sections, or 4 parts, if you want. Rubu', as you know. The first rubu' al-ibadat, and then he details, all of these things, but we cannot apply it as such and integrate it into the educational system. So I was thinking how to do that. I came up with a solution, a new method, which I would like to call it epistemological distribution. Epistemological distribution, because we need to consider human epistemology, because that's what education is. At each level of education, what to give and how to give. So the distribution means it is all these topics, and the spirituality is distributed throughout the whole education. That's what I meant. So in that case, I say we need to convert this. And within my conversion, I say, rather than referring to it as ibadat, we can convert it. Of course, we have to mention the same topics, but in a different way. Human identity and responsibilities. So that means they should come at the beginning. Okay, human identity and responsibility. These terms, philosophically, they express a lot of things, but I cannot go into the details. So that is what I would like to simply express. Now, in that case, when we come to the second section, which is called Rub'ul Adat, these are mainly, human life in relation to values. Again, so a bit slight conversions, but of course, we need different methodologies also. I would like to indicate one more thing, that Al-Ghazali did not write Ihya, for lower levels. It's a scholarly book, it's at a higher level. And in fact, sometimes I also claim that in the true sense, this is a book that is written from the perspective of Islamic worldview as a philosophical system. So obviously, philosophical systems cannot be applied at every single level. So you need to work on it. Many theories are like that, actually. When you develop a philosophy of education, you cannot apply it directly. These are not applicable directly. You need to convert them into an application, theories that can be applied. So this is the way that it should be studied from the epistemological perspective. And as you know, the third section is Rub' al-Muhlikat, the dangers that lead the person to destruction both in this world and the hereafter. It can be converted in such a way. So that means we are going a little bit higher levels, okay? And the fourth one, of course, munjiyat. So that means what are the things that will lead us to salvation, to save us from those dangers that destroy humans in this life and in the hereafter. So this is what I really learned from Ihya as a spiritual foundation. I'll just read the final paragraph of my conclusion and end my discussion. So I would like to leave it for a future study. As I said, I'm holding on the rocks now. I haven't completed my swimming yet. So inshallah, I'll find the final end of it for a future study to analyze all of these subjects, because I didn't go into the sub-chapters. I just gave the general, the titles of each part, make a spiritual foundation for education. If we just look at the titles of each chapter and pay attention, their only literal meaning, we should be able to see the spiritual content of these discussions. What is left for us is to epistemologically distribute these spiritual contents throughout our educational system in order to raise not only a true human being, but a true complete human being, al-insan al-kamil. So this is then the purpose of it. I forgot to mention when I was talking about the aspects of human nature, we are true human beings at the insaniya level, but not complete really. What completes it is the spirituality. So true human being is not sufficient. It can still cause a lot of problems, a lot of troubles. And this is what we should be taking. I think this is what Ihya has given to me. So I wanted to share this with you. Inshallah, we can continue to develop it. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Thank you so much, Dr. Alp Arsalan, and also for keeping the time, mashallah, 19 minutes. Jazakallah khairan. Next, our next speaker, inshallah, Dr. Isam Idu. Barakallahu feek. And the topic, Al-Ghazali's view on Futuwa, an analysis of his educational trajectory, levels of existence, and levels of human faculties.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله الذي بنعمته تتم الصالحات اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد الفاتح لما أغلق والخاتم لما سبق ناصر الحق بالحق والهادي إلى صراطك المستقيم. So please forgive me if I make any mistake. This is the third day under the effects of jet lag. I just slept 2 hours. If I speaking here about Sheikh Muhammad al-Ghazali, the modern scholar, so please forgive me. So I'm trying to focus as much as I can on Sheikh al-Islam Abu Hamid al-Ghazali. And so as you can see the title on Al-Futuwa, and the one you need to read about Al-Futuwa and to maybe to go in depth is a book by our Dr. Sheikh Rajab Shamturk, and the book that you have with you on the history of Futuwa, the literature of Futuwa, the manuals of Futuwa, and the figures of Futuwa in the history of Islam. So, but I came to this subject because this subject is very important for me as someone just immigrates from Syria to Germany and then to USA, and I found myself in the end director of undergraduate studies in my department, the religious studies and Islamic studies, and also I have kids, and it seems like very important to think about how we can counter this society and materialism and the flood of materialism we are living right now. So it seems it's not just like going to place, we like materialism everywhere. So Al-Ghazali is very relevant to our modern day and how we can understand Al-Ghazali and how we can practice and imply and implement the principle and the premises of Al-Ghazali in our modern life. So always I'm asking this question to do we need to build Islamic school in the West, or is our choice to send our kids to public school because we believe Islam is a very powerful religion. So then if we believe that and we believe the values of this religion is very powerful, why we need Islamic school? Why we don't go outside publicly and share our belief? And this come to my mind as something very important about Al-Ghazali, what I call spiritual reasoning. So Asrar al-Sharia, but this is not just about Asrar al-Sharia or the wisdom of Tashri'ah. So many things we are talking in the West, about hijab, about halal, about dhabiha, about many things, how we can stand and how we can be firm and how we can talk about reasoning. And can we share this reasoning with others? And can we establish this reasoning on very firm and solid ground? This is a very big question. And I think Al-Ghazali, even though like lived centuries ago, he gave a very great lessons for us. And I think with understanding Al-Ghazali and decoding all texts of Al-Ghazali, I think we can establish our spiritual reasoning in our modern day. So the significance of Al-Ghazali, so let me, I'm not focusing here because many things in the, okay, let me just like focus on this slide. The significance of Al-Ghazali, he was between two figures, as I mentioned in the beginning about Dr. Rajab Futuwa book, between the first one, As-Sulami, and the second one, As-Suhrawardi. So As-Sulami is the one who produced to us and introduced us the statement, anecdote, and all things and all these statements about Al-Futuwa. And then we have As-Suhrawardi, the one who codified the text of Futuwa, and now we have principles of Futuwa by As-Suhrawardi. But the significance of Al-Ghazali is between these. So if we don't have Ghazali, so we need to ask this question, if we don't have Ghazali in our history, I think still we are struggling with the level of existence and how we approach the level of existence, the level of human faculties, and the level of sciences. So Al-Ghazali, the significance of Al-Ghazali come from systematizing all of these three dimensions. But Al-Ghazali, not the end episode. So after Al-Ghazali, we have a lot of figures, many figures who build on Al-Ghazali. So like in Tartib al-Ulum, Sajiqli Zada, so work on Al-Ghazali and work the concept of taqlid and tahqiq, as we listened in the beginning about the taqlid and tahqiq and criticizing taqlid. And then we have Ibn Arabi who worked on Al-Kibrit al-Ahmar, and he has a book on Al-Kibrit al-Ahmar. That's why I asked this question. So this is a very important concept. It's not just like a word in Jawahir al-Quran. And I'm very interested in connecting Kibrit al-Ahmar with the concept of teachers, because Al-Kibrit al-Ahmar in Jawahir al-Quran connected not with teachers for me, connecting with the text and the essence of the text, but maybe we need more maybe depth to read and decode the concept of Al-Kibrit al-Ahmar. So Al-Sha'rani, and then a lot of figures after Al-Ghazali who built on Al-Ghazali. So, but as I understood Al-Ghazali, in the end Al-Ghazali just introduced to us two realms. And here, so we have two realms we can see in Al-Ghazali in many books, Mushkat al-Anwar, Jawahir al-Quran. Fatihat al-Ulum is a book, like there is a question about the attribution of Fatihat al-Ulum to Al-Ghazali, but from the content, I believe this book like coming from the wisdom of Al-Ghazali at least. And then we have Ihya Ulum al-Din. So we can see in all of these books two realms, Al-Mulk and Al-Malakut. We don't see Lahut. Lahut is coming after. We can see it in the books of Shaykh al-Akbar Ibn Arabi, and after that we can see like Nasut, this is mostly Mulk, and then Malakut, and then Lahut. So there are two claims about all of these existence. So in the Jewish mysticism by Gershom, who said that all of these realms coming from the concept in Jewish Kabbalah. The reading, the esoteric reading of Jewish text. And then we can see like four realms in the Jewish Kabbalah. We can see Al-Malakut. We have a different word, Shakina, or Al-Malakut itself. The first realm is Asalut, coming like Asal. And then we have Bariya as like Al-Bara'a, the creation. So however, this claim, I think it's a false claim based on a false cognate. So because the content mostly like completely different. So Malakut in Jewish studies mostly referring to Mulk, not to that realm, metaphysical realm. So but in Al-Ghazali, Malakut referring to that metaphysical realm. And same we have another claim by Ismailite saying that everything coming from Al-Ghazali coming from new Platonian concept. And this also, I think we need to rethink about Al-Ghazali and the content of Al-Ghazali. And I think Al-Ghazali used the same technical terms, but different content, different theory, and different concept. So here's some text on Al-Futuwa. by Al-Ghazali, just like many texts in his book. The first one, فلا يوصف بالجود إلا من اصطنع المعروف وسلك سبيل المروءة. So we know that the futuwa is a concept, and we have the semantic field of futuwa. So it's like mostly we can use the word muru'a, and many words we can see it in as-Sulami. So however, the most important thing is the three lines coming from the poetry that Al-Ghazali caught in his Ihya. أرفه ببالي فتى يغدو على ثقة. I don't see from here. Can anyone help me? أن الذي قسم الأرزاق يرزقه فالعرض منه مصون ما يدنسه والوجه منه جديد ليس يخلقه إن القناعة من يحلل بساحتها لم يبق في ظلها. نعم. So what's the word after ظلها? نعم. This is a mistake coming from the jet lags. Okay, I'm trying to just like to focus. So here we have like some traits and some qualification about futuwa, like mostly talking about ثقة, about غنى, قناعة, and رضا. So, however, just like as you can see, like we have all of these explained in the morning by the great paper by Dr. Rajab on the realm of mulk and the realm of malakut and the source of these two realms and the human faculties may be associated with each realm, and each realm has some maybe figures like the realm of mulk, the people of that realm is ulama and hukama, but the figures and the people of the second realm is awliya and anbiya, and the first realm associated with nafs and hawas, and the second realm associated with qalb. However, aql is very interesting technical term in Al-Ghazali, because in Al-Ghazali talking about qalb has two eyes, external and internal, right? And these two eyes, like going one to the knowledge of anbiya and one to the knowledge of ulama, mundane and beyond mundane, the metaphysical realm. So, and this, and here what this very important talking about the paper by Dr. Hamza al-Bakri in the morning about the significance of alfaz and the connection with ma'ani. Al-Ghazali is very critical about this point, as Dr. Hamza highlight, and here I want to share that from كتاب مشكاة الأنوار. واعلم أن في قلب الإنسان عينا هذه صفة كمالها وهي التي يعبر عنها تارة بالعقل وتارة بالروح وتارة بالنفس الإنساني. So however, so what the statement here saying that all of these lata'if, so we have many lata'if, we are talking about this like invisible faculty in human, the humanity, the first one nafs, and the second one aql, the third one qalb, and then ruh. So I'm not talking here about jasad, I'm talking about lata'if. So for Al-Ghazali, all of these is one thing. Right, and said in the end, like after this quote, he said, "Let us call it aql." And I think he is very wise when he mentioned aql. Okay, and he said like, okay, let us just like mention aql, because aql for me, as I understand from Ghazali, and maybe Dr. Rajab he can confirm this, maybe understanding. Al-aql here is like barzakh. So because like for him, al-aql is the domain of applied ethics. So al-ihya, ihya ulumuddin, like barzakh, aql and qalb, because al-aql is responsible for understanding the reasoning, the consequences of every action. So if you see your action going you to paradise, then you are responsible for that action, and same like to act or to avoid. So aql here, once taking that path, so then turning to qalb. So then aql and qalb, aql specifically is like barzakh between mulk and malakut. Once we go to qalb, we go to malakut. But this, as I said, very important statement by Al-Ghazali in Kitab Mishkat al-Anwar. All of these lata'if is just like one thing, and there is no any like organ. It's just like one thing in a human body. But so the meaning taken from the attachment. So if this latifa connected with desire, then we call it nafs. If connected with mundane reasoning, we call it aql. If we connected with unmundane reasoning or metaphysical reasoning, we connected with qalb. If we connect that with the source of the reasoning, we called it ruh. So what I mean by this? So like let us read Surah Al-Baqarah, Alif Lam Mim, ذلك الكتاب لا ريب فيه هدى للمتقين الذين يؤمنون بالغيب. So the key word here, al-ghayb. Right? So some scholars in the West like talking about the rhyme in the Quran, and Quran built on the rhyme, muttaqin, yunfiqun, and all of these. So I think this like here we have rhetorical understanding. وَمِمَّا رَزَقْنَاهُمْ يُنْفِقُونَ. Do you see that? Like the change. And this is not just like the rhyme. Because when we think about rizq, we think about spiritual reasoning. This like hidden, is metaphysic. We don't see that, this like the reasoning. But in fact, we see it. So when I spend money, when I give charity, I see that. But rizq coming from God. So that's why rizq before infaq. Rizq before infaq in that verse. And then we can see it like in different verse, like we have different order. But that I think very significant in this beginning of Surah Al-Baqarah, we have rizq before infaq, because like for the people not believing in this belief or this principle, as we can see in Surah Yasin, and very important Surah Yasin, because in the end of Surah Yasin we can see Subhana alladhi biyadihi malakut, and Surah Tabarak alladhi biyadihi al-mulk, and al-mulk, Surah al-mulk read in after Isha. So this is like the reasoning of mundane, right? Ma'ash. And Surah Yasin, the reasoning of the heart, the metaphysic is the Fajr, after Fajr. That's why the tradition connected with these two surah, al-mulk and al-malakut. So then like when we talk about these two reasoning, we can see in Surah Al-Mulk, these like kafirin, unbelievers saying why we should like give money to those people. Can Allah give them, right? And this is exactly our reasoning in our mundane world, like for homeless, like why I need to give, but like, they can't work, right? I'm not responsible to fix the world. But this exactly the Imam bil-Ghayb, al-Rizq before infaq. Let me jump, how many minutes I have? Okay. I'm sorry, I'm going. Okay, so in Fatihat al-Ulum, as I mentioned earlier, there is like questioning on the attribution of the book. And in Jawahir al-Quran, there are two classifications of the rankings of the science. The first one, we can see it in Fatihat al-Ulum. He classifies science into two main parts, Shar'i and Ghair Shar'i. And the second one, in Jawahir al-Quran, just focusing on Shar'i aspect. And this like what we can see in still in Fatihat al-Ulum on the Shar'i aspect. And then this what we can see in Jawahir al-Quran. I will not explain these, so because the time it's very limited, maybe you can see it in the paper, but this my understanding for Jawahir al-Quran. I'm teaching this book like many times, and it's very important. Every word in this book is critical. So you cannot read this book just like a book to understand the Quran. And this book, for me, is the most important book in what we call at-tafsir al-mawdu'i, the thematic tafsir. However, the people who are working on the history of thematic tafsir don't consider this book as a source, and they don't mention this book. Why? Because the terminology of this book is not easy. It's very deep, and we need to understand in Kitab Jawahir al-Quran, we have the classifications of ulum, the classifications of cosmology, and the classifications of human faculty. So the most important about Fatihat al-Ulum and this book, من علم العمل الواجب علم أن علم ذلك العمل واجب. So say it 10 times. It's very hard, right? So again, so how we understand this? من علم العمل الواجب علم أن علم ذلك العمل واجب. This is a very crucial thing in our modern time. How I make our kids or make my kids or like anyone choose the major, right? Should I choose a major based on the career, right? So people like just like, okay, let us study computer science, right? Because all people like right now engineering, medicine, right? Or maybe IE, okay, intelligent artificial. So all people like, we can see this like a wave, big wave, like how I can choose the major and why I need choose this major and not that. So Al-Ghazali from that time giving a very important principle is not just like to know, your knowledge not defined by your knowledge, just like what's the information that you know. Your information judged and defined based on how to choose your major in your time, right? So we are living in a very critical time. So choosing the major reflecting your knowledge. So that's why, so right now, if we apply all of these ranking of Al-Ghazali, it seems very important to make takamul. So if you are studying like hadith, you need to add another major to your study to make that takamul. And same for medicine. Like the people who are studying medicine, it seems like by Al-Ghazali recommended to study bioethics, right? And people who are studying like other things, like recommended to add another thing, like to add Shar'i to Madani. Or to add something like Ruhi to Madani. And that's why I think we can understand why Ilm al-Hadith in that like Juz'i. And this very important thing like to talk about Al-Ghazali and Ilm al-Hadith like Juz'i. So if we go back to Dr. Rajab Chamturk as who is the Prophet, like what's the definition of the Prophet as Al-Rasul al-Muallim al-Muzakki. Once we go to the definition of Prophet, Ilm al-Hadith going up to the first level that connected with Al-Rasul al-Hadi, Al-Rasul al-Siraj al-Munir. But as just like approaching Hadith technically, is like as Juz'i, is like, we can see it as here is Maratib al-Ulum, and we can see all Maratib starting from number 1 there on the left side to from number 1 from the right side to number 11. So, and here we can see Sadaf, 5 ulums, Ulum al-Alat, and then we have 6 ulums called Lubab. The first one is Hadith number 6, and then Fiqh and Usul 7, and then Ilm al-Kalam 8, and then Ilm al-Suluk, and then we have Ilm al-Ma'ad, this ilm. Al-Ghazali called it ilm, so to understand the map of the hereafter. The map of the hereafter as we understand the GPS in our mundane world. There is a map. And understanding this map and understanding everything connected to human after death and barzakh, this is like very important. And even though like we need to understand our dreams. So Al-Ghazali said about the last 2 ilms, Ilm al-Ma'ad and Ilm Ma'rifatullah, he did not write any book, this azwaq. He just like put some statement here and there. He did not write any book on that. So this the last thing about Al-Ghazali, just like I call it the bottom-up approach, and this very important in terms of futuwa. I'm skipping why I'm connecting that with futuwa. Futuwa, in the paper you can see a survey of studying futuwa 150 years before Islam until Al-Ghazali, and we can see different meanings of al-futuwa. But the main meaning is going to be fata, young age. And this turning point for every human, where every human can show like who is he, who is she in that time, and then build on that age. So then this like bottom up, like going to that time, reviving and thriving and going to be fata, young age, and how we can do that from spiritual reasoning. So when we build spiritual reasoning, then everything will be changed. Our rationality will be changed. Even though like our physical power, right? So I just like remember when I was like maybe 20, I was not able, like because under that time, like just like in different rationality, I was there like just like maybe I can do 1 mile and 2 miles running and then I become tired. Right now, for maybe I don't mention my age, but right now if I run like with Al-Ghazali, I can run maybe 5, 6, 7 miles without feeling this tired. Because it's like spiritual reasoning giving us a very powerful elements to our life and make us fata. Make us really fata. Even though like we are living as 70, 80, we are fata if we are working on Al-Ghazali, and we make everyone in the society with gray hair fata.
And this, I think, would be like changing our society and will help us a lot in how we can maybe build our society. The most important about Ghazali, just like I want to mention one last thing, is building زاوية خانقاه. This is not علوم نظرية. This is not علوم نظرية. Ghazali here is, like, let us mention it clearly, is about tasawwuf, about صحبة, about أذكار, about sheikh and murid. It's not about just like books. And this exactly what maybe we need. And this is our history. If Dr. Ahmed Snober talking about like big problem in our modern world about مركزية علوم الحديث, now we are avoiding this legacy in our history. Zawaya, and the importance of Zawaya, and the importance of Khanqa, and the importance of Sheikh, and the importance of Murid, and the importance of all of these things that can help us understand society. We cannot understand Ibn Ata as just like beautiful statement. Ibn Ata al-Secondary is applied spirituality. Wassalamu alaikum.
Jazakallah khairan. So now, inshallah, we move to Dr. Sada Ozar Khan on spiritual learning as becoming. تفضلي دكتور سدا. جزاكم الله خير. Actually, how the different presentations are related to each other. So you can see, again, the taqlid, how it's coming with the meaning. We can see how the faculties are coming to and the issues you've raised and how they link to this. And this by itself shows back to Dr. Rajab in the morning when he presented Maratib al-Wujud and Maratib al-Ulum, the ontological and the epistemological multiplexity. And you can see how they link to all those different aspects. Interesting here as well to see how, again, when you said من علم العمل الواجب علم أن علم ذلك العمل واجب. And it comes back to the approach of Imam al-Ghazali on methodologically how it's distancing and then seeing how to bring an approach actually that rather than diving into the meticulous detail and missing the point that can turn into a manhaj. تفضلي دكتورة.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Okay, بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على رسولنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. So, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. In this presentation, I attempt to redefine learning from Ghazali's perspective and discuss its potential implications for contemporary education, inshallah. So before delving into Ghazali's views, I would like to give a brief context about the changing conceptions of learning that underpin today's educational practice. This table that you see is an exhaustive explanation of different types of conceptions about education and how they evolved in the last century until today. I will only draw attention to the definition of learning and proceed my presentation with Ghazali's insights. In the last century, the Western landscape of educational theory and practice have witnessed a change in the definition of learning. During the heyday of behaviorism, in the 1920s, psychology neglected or disregarded the intellectual processes and their role in learning. This school of thought, which is behaviorism, represented by Ivan Pavlov and Skinner, they defined learning as a relatively permanent change in behavior that you can see in the table, defining learning as a change in behavior. Yet this viewpoint has begun to lose ground as mounting evidence began to show how cognitive factors contribute to the process of learning. Thus, an alternative approach is developed by those whom we call today as constructivists or cognitivists, such as Dewey, Piaget, Vygotsky, and they define learning as a change in knowledge instead of behavior. And learning as a process of knowledge construction rather than solely as knowledge acquisition or what they call response strengthening. Thus, the contemporary educational practice has been shaped by two major approaches: a teacher-centered approach that gives primacy to structural factors in learning and defines learning as a change in behavior, and a student-centered approach that gives primacy to the human agency in learning and emphasizes that learners construct knowledge through their experiences and interactions. So with this context in mind, let's explore an excerpt from Ghazali's Ihya, which offers an alternative perspective on this unresolved issue, the definition of learning. So Ghazali says in إحياء علوم الدين فها هنا أربعة أمور الفعل الجميل والقبيح والثاني القدرة عليهما والثالث المعرفة بهما والرابع هيئة للنفس بها تميل إلى أحد الجانبين وهي تيسر عليها أحد الأمرين إما الحسن وإما القبيح. Here Al-Ghazali describes four elements related to character, or what he calls as khuluq. The first one is the action itself, the fi'l, which can be either good or evil. And the second is the ability to perform the action, the qudra. And the third is the cognitive awareness of the action, or the knowledge of the action, which is the ma'rifah. And lastly, a condition of the soul that inclines it towards the action, making it easy to execute. So in this presentation, in this paper, I offer applying the Ghazalian framework of four levels of khuluq to learning theory. The Ghazalian learning theory in this sense is multiplex and takes into consideration the behavior, similar to behaviorists, and the ability and the knowledge, similar to cognitivists and constructivists, and lastly the soul, or the quality in the soul, persistent condition within the soul that predisposes an individual towards certain types of actions. Ghazali takes into account behavior similar to behaviorists, but not in a reductionist manner. What is interesting here is that he acknowledges the changes in behavior may not necessarily reflect changes in cognition or the soul, because for him, the change in the behavior does not necessarily reflect the change in the cognition or the soul. For instance, the mere act of giving money does not automatically indicate a person's generosity, as generosity is a quality of human character that goes beyond individual actions. Although acts of generosity arise from the internal trait of generosity within the human soul, it's important to recognize that not all actions indicate generosity as an internalized trait in the soul. There can be some other motivations for giving out money, such as show off or other sorts of motivations. So Ghazali emphasizes this distinction, illustrating that human character, khuluq, is a reflection of the state and inner essence of the soul, separate from individual actions. Thus, he prioritizes the character or the soul in the learning process. So here we see learning from the behavioralists' perspective. So behaviorist conception focused on learning as a change in behavior, whereas constructivists or cognitivists, cognitive conceptions focused on learning as a change in knowledge. Thus, for Ghazali, learning is a relatively permanent change in the soul or character the establishment of more or less permanent states within the student, which could be inferred from observations of his performance. Al-Ghazali's notion of learning as a relatively permanent change in the soul, not in the behavior, not in the knowledge. We should also keep in mind that he's not rejecting these levels. He's appreciating all of these levels, but he's telling these are not necessarily, the object of education by themselves. So Ghazali's notion of learning as a relatively permanent change in the soul implies that true learning goes beyond temporary modifications in behavior or fleeting acquisition of knowledge. Instead, it involves a profound, enduring transformation that shapes one's character and disposition towards actions. Our new definition may sound relevant to the moral education, not necessarily the intellectual or cognitive definition, as these two aspects are considered to be separate domains in the contemporary educational theory and practice. However, I argue that this is not necessarily the case for Ghazali for two reasons. So the first one, So the first one, the soul, in other words, the spiritual substance that is underlying reality of the definition of human being, which is indicated by everyone when we say I. This spiritual essence of human beings, which is the real agent or actor or the knower, has three major faculties, according to Al-Ghazali: the faculty of reasoning, the faculty of anger, the faculty of desire. I didn't mention here the faculty of justice, adala, but it can also be mentioned here. Thus, character development, according to Ghazali, is both intellectual, practical, and moral. Intellectual development is linked to the spiritual development. Spiritual development is linked to the intellectual development. Overall, they contribute to the transformation of the human self. Therefore, when we speak of education, it must pertain to this reality of human beings, not simply to the physical body and his animal aspect. And the second reason behind the interconnectedness of the intellectual and moral development is that the types of malakas. The malakas, or attributes that occur to the soul, can be both intellectual, moral, and practical. Whether it is the malaka of a particular science or the malaka of a writing that indicates the existence of a malaka of kitaba in the soul that makes the individual katib, or a malaka of a moral quality such as generosity, both of them occurs to the soul. This implies that they are not merely abstract mental or spiritual capacities, but are rooted in the physical embodied experiences. Thus, malakas inherently carry a tangible sensory component, thus necessitating instruction or education for their proper development. So the acquisition of malakas, maybe I should briefly touch upon the definition of malaka. Malaka often used as synonymously with khuluq in the Ghazalian context, refers to an acquired intellectual or practical disposition, a deeply ingrained skill or proficiency that an individual acquires through repeated practice and habituation until it becomes almost second nature. So in Arabic, هيئة راسخة في النفس تصدر عنها الأفعال بغير روية ولا فكر. So here the term هيئة, meaning كيفية or صفة or attribute, quality, disposition. Ghazali defines khuluq and malaka as firmly established state, هيئة راسخة, in the soul from which actions proceed easily without conscious thinking. When this disposition leads to praiseworthy actions in line with religious norms and intellect, it is considered good character, husn al-khuluq. Conversely, if it predisposes individuals towards objectionable actions, it is considered to be as bad character. Al-Ghazali emphasizes the spontaneous aspect of character, highlighting that true character traits consistently prompt actions without conscious effort. Individuals can voluntarily acquire intellectual and practical traits through repetitive actions. Thus, intellectual development and character formation go beyond being solely determined by external structural factors, natural or cultural. The purpose of education is to transform the human self with acquisition of malakas, and they are intellectual, practical, moral, creedal, and etc. Learning leads to a transformation of the soul, which in turn reflects in behavior and actions. Ghazali draws a clear distinction between malaka khuluq and actions. For example, merely memorizing all the concepts and information within a discipline doesn't imply the possession of malaka in that field. Given that, we understand that a malaka is an acquired intellectual or practical disposition, deeply ingrained skill or proficiency that individual acquires through repeated practice and habituation. Furthermore, I would like to expound on the forces of human development, namely structure and agency, which is a very hot topic that, even in Western scholarship, there is still, this is one of the dichotomies reasoning in the Western scholarship, both in the field of education specifically and in the field of social sciences in general. So in the age-old nature-nurture debate, individuals are often depicted as passive recipients of information or knowledge based on their biological dispositions and social influences. However, this is drastically different than what Ghazali says, and he holds the view that while structural processes influence the development of a human self, humans still hold the potential to shape their character through repetitive voluntary actions. Contrary to the ultimate determinacy of structural factors that are often considered in the nature and nurture debate, cognitive and moral development in Ghazali's framework is an active and intentional process. He places great emphasis on the role of human agency in intellectual and moral development, which he describes through his concept of malaka. Individuals can actively shape their character traits through deliberate efforts and intentional practices. While he also appreciates the environmental and social factors, they also undoubtedly influence individuals. They have the ability to mitigate or reduce the influences through their own efforts. Thus, human development is not a deterministic process. Even though the impact of external structural factors may be unavoidable to some extent, this perspective is also compatible with the Islamic worldview, more importantly, as individuals are held responsible for their actions, while they are not held accountable for the circumstances determined by destiny. Through the intentional cultivation of malaka, individuals can voluntarily acquire intellectual and ethical or moral traits, ultimately shaping their own character. At this point, one can question whether malakas acquired in the soul act like a structure and influence individuals to act in certain ways. However, both the acquisition of malaka itself and the actions that emanate from the malaka are voluntary actions. This perspective highlights the profound transformative potential of human agency and recognizes the active role individuals play in their own self-development, all while acknowledging the impact of external structural factors. So I already touched upon these slides. So for the sake of time, I'm skipping them, and let's briefly touch upon the concept of hal and malaka. Hal and malaka represent different stages of a person's spiritual and intellectual development. Hal is often translated as state, referring to a temporary fluctuating condition of one's intellectual and spiritual journey. It is a transient phase of realization or consciousness that can shift or transform based on one's experiences and thoughts. Malaka, on the other hand, represents more stable, ingrained characteristic or ability. Derived from the root meaning of to own, it signifies an owned or internalized state of knowledge or skill or quality. When a person transitions from a temporary hal to a more consistent malaka, it signifies that the individual has truly integrated the knowledge or skill into their understanding, making it part of their intrinsic intellectual or spiritual being. So this is what I mean by learning as becoming. And also another relevant concept here is ittisaf. The relationship between hal and malaka resembles to the relationship between qawl and ittisaf. Qawl, verbal affirmation or statement, and ittisaf is the embodiment of that statement or internalization of it. It's an attribute and it's the embodiment of the qawl. The relationship between qawl and ittisaf similarly delineates different levels of intellectual engagement and realization. Qawl refers to the vocal affirmation of a fact or belief. It signifies the external manifestation of knowledge or belief, but doesn't necessarily entail a deep internalized understanding. On the other hand, ittisaf indicates a higher level of realization, where the affirmed knowledge or belief is not merely articulated, but is embodied and lived by the individual. It refers to the stage where the knowledge has become an attribute of the person, manifesting in their thoughts, actions, and overall disposition. So another relevant concept here is tahqiq. Tahqiq represents the ultimate stage of understanding in Ghazali's epistemological and pedagogical scheme. It refers to the realization or internalization of knowledge or attributes achieved when an individual transcends the superficial stages of knowledge affirmation, qawl, and the temporary states, hal, and arrives at the point where the knowledge is fully embodied, ittisaf, and becomes an ingrained disposition, malaka. The concept of tahqiq signifies a comprehensive and deep-seated understanding where the knowledge is not merely cognitively affirmed or superficially understood, but is deeply rooted in the individual consciousness, manifesting in their thoughts and actions. Then we see that, according to this understanding, the acquisition of malaka is an essential component of character formation and intellectual and moral development. Even in one's faith and practices, such as helping people and praying, mere knowledge is not what is intended. What matters concerning faith or tawheed is not just blind faith, which is a vocal affirmation. Rather, the perfection of the belief in the oneness of God is the emergence of an attribute from this belief with which the soul acquires a quality. The transformative power of knowledge lies in its internalization. Under Ghazali's philosophy, the mere acquisition of knowledge is not considered enough. Rather, it is through the repeated application and habitual practice of this knowledge that one becomes qualified by it, leading to the attainment of a deeply ingrained skill or disposition. This repetitive practice and internalization of the knowledge is, as we talked, what he refers to as ittisaf. The idea of ittisaf as an integral part of acquiring knowledge, which refers to the embodiment or internalization of knowledge, it's about internalizing knowledge to the point where it becomes an integral part of one's character or nature. Moreover, after going through the process of ittisaf, the acquired knowledge transforms into a different second form of knowledge, which is more reliable, well-grounded, and spiritually beneficial in the afterlife. Despite being accurate, the prior first form of knowledge is seen as less useful or beneficial because it lacks this component of internalization and embodiment. Ultimately, acquiring malaka extends beyond mere memorization of a subject. It involves a thorough immersion into the principles, processes, and practices of a discipline, allowing individual to assimilate and embody the knowledge so deeply that it becomes an inherent part of their being. This learned proficiency or habitus then becomes almost reflexive, enabling the individual to respond, think, or perform tasks associated with the discipline with a high degree of competence, almost effortlessly. So how to internalize intellectual malaka? Just if I can have 1 more minute.
1 minute.
Okay.
Another
Okay.
minute, inshallah.
How to internalize intellectual malakas? The easiest method for acquiring an intellectual malaka is through munazara, literally co-thinking or ethical argumentation. Engaging in rigorous scholarly discussions not only deepens one's understanding of a subject, but also improves one's skills for critical thinking. So maybe I should skip this part, even though it's important. Maybe you can read it on paper, inshallah. I touched upon this as well. Maybe just come to the practical implications, which is more important for this context. The practical implications of our new definition of learning as becoming, I listed like 5 ones. Let me start with the first one. Redefinition, learning as becoming. So for Ghazali, learning is a relatively permanent change in the soul, which manifests itself in the relatively permanent change in cognition and in action. So he appreciates all these levels. Embracing Ghazali's perspective on learning entails redefining the educational process. Instead of viewing learning as merely acquiring knowledge or changing behavior, it becomes a transformative journey of becoming. Education aims to foster holistic development, encompassing intellectual, practical, and moral dimensions of the self. So holistic character development. For Ghazali, education is synonymous with character development or learning as becoming, and this involves intellectual, moral, and spiritual education. Active learning and engagement. The acquisition of malaka is an active process which gives students agency. This approach does not negate the significance of a structured formal education, but rather complements it by emphasizing the active participation of the students in their own learning process. And lastly, the repeated practice for transforming the self. True learning, according to Ghazali, involves repeated practice and internalization of knowledge until it becomes ingrained in one's character. Education should provide opportunities for students to engage in deliberate practice, reflection, and refinement of skills over time, facilitating enduring personal transformation. Thank you very much.
جزاك الله خيرا دكتور سادة. Now inshallah we move to Ayaz Azadaf, Dr. Ayaz Azadaf. جزاك الله خيرا. And it's a challenging task for you now, towards the end. So okay, start now inshallah. We try to keep to the time,
yeah, sure.
Because then we are towards the end.
Assalamu alaikum, thank you for the opportunity. My paper is titled Educating for Intellectual Virtue. So considering the time shortage, let me begin by reading the main proposition of this paper. This paper advocates that the idea of educating for malaka ilmiya in the classical discourses on Muslim discourse on scholarly learning should be understood comparable to the notion of educating for intellectual virtue in contemporary education. I argue that this comparative perspective is useful in 2 ways. First of all, by using contemporary literature on intellectual virtues, we can improve our understanding of Islamic intellectual tradition. Similarly, through our dialogical engagement with Islamic intellectual tradition, we can resolve some of the contemporary problems in the field of education. This is general outline of my presentation. Educability is a defining quality of human beings. Because it relates to various dimensions of our being and can take different forms, it is important to specify the type of education under discussion to have a more rewarding conversation about it. The classification is made by educations between formal and informal learning is useful in this sense. I begin by briefly establishing the need for formal education from the perspective of sociology of knowledge. So which education I'm talking about? So the existence of a society relies on the stock of knowledge, encompassing theoretical knowledge as well as various other forms of knowledge, including common sense, practical knowledge, knowledge of language and social roles, values, and so on. None of these kinds of knowledge gets transmitted biologically. For the continuity of social life, this stock of knowledge needs to be reproduced and passed on to the new members of our societies and subsequent generations. Some part of this knowledge can be acquired simply through immediate experience or interaction with the other members of society. It doesn't require the exercise of epistemic agency. This process is called informal learning by educationists. Sociologists of knowledge call it primary socialization, and the knowledge acquired through primary socialization called generally relevant knowledge. With primary socialization, we learn the language of knowledge, various motivation and interpretive schemes, knowledge of other aspects of everyday life. Anthropologists refer to this as enculturation. However, learning acquired through informal learning is neither enough to maintain a society nor sufficient for comprehensive individual human flourishing. Generally relevant knowledge needs to be complemented with role-specific and more advanced forms of knowledge acquired through secondary socialization. For secondary socialization, we need full-time educators and also educational institutions who are dedicated to instruct new members within their respective field. It is not also enough simply to transmit bodies of knowledge. It has to come with a systematic attempt to explain and justify them through formal education. So, as you see, there is a definition of informal education there. Formal education is different from that. It usually involves more structured and deliberate form of learning. It aims at cognitive achievement and the attainment of particular knowledge and abilities. And it usually requires curriculum. So formal learning can be directed at various goals. We can have formal learning for multiple aims, right? This includes various moral, political, civil aims. I'm in this paper interested in epistemic goals, right? How can formal education be utilized for intellectual development to make us better knowers? So now let me briefly try to conceptualize the need for intellectual development. Knowledge is our primary medium of cognitive contact with reality. To secure knowledge, as well as other epistemic goods such as understanding and wisdom in our contact with different domains of reality, we need to build ourselves as knowers in particular ways. This is due to the fact that our encounter with reality does not always take place in epistemically friendly environments, and is usually accompanied by potential dangers and obstacles of knowledge, which needs to be combated through the exercise of intellectual qualities. For example, text as a domain of reality, thus as a source of knowledge, has its peculiar challenges. A reader, to extract various epistemic goods from text, has to form a suitable selfhood through the acquisition of various dispositions, habits, and competences to be fit for this task. So what should be the epistemic goal of formal education then? So obviously there is an agreement among the educationists that transmission of propositional knowledge isn't enough in this regard. So they've started increasingly cherish the idea that education should aim at fostering the growth of intellectual virtues. If you today look at any book on education, theory or philosophy of education, you will see an entire chapter on intellectual virtues. But what is an intellectual virtue? Intellectual virtue is the central concept in virtue epistemology, which is one of the burgeoning perspective in contemporary analytical philosophy. It is introduced by Sosa, where he in his essay in the 80s, where he draws parallel between ethics and epistemology, suggests that borrowing the concept of virtue could be fruitful for epistemology. So since then, the field started developing, and various perspectives have come up. But what unites different perspectives in virtue epistemology is the idea that they've started moving away from the classical definition of justified true belief, and they've started defining knowledge in relation to virtues, right? In the slide, you will see two examples of definition of knowledge through intellectual virtues. One is by Zagzebski, and the other one is by Sosa. So I will read one of them for you. So true belief out of intellectual virtue. Knowledge is a true belief out of intellectual virtue. Belief that turns out right by reason of the virtue and not just by coincidence. There is a whole debate on why definition of knowledge based on intellectual virtues is better than justified true belief, but I won't go into the details. So in virtue epistemology, there are two camps, right? The first camp is called the reliabilist camp. For them, intellectual virtues are qualities bound to help maximize one's surplus of truth over error. These encompass cognitive skills, abilities, faculties, and competences. And from this perspective, intellectual virtues are things like perception, reliable memory, introspection, and inference. About that end. You see, intellectual humility, curiosity, diligence, these are considered to be virtues from the responsibilist point of view. So Bayer, main account of my article, along with Ghazali, he says that he came with the idea that let's educate for intellectual virtues. He has his own definition of intellectual virtues. It's a responsibilist definition. And he offers three defense for educating, justification for educating for intellectual virtue. First one is that compared with other epistemic aims of education, intellectual virtues are concrete and action guiding. This is his words, I disagree with him. Intellectual virtues resolve the dichotomy. The second idea is that it resolves the dichotomy between the rigorous and personal approach to education. You know, in the education discussion, there are two approaches. Some argue that education has to be rigorous and challenge the student and improve its epistemic standing. But the second strand is saying that we should take personal interest of students and think of bringing up more original subjectivity. So Bayer is saying that if you focus on intellectual virtues, we can balance these two interests. Last one is that he offers the justification that intellectual virtues are more effective approach to articulating the perceived meaning and purpose of teaching and learning. Moving on, he also talks about possible objections, and also is a very detailed paper. He has also written a book on this, and he's not the only person who advocates for this position. He has the 7 strategies for fostering growth in intellectual virtues. This is the contemporary side of discussion. Obviously, I've just summarized it. There are more details into this. But historians of knowledge have shown that thinking about education in terms of intellectual virtues is not a new thing. If we look at different scholarly communities and intellectual tradition, we have found out that they also see intellectual virtues central to their discourses. So I have 2 examples, quotation, one by Goethe and the other one by an Istanbulian 19th century scholar. Both of them view Muslim education as a form of educating for intellectual virtues. Not sure if I shall read this. Clearly, if you see this quote, there is a clear reference to intellectual virtue. Okay, let me read it. It is very interesting to see what doctrines that, this is Goethe, doctrines the Muhammadans commence their education. As a religious foundation, they confirm their youth in the conviction that nothing can befall an individual except that which has long been preordained by an omnipotent deity. With this, they are prepared for their entire life, and they hardly need anything else. Something of this faith is held in us all. Then he continues the benefit of this thinking. Then he keeps moving to another stage of Muslim education. He's saying that Muhammadans began their instruction in philosophy with the doctrine that nothing exists for which the contrary cannot be asserted. Thus, they train the minds of youth by giving them the task of finding and articulating the opposite of every stated proposition, from which mental and a communicative adroitness is sure to arise. Then he shows that how this sort of thinking pushes a student to search for certainty, right? He concludes by saying that philosophical system of the Muhammadans is a good yardstick to apply to oneself and others in order to find out which level of intellectual virtue one actually stands. Second example by al-Suavi, 19th century Ottoman thinker, he also relates the study of madrasa subject by the accusation of malaka, right? He's saying that the disciplines like morphology, syntax, semantics, pragmatics, rhetoric, and so on studied at madrasa. So they equip the students with the malaka of istihtar for every sphere of knowledge and art. So by this, when students invest any time to do mutala of any field, they become matchless in that. So as you see, he relates the study of disciplines with the accusation of malaka of istihtar. So then he keeps continuing saying that this malaka makes students intellectually independent. This is the quote, right? He's saying that the list of the gains accrued by madrasa scholars, their immunity to astonishment, akin to the French, their French and that of the French, upon encountering discussion on the issues of Heil and matter in German philosophy. And the most substantial gain lies in their liberation from the dichotomy of affirmation and negation. Within the infinite space of investigation and inquiry, malaka of being independent and free is instilled in them. As you see, 19th century discourse on malaka, Muslim learning aimed at malaka, example here. So I go back to Miyar al-Ilm of Ghazali. I show how Ghazali also understand the ultimate aim of studying like scholarly learning to be of the accusation of malaka, right? Here there's a quotation by him in Miyar al-Ilm where he says that one in the field of ilahiyat, theology, when they delve into these matters, they seek them and closer the knowledge in them approaches complete certainty. So by extending their practice in these fields, they achieve malaka, and this malaka is not easily transferable. So this clearly testifies how Ghazali understands the aim of studying disciplines as the accusation of malaka. I have the Arabic quote here too. So another important element of Ghazali's discourse is that knowledge can turn into a malaka. At the same time, knowledge is a human quality. This is what differentiates Muslim understanding of knowledge from contemporary notions of intellectual virtues, which I will talk about. So here you see he talks about it. So what is malaka? I went to Sharh al-Mawaqif to understand in the contemporary Muslim, there is, I think, it's been, things are not set properly, but I will help you to understand. So as you know, ontologically, we divide things into jawahir and arad, right? And arad are divided usually into three categories. These are quantities, qualities, and relations. Kemiyat, kayfiyat, and izafat. So qualities themselves are also divided into four subcategories. These are sensible qualities, qualities specific to the quantity, qualities specific to the self, and dispositional qualities. Malaka and hal is related to the qualities specific to the self, right? I will not go into the discussion because already our professors have discussed about the definition of malaka and so on. Here, just I wanted to show, display where does the term come from, what is its philosophical roots, right? This is the definition of malaka and hal in Ijaz Mawaqif. And as I told you before, if you look at Islamic epistemological literature, you will find that they meticulously go through a number of definitions of knowledge. And usually they state that preferable definition of knowledge is defining it as a quality, right? I have provided this definition. I will tell you why is this relevant later. So This was Ghazali's understanding. So in my paper, I argue that in 70s and 80s, 18th century Ottoman discourses, Malaka started being used in a more conceptual and theoretical way as the aim of scholarly learning. So I will show you, I show you three different uses of Malaka here. First one is the biographical sources. If you look at the Ottoman biographical sources of ulama, you'll find that usually the end of one's education marked with the cultivation of madrasa, right? If someone finishes their studies and starts becoming mudarris or acquiring teaching positions, conclude.
Up to time, you still have, you already done 17 minutes.
All right.
So
I should summarize then. Okay, so the idea is that in the Ottoman discourses, aim of education is the acquisition of malaka, and I documented its use in different ways. And key person for this is Munajjim Bashir. Munajjim Bashir's book on Faidul Haram, on Adab al-Mutala, is a systematic theory of how accusation of malaka can be used in intellectual actions, intellectual acts. That is mutala. So mutala is possible through the acquisition of malaka in disciplines like sarf, nahu, logic, ilm al-bayan, and so on. And each of them equips the student with conceptual knowledge and makes them competent knowers. Munajjim Bashir also has 4 levels of knowers. There you will see that acquisition of malaka of istihdar is the highest level of being a knower. I will read my conclusion and finish with that. So let me conclude by highlighting that the relevance of the idea of educating for al-malaka al-ilmiya in the classical tradition of scholar learning to contemporary education. The first point of relevance concerns contemporary discourse and practices on Islamic education. Often intellectual discussion on Islamic education seem to propose that we only benefit from classical Islamic educational thought by borrowing ideas on moral, religious, and spiritual learning. People often discuss about relations between teacher and student, paralogical elements of education, concepts like rihla and halaka, which are important and essential, but they are secondary to intellectual character development. I understand this sort of interest in these aspects of learning, considering the contemporary challenges we face today, but Islamic intellectual tradition offers rich discussions and models on scholarly learning that can improve our discourse on intellectual education too. And also today we have various institutions that provide classical Islamic learning. Thinking education as educating for malaka al-ilmiya can serve as a guiding framework and discourses for such institution. Lastly, I finish by saying that contemporary theory of intellectual virtue can also benefit from Islamic understanding of malaka al-ilmiya, because malaka is not a responsibilist virtues, and also knowledge is understood as a quality. These are 2 major differences in the 2 theories, and comparative studies can yield to very fruitful resources. Thank you so much.
Jazakallah khairan. And thank you so much for keeping to 20 minutes prompt. Barakallahu fik. I don't want to that you pay the cost for any other delay, but you got your haq here in 20 minutes. Jazakallah khairan. Now, Ustad Muhammad, I know there are many questions, and I really want as well to engage and listen. We've lost 8 minutes. 4 minutes into presentations over time, and that took the time for the question and answer, unfortunately. Now I'm getting instructions that we have to get it in here, and we are here, we are here to say سمعا وطاعة للمنظمين. So, inshallah, so we stop here, Muhammad? Yeah, inshallah. Yeah, Yeah, please, if any questions, contact the our respected scholars outside. And we are here tomorrow as well, and we'll continue the discussion. أمنح الكلمة لدكتور رجب كلمة أخيرة لختام اليوم الفاضل وجزاكم الله خيرا.
Okay. I would like to thank everyone, but before us, I thank Allah Ta'ala. أشكر الله تعالى على تيسيره وتوفيقه وبركته يعني هذا الاجتماع من الصباح حتى الآن الحمد لله. يعني كانت دراسات مفيدة وممتعة، فاستفدنا كثيرا يعني من العلماء الذين تجمعوا هنا من البلاد المختلفة. نشكرهم جميعا. فهذه مأدبة علمية، مأدبة فكرية، إن شاء الله جعل الله له ثمرات وفوائد لنا ولجميع الأمة ولجميع البشر إن شاء الله. لأن هناك أزمة في التربية في جميع البلاد، في أمريكا، في أوروبا، في الشرق، في الغرب، في جميع البلاد هناك أزمات. فإن شاء الله يعني يجب أن يكون هدفنا يعني في النهاية نأتي بمنهج ونظام جديد يستفيد منه جميع الأمم، مسلم وغير مسلم إن شاء الله تعالى. فأهم شيء أن يكون يعني في النتيجة أفكار عالمية شمولية نستطيع نسوقه ونقدمه إلى جميع البشر إن شاء الله تعالى. فنشكركم كثيرا وأشكر الله تعالى على توفيقه، ونراكم غدا صباحا إن شاء الله تعالى. نبدأ في الساعة 7، لا 9 نراكم غدا إن شاء الله. هل do you have any announcements? Yeah, okay. And I thank my brother Mudassir and brother Yaqub and for taking care of all the logistics in particular.
Thank you very much. A couple of announcements. The bus is waiting outside at the gate, at the VIP gate from where you all came in. We'll be leaving at 5:15 from here to the hotel, and we leave the hotel at 6:45 for